Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our 2023 annual summit. We are doing this both virtually and in person today. I do not know if we have any other guests. I know that Regan is joining us virtually, so thank you for joining us, Regan. Good to have you here. Just a reminder, we are here today to look at what we've done in the past and what we are currently working on and where we need to go into the future, not just the future of this year, but what we need to look at to get us going for 5, 10, even 20 years if need be. So with that, first off, thank you to Krista for getting us breakfast and lunch and watching out for our residents. I appreciate the fact that we're doing this at City Hall and that we do our food locally because it's watching out for our residents. We're being prudent with city's funds. So thank you for that. With that, Jim, it's all yours.
Thank you. You know, I kind of like the days when we used to fly to Hawaii.
Yeah.
As we did the first 3 years that I facilitated the Covington retreats. No, I guess that was just imagination.
That was another city.
So good morning. And I have to say, this is my 17th year of facilitating the Covington City Council Summit. I guess I have a lot of seniority. I won't try to pull rank, but I'm delighted and honored. And I tell everyone this, including some of my other clients, that Covington is my very favorite because your team has evolved and changed over the years. And yet one thing hasn't changed: the high quality of both elected and appointed officials in this community. You guys are so lucky, but you are also the ones who are the architects of this creativity and wonderful public service. So I am so glad to be back with you today. I'm just going to run through the agenda from a very high level and then comment about a couple of ground rules, and then we'll start by reviewing the last year. So we are going to start by providing some context. It's a review of 2022. I'll go into how it's going to be conducted in a minute, but you see that in front of you. The other part of the context that will allow you to springboard into the future is Regan will lead you through a review of the Summit 22 action items and what's happened. So in other words, all the progress that's been made in the last 365 days. Then you've got two big issues that we're going to face before lunch: public safety, the funding of public safety, and the funding of transportation. So here we do expect that we will be able to reach a consensus among the council, that you will speak with one voice and give direction to the staff in terms of how to move forward on both of those important issues. And then the afternoon is a bunch of different important issues that many of you on the council spoke to me about when I interviewed you, and thank you for that. So we'll talk about the strategic plan. We're going to be talking about improving downtown. We'll get into issues about parks and recreation, homelessness and housing, and public engagement. So these are all important issues that will probably take a little bit less time than the two big issues this morning, but you can see on the agenda that we've worked carefully to orchestrate the right order and to estimate the time. And so then we will be adjourning at around 4:15. Despite the fact that many of you said you wanted to hang around till 8, we can't do that. The lights are coming off at 4:20. So anyway, that's the agenda for you. And as we get to each session, we'll talk a little bit about the specifics of how we're going to proceed. Are there any questions at all? Does this look like what you wanted to talk about? Hey. I will just say, for some other groups that I work with where there is some dysfunction, I come with printed ground rules and we go through the process of looking at them, talking about them, and adopting them. But again, despite the changes of your leadership, both elected and appointed through the years, there is just this fabulous culture here of respect. And so I've always seen when council members, for example, disagree with each other, you do it, and your predecessors have done it in such a respectful way, and not making it at all personal, but making it public policy oriented. And so that's what I would just ask again today. So if you can respect one another, and I will try to make sure that everybody is equally engaged and involved. And then there are a couple times where, even though this isn't a formal decision-making meeting, we are looking for some consensus, especially on the transportation and public safety issues. And so that you can give kind of unified direction to your staff, and then they can take that direction and move forward. So just some real simple ground rules that I don't think I'm not in any worry about you violating them, but once in a while I just might remind you of them. So especially the thing about, I want to make sure everyone has an equal opportunity to participate. That's somewhat my responsibility. And also somewhat yours in just terms of speak up. Sometimes if you think that you maybe have spoken more than everybody else, you could literally move back into your chair for a second, let other people take the microphone. So with that, let's get started. As we have done in the past couple of years, and I think this is really a super way to start it, we're going to review 2020 by asking each council member to provide one thing that you think was really successful or important last year, and just do one. And after all 7 of you have spoken, I'll come around and I'll ask each of you to provide a second one, if there is still something to be said, and then I want to move to the leadership team and offer them the opportunity to add to the list. And so usually we generate a list of like 20, 30, 40 things, and these will be recorded in the summary of today. So then we'll take a few minutes to look at the question here about, did 2022 offer any unique lessons about what it takes for the city to be successful? If so, what were they? I just want to comment that I've done now, 97% of the talking, just done the other 3%. This is about to change because it's now your show. So anyway, let's get to that question about what is one major accomplishment of the city in 2022 that you believe was particularly impressive and noteworthy? And the question goes first to each council member to provide one accomplishment. Yeah.
I am impressed with the fact that we have a public safety committee and that each council member went out to businesses to get their buy-in on public safety, and that they participated and wanted to be heard. And the fact that businesses appreciate the fact that we've approached them.
I believe that we improved mental health focus by hiring a community care specialist contracted with Valley Cities to provide mobile mental health van and scheduled monthly resource fairs. Sorry, that's a long one.
That was mine.
I think we're all gonna do
did.
okay. I think we're all.
Think of another one that was verbatim.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No.
Maybe I need to give you a minute to think of another one, Jennifer. So Jill, you get your hand up.
I think our successful transition back into public meetings instead of virtual meetings where we have that. It was a struggle, but we made it work and we've done very well. And I'm proud of the team for being able to successfully do that and help us all out with figuring out the technology.
I thought that the work and the campaign that we did with the businesses on the B&O tax, and I was very pleasantly surprised how on board they are with it, and that it just went really well. And gives us an option for something.
I guess I'm the next person. Everything that's already been mentioned is my number one and number two. But I will throw the other one in for the Covington connector because I think what was done at that intersection has been a huge help for the resident in there. It looks great. It's doing a lot for our traffic and safety. And just, it looks beautiful. Having that element of the city that far away from us.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been said. So I just kicked off all the ones I was going to say. And then, all right, I guess I'll just say my pickleball. Sorry, that's coming. All right, mine. Yeah. Our pickleball tournament. Good. Yeah.
The initiation of the widening of 270 and the continued progress. In addition to, I know it was like I should have gone right away because people were.
The outreach to all of our residents with the streets, the public here, going into the developments talk to people about streets and what needs to be done.
Any councilors want to do a second idea? Second accomplishment? Good.
Well, being awarded the $640 million to widen Highway 18 was a huge success.
Mhm.
Thank you, Regan, for pushing that forward.
Jennifer?
Continued improvement on our workspace. So co-engine. Yes. You got it.
Jennifer stole mine, so I gotta read them and make the thing.
Well, we don't have to go in order. I can
Yeah.
get somebody else, so, but I'll come back to you, Joe. I won't miss you. Sean.
So I was going to say the this past year's emphasis on shoplifting, I thought was really good this year. It's raised awareness and that Covington's not a great place for crime, so I like that. And then I would say that kind of dovetailing what Joe said about our engaging and getting out in community. And I think National Night Out and a number of our other events were really well attended, and the community I know really appreciates our being out there and talking to them about their issues, so.
Christina, Beth, or-
No, but I mean, that segues into the next question, I think so well, and even part of what you said, so I don't want to take away from that, but, and I don't want to jump on it, but.
Okay.
I really appreciate the Clean Safe Welcome,
I'm sorry.
the Clean Safe Welcome initiative, and more specific to the hiring Jennifer Regan to.
So, the reintroduction of Covington Days after a few years of not being able to, it was great that we had that. It was great to be back in the dog.
Okay, you might want to go again, so I'm gonna let the council members have another opportunity.
Our state of the city address where each council member participated. I love that. Just like when we have our own discussions now. Chris's idea of having the chair of that commission sitting up front here. Because they're running the meeting, so I think that is well.
Anybody else in the council? Okay. So I'm gonna turn to the leadership team. Regan, do you want to go first? I'm doing that partly so that I don't forget you. Even though I'm mad that you're not here.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. I am worried about being forgotten today, but the thing that I am really proud of is the huge amount of staff onboarding we've done this year. With the amount of staff we've added to our team and the successful really assimilation of them into our internal culture has been really beautiful and a wonderful thing to be a part of.
How about the rest of you? What accomplishments do you want to cite from this past year? Maureen?
Well, I may as well dovetail on Regan because he stole my whole act, so. But yes, I have to agree because we recruited a record high number of employees this year. There were about 13 full-time and 66 variable hour employees, and it was a tough recruiting time post-COVID, and we were very successful. So just wanted to piggyback on his.
Go ahead, Mark.
Just briefly, speaking of culture and everything else in this city specifically, I've represented jurisdictions all over the state. And I am always impressed with the professionalism that council and staff approach leading and working in this city. It's been said many times, but this is a rare culture and a rare city for how council and staff work together And it's just really amazing, and I think that accomplishment, it's been happening every year I've been here, and I saw it again over 2022.
I think we got a fair number of police officers, almost all of them, and some city staff through CEPTED training, but that was pretty valuable for kind of a response to some of the rising crime. So I think it's been pretty beneficial. That's mine.
Ethan.
Going back to the beginning of the year, even the previous year, we finished and adopted the city parks and recreation plan that provides direction for us for the next several years for direct items as well as opportunities for grant funding.
Go ahead, Carla, and then Casey.
I was gonna say, we had a record number of community events last year. Of all types, from open houses to festivals to additional movie nights with a lot of grant funding that brought those on. So we also marketed a record number of events. So between communications and the park staff, I think they did an amazing job because I think every event was so well attended, that it was hard. It's gonna be hard to manage.
Thank you, and Casey.
I just can't believe nobody said my favorite word of our month. So, that was particularly rewarding for me because I don't generally get into the realm of human services and dealing with small businesses and things like that. So we distributed a little over $60,000 in small business grants last year, as well as over $70,000 of additional human services. It was really fun meeting with all of the providers, and they were so excited being able to use those extra funds. And that was a good thing last year. It was fun.
Selena.
I just want to point out Lake Point and the development agreement. I think getting those amendments across the finish line were a really big lift this year. And then, obviously the transition with new ownership. And that's been a really successful relationship building one for us as well. So, I think the DA is still alive and we're moving through.
Go ahead, Don.
Our 212th Pipe Lake project, where we got funding from the legislature, and we're actually able to build and finish that project this year. So, in fact, that will be put back to council here just to close out. So that was a great for that to do treatment of outfall and stormwater in the Pipe Lake.
I love stormwater. Anybody else? You have any others, Regan, or any of you on the leadership team?
There's a couple of you that I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing. Did anyone mention the public safety committee work?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to mention that if it hadn't been.
And do you have any others?
Oh, that's good for now. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Anybody else? I'll open up the whole floor. Council members or leadership team members, anybody, if you look at I don't have the list in front of you, but if you can think of anything that you haven't heard that you think you get up on our list. Yes, Bill.
I think council's willingness to discuss topics that we may have hard lines against or hard lines for. Recent with the fireworks ban, just bringing it back up for discussion. I think that our willingness to discuss this, as it may not be a popular topic for our residents, but it is something that our residents want us to talk about, even if after we made some movement on it. I think it's positive for us to continue to look at things that we've done in the past and see if we can improve them or see if we have done the right thing and how we can continue to improve on those things.
Yes, Noreen.
I would say in particular, as far as recruiting goes, getting to be community care specialists, because that was a very difficult job description to work out and finalize. Adam well knows. It was over a period getting close to what you could call years, but that appears to be very successful and it's a very unique position. So it'll be exciting to see how it evolves and what it can do for the city.
Okay, so any other accomplishments that anybody wants to cite? Were there any unique lessons in 2022 about what it takes to be successful?
Been thinking about that one. So for me, I think I see that we're repeatedly hit with the situation that we can't pay for everything without leveraging some kind of tax. And we're really, a lot of us hesitant, and that goes against, you know, what we want to do. So we're being very cautious and careful and asking so many questions, and the amazing staff is like digging and digging and coming up with every bit of information we request. Almost, I don't want to say like we're putting it off, but I kind of feel like we don't want to do it. And so I just see that repeat, like we're gonna have to rip the Band-Aid off and make a decision. We're being faced with it. That's it.
Piggyback off of that.
Sure.
I love what you said, totally agree. I found that both the council's presence in the public with our residents and focusing on the residents, like really getting out there, asking questions, which I feel like we do it a lot, but we did it a little bit more in 22, maybe because we're given the opportunities. But that when reaching out to our residents on a more personal level, showing up, getting their feedback, it's not always bad. It's not always no. It's not like, I find that a lot of our residents are very reasonable. Again, maybe more than I would imagine, that I imagine that, you know, they won't want, nobody will want testing. So this and that. And that reaching out is really successful, and we should do as much of it as possible, whether it's National Night Out, where with the council trying to be everywhere. But they love to see that, and I love to do that, and we just get really good feedback.
Anybody else? Key lessons from this past year? Okay.
It surmises everything that's been said already, but what I would put it umbrella wise is looking at creative ways and different ways, and stepping outside of our comfort level can really make a difference in how we engage with our residents, and our staff feel supported, and it will make some of those difficult decisions easier to bear. And so continuing to have that mindset of creating creative ways of doing things, and it might put a little bit more stress on us because we are putting more energy out and we're putting more on our plates, but I think that's what we're going to need to do, to continue that engagement over the next 2 years at least, especially coming out of the pandemic when everybody was so cloistered, but now making those personal one-on-one connections to help get us to the next level.
Megan, as the city manager, from your unique spot, were there any kind of unique lessons to be learned from 2022 to take forward?
I don't know that it's very unique, but I think similar to what Mark said, just a reminder that the fact that here in Covington, we work as a team and not separate governing entities with the council and staff, I think is so crucial. And I guess that is unique in and of itself here in Covington, because you just don't see that a lot. And it's such a blessing to work in this type of environment. And it's a reason, because of the stability and the leadership that council brings, it's a reason that this incredible staff wants to be here in Covington. And that's something to be really proud of.
Good, thank you. And anybody else at all? Lessons from this past year? Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, let's move on then. Our next issue or item to talk about is again kind of the continuation of setting the stage and looking at the context. And so Regan is going to walk us through the report on the summit items from 2022 and looking at the progress. And you all should have that in front of you if you produced a packet, but then also here it comes up in front of the screen. So, and Regan, we have this document. I don't know if you need me to do anything to like go forward at this point. I don't think so, right? But I'm gonna hand it over
No.
to you.
Yeah, I think we're good, and I believe council has this in the packet as well, and I won't go through each one individually, but just really happy to report that the tasks council gave us at the 2022 summit have been completed by staff or worked on to the extent possible through 2022. I'll go through kind of briefly on some of them, starting with the vision, mission, goals. That was a really exciting thing to do as we work together, and then really the implementation of them, and we've accomplished that, and that's been a wonderful action item. All the tasks surrounding potential B&O tax were fully executed. We educated the community on public safety through a survey, through social media. We did coffee and cookies there at Chick-fil-A. We held multiple open houses, which I believe, just for transparency reasons, was a really wonderful exercise. Throughout the year, we worked with the Public Safety Committee, as we've mentioned already. We met with numerous jurisdictions, held open houses, evaluated revenue options, and then drafted the final report that was submitted to council a few months ago. On the transportation side of some of these action items, we created a public outreach plan that included social media posts, facts regarding maintenance costs that we put together on flyers to hand out to people. We held 3 street meetings throughout the community, which were a lot of fun, and each of those we had a really good time at. On the mental health side of things, staff, what was asked of staff, we've been able to do. We hired a community care specialist, but it has proven very difficult to get any of the agencies we've worked with to commit resources to Covington. Valley Cities, who, as you know, we've been working with and agreed to put their mobile mental health van in Covington, but then because of staffing reasons, they had to pull back, as well as some other organizations. We gave them the $30,000 grant to help them get going and come here to Covington, but they still just haven't performed in that regard. They've expressed it's due to staffing shortages and the lack of people using their services in Covington. I'll go into more detail with that at a future time and share some more of what's going on there with council, but we have been working really hard as staff to bring these services here. And I think another great success last year was the creation, like someone said earlier, of our clean team. Beth, I think you might have mentioned that, and I'll share a little bit more about that today. But overall, it's been a wonderful year. These were the action items from the summit, and I'm happy to report that we've worked on them to the extent possible. And I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Do you have a question for Regan? Beth has one for you.
Yeah.
Did it make more sense? And again, if we're gonna talk about it later, if we look for an action plan for 2023 to reintroduce the healthcare van as a still a goal, like a continuing goal, just because of, I mean, everything's changing.
Yeah.
Every few months, the landscape's different, so.
The issues around mental health is the portions that are out of our control are what's really driving it at this point. We've had Valley Cities, they told us they're not gonna be able to get their van here. So we coordinated and reserved space here at City Hall for them to use, and sometimes they'll come, sometimes they don't show up, but they don't let us know. They'll show up for a little bit and they leave early because they said nobody's coming in. We don't want to keep our resources here if nobody's using them. So it's been difficult. So I think as far as your question, Beth, of what we can do as staff at setting out a plan, we've really done that. We've coordinated with multiple agencies, and we're getting the same answers, is that it may not be worth putting their resources here. I've got more detailed information that I can email out to council a little bit later though, about
thank you.
some of their reasonings.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we can move on. I just have to say one thing though. I don't want to interject too often, but sometimes I do. This is such a great tool. And I really commend you, Regan, because I hadn't seen this until you came along and became city manager here. And I have given this to cities like Shoreline and Kenmore and a couple other of my clients, because I just think it's a wonderful tool. It allows the council members to hold you accountable, but it also then makes sure that people don't overlook the success from one summit to the next. And nothing frustrates me more, not to be negative, than to work with clients who, when you say, oh, what's happened in this past year since last year's exciting retreat, and then you can't really cite that there was progress. And you've solved that problem. So I think this is a super document.
Thanks,
That was
Sam.
just an outside neutral comment. Okay, we're moving on. We're going to talk about public safety, the strategies for combating crime. The first thing we thought we would do, and I think some of you have heard this before, but we're going to talk about the implementing crime prevention through environmental design. So I'm going to turn this over to Selena and Adam. And then we're going to talk about the different options for funding the police department. I know you already knew this, but you see it on the agenda too, that there are three primary options we're going to talk about today. But first, Selena and Adam, we'll go to you.
Okay, we'll just give a quick recap for 2022. Just to kind of get a little bit more specific, I know I've told you guys that crime was down ever so slightly in the last year. But I want to kind of give you a flavor of what's moved and what hasn't moved. So we've had a drop in residential burglary, fraud, larceny, which is shoplifting, people stealing stuff out of cars, and vandalism. A lot of those drops were fairly significant. So of those four, each of them were down more than 10%. So in some ways, that's really good. I'd be concerned a little bit about larceny if people aren't reporting things, because we still get complaints from retailers, but they're not calling us. So I don't deal with that. But commercial burglaries, and I know many of you have seen the plywood up, has been substantially increased. I believe we're up almost doubled this last year after it going up pretty substantially the year before. We're not alone in that. It's a regional problem. We have a lot of people that are just driving into our area, committing a burglary and leaving, and they're doing it in a stolen car. So it's kind of really difficult to follow up on. We have employed a lot of the resources that are available to us, such as APHIS, which is the fingerprint team. They come out and do the fingerprinting for us because most police officers are not that good at it. And so you call the experts, they come out and they're super good at it. And they have a lot better stuff, like they can super glue print things. And I'm amazed at what they can do. We get dust and that's it. They get all these other techniques. There's been a few, I probably would say 4 or 5 of those cases of commercial burglary where we were able to solve it by calling them out and having them come fingerprint, and we were able to identify who the suspect was. So they have been, the officers that have responded have done a good job investigating them. So in that manner, we're doing well. It's just that there's been so many. We're also up in auto theft about 15%. Crimes against people, which would be classified as violent crime, although most of these are protection order violations, is up. And again, a lot of it due to domestic violence calls. We've had a pretty significant increase in domestic violence calls recently, at least this last year. And then we've made arrests at a higher rate in 2022. I can't remember the exact number, but I think we went from about 310 to about 370 arrests, somewhere in that ballpark. And there was a law change, which allowed that to be a lot more profitable and a lot less liability on the officer to make those arrests. And we've had a couple new people that have come in that are very energetic and want to to take everybody to jail, and you kind of have like, hey, sometimes you gotta dial it back a little bit. But they're doing a great job on that, and I think most people have commented that there's less people kind of just milling about in front of Safeway, Fred Meyer. It's not perfect, but it's helped because we know who they are, they can check them, and then if they have warrants, they take them, or if they're trespassing, which dovetails with right what I'm gonna talk about next. We instituted a kind of a trespass program within the city. We've gone to all of the retailers and the property owners and tried to get permission for us to trespass people if they're not using the property the way it's intended. So, people that sit and smoke fentanyl in front of the business, we can remove them for trespassing because arresting for drugs is almost impossible with the way the law is currently written. This has been, I think, reasonably effective in kind of driving some of these people out. You don't have the people milling in front of the business anymore. And I think in some ways it's dropped the shoplifting from now that the opportunity, like, well, I'm just sitting here and now I'm hungry, so I'm going to go in and steal. That doesn't happen as much. We're still having the shoplifting, but it's become a little bit more of they drive in, they do their shoplifting. But the trespass program has actually helped quite a bit. So we're going to continue doing that. The shoplift emphasis, we're going to continue on those two. It has been something the retailers have enjoyed doing with us. It has helped in their efforts, and we've recovered a lot of product. And we'll be doing another one here very soon with Fred Meyer, because Fred Meyer is super excited to do them with us right now, which we're doing. So that's worked out pretty well too. Lastly, the Covington prosecutor, Ivor, has been great. He has really done a good job of the repeat customers, the ones that go to jail like once a week. He's actually worked pretty well with the court system to make sure that, occasionally they stay in for a few months, which is a huge reprieve for my guys because they don't have to keep dealing with the same person. So I major kudos to Ivor for his work. The next part of what we're doing, the mental health and homelessness issues. We started partnering with the Salvation Army Street Team. I can't say enough about their work. They are actually getting people housed. I've been around for a while and seen a lot of different programs, and these people are the best that I've seen. They don't enable further homelessness, so they're not going to be one of the people that provide you tents and things of that nature, because we don't want you camping out in the city or anywhere. So their whole goal is we're going to get you into the shelter and then we're going to work through some of your other problems. They have been excellent, and we're very happy to be working with them. We've also, we've talked about earlier, on board with Darren. He has done a tremendous amount of work in trying to get that position up and running. And we've been utilizing him. We're very happy to have him. As it's been helpful to have him. We offer services with him, and if people refuse, then we can say, hey, you know what, you've had your chance. We're doing the right thing by trying to help you. You're refusing and you're still committing crimes, so we're going to take action as needed. And also the Community Resource Day, we're having those once a month. And I think Julie has started moving it around, which I think is going to help bring some more attention to it, and that we maybe get some more people to come to it. It hasn't had a ton of people, but I think we just need to get that ball rolling. I mentioned this earlier, officers are being more proactive. They've been just making more arrests in general, and that again has a lot to do with the law change that occurred in March. And then this last year, we made 12 arrests for guns compared to 1 in the prior year. And we've already got a couple this year. And so it's been busy, but they've been a good job at turning over rocks, which is usually helpful with officers, those kind of officers you know. Okay, we'll talk about CEFTED a lot more, but some of the things that we can do is employ CEFTED principles, which many of us went to the training, and we can be effective at combating the crimes of opportunity. So if we remove kind of the incentive for it, or the feeling of darkness. I know light and darkness. I know it's kind of you know, I don't want to get too religious or anything like that, but you have kind of evil and good, and the good's in the light, the evil's in the darkness, and kind of think in those terms. If you can kind of make things bright, so people are like, I don't want to do bad things here because it's like I'm under the spotlight. We want people to feel that way because nice people like it. They're like, oh, this feels nice in here. The septet strategies such as like Jennifer, she has been awesome. I kind of wish we had somebody 24/7 because you could tell on like the weekend, it's like, oh, Jennifer hasn't been here and these idiots are dropping trash everywhere. That type of stuff, her doing that has a major impact. Her being very responsive to vandalism has a major impact because as you drive up and down Kangley into Kent, you'll notice a lot of that tagging stays up for months, and tagging begets more tagging. Like I'll be good about that, but you get more of it. I had a very bad. I'll just leave it alone. Okay, so the city will be continuing to roll out strategies for this for the rest of the community to engage to limit crime. So part of the septet principles that is big with the city is if we apply those principles to our property here at the city, we can hope that we can kind of push that out to the community. And we'll talk later a little bit more about that. We've done a little bit of this. I think we could probably do a little bit more is encourage community involvement. We obviously can't fight crime all by ourselves as the police or as the city. So we need people to be engaged in, you know, we've had some incidences where people just leave their stuff unlocked. It's like, well, don't leave your home unlocked if you're not in it. That doesn't make any sense. So there's some little things people can do to prevent themselves from being the victim of crime, and we should be encouraging that. And again, some of these items require little or no money and maybe a little bit of time, such as trimming of bushes and such that Justin did out here. The other thing we can do is we can look at the number of officers we have. We are going to have major staffing issues once Lake Point is built, because that's going to add 10,000 residents. And we will talk later about sustainable funding sources. This information I got from defundthepolice.org, which shows our department compared to Bonnie Lake, which is almost the same population. You'll notice our officers per 1,000 is at 0.88, and Bonnie Lakes is at 1.39. And if you compare us to the King County contracts, we're kind of on the lower end, and that reflects in our calls per officer. So we are the second highest contract in the sheriff's office in calls per officer. Burien is the top by a long shot. Then there's us, and then fairly close behind is Shoreline and SeaTac. We don't have the same call volume as Shoreline and SeaTac, or Burien for that matter. Burien has a lot of calls, but our officers are tied up a lot more than most of the other contracts. So that's something to consider with that as well. All right, we'll go to crime prevention through environmental design, as I promised. Yes, question.
Quick question.
Yes.
When you say our call volumes, we have that high call volume, which surprises me that we're number 2 in the contract cities, just knowing the other cities that are contracted. Are some of those calls, should they have gone to non-emergency line, or is that one of those ones you don't have a breakdown
So
for?
there's some of that, and I don't have a breakdown on that specifically. We tend to get more calls that don't get routed. So there's an online reporting system. Those don't get routed. We have people that just, oh, no, I want an option now, and we will not refuse that.
Okay.
We could, I just don't. I'd rather provide the service than not. And I'll just make sure, so it's calls per officer. So
Okay.
we have let's see if I'm looking there, I wrote it down. We have the 4th highest with the sheriff's office in number of calls. And so the sheriff's office breaks things down by districts. So the difference between us and like a Burien or SeaTac, Burien and SeaTac are broken into like 4 districts, I think, for SeaTac, and I think there's 6 for Burien. Our city is just 1, so we're kind of one big district. We're the 2nd busiest district in the sheriff's office, and that is behind one of the districts in Burien, which is just, I worked it. It was kind of just calls. But when you break it down per officer, we are 2nd highest because we just don't have any officers to respond to calls.
Okay.
Does that answer?
That does. I was just wanting to make sure that.
Any other questions?
Yes. When Lake Point, you touched on Lake Point, how does King County allocate officers? Is it per capita, per or is it per call? Is it per officer? Well, per call. Do we, can't, is there hope that on Lake Point, there's gonna, like you said, there's gonna be a lot more need for officers? Will King County revisit and look our, not just contract over, but our need for officers? Will there be a higher chance that we can get an additional officer? Do you know? Do you
Yeah,
think?
so King County's hiring has, they have increased pretty dramatically.
Mhm.
I feel like the hiring or our staffing issues are gonna be a lot better at the end of next year, with King County. There's still a lot of people in the pipeline, and with the washout rate that we're doing everything we can to retain people, but we don't want super bad people, because then you have bad incidents. We just saw the other day, in Memphis, but you don't want to lower that standard too far, because then you end up with big problems. But King County has actually gotten, a pretty good chunk of people going through the process. To answer your question on allocation of bodies, that's up to the council. The council decides how many officers are to be contracted to Covington. So if the council says we want 40 officers, King County will do what it can to try to provide 40 officers. If the council says we want 15, then they will try to provide 15.
I mean, I asked because we can't get another one, even though we want one, but I see where you're going with that.
I think that's gonna change
herd,
end
yeah.
of next year, beginning of 2020, or end of this year, beginning of 2020. I think that's gonna start getting better, because there's been an improvement, and there's just a lot of people that aren't deployable yet because they're in training.
Okay.
So that should start to roll.
Understood, thank you.
Well, Sean had his hand up
Yeah,
first.
go ahead,
and then
Sean.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So far what we're hearing, I'm really curious about Bonnie Lake having 30 officers. Is part of that they're in Pierce County? So it's not totally apples to apples in King County. And I think from what I've heard, many officers are going to other counties because they find the atmosphere and culture better. So I'm just wondering about that. And then two, how are they paying for 30 officers? You know, what are they doing? I mean, what have they, what they have the same population base that we have, and it's pretty darn expensive for 19. So
They have a lot of retail. So I think they have more retail than we do.
Okay.
The difference, I think, part of it is we have a benefit with the sheriff's office, and I'm gonna tell you this right now, if the sheriff's office is doing, I realize I'm an employee, but if they're doing stuff I don't agree with, or is a problem for Covington, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a sheriff's office puppet, which if you like, but that's fine. So we have the ability with the sheriff's office to kind of paper over some of the fact that we don't have 30 officers. And the prime example would be when we have a incident like we did with that robbery. We were able to pull in, we probably had 40 cops at some point in the city looking for those people, and also investigating that incident. So it's not like, we can kind of run a little bit lower because of the fact that we have the sheriff's office there to do a lot of that work. And you'll notice a lot of our contracts in the sheriff's office are not that much higher than us. Actually, Maple Valley is lower than us because they just have a higher population. But when you look at Burion's one, so their per officer thing, we're fairly close with the rest of the contracts. We're just a little bit kind of on the bottom end. So yeah, Bonnie Lake, like I said, they don't have that redundancy with the sheriff's office because they're a standalone agency.
okay,
So they,
that
I
makes
think,
sense.
in some ways would have to be able to cover everything that they do. And I know, like for the Valley agencies, they partner with SWAT teams, they partner with some of the investigative stuff they do. So now with independent investigative teams for uses of force or deadly shooting, something like that, you have to have an independent investigation team. So they have partnered together, created VIT, I think it's called VIIT, the Valley Independent Investigative Team. So if Federal Way has an incident, then all the other Valley agencies will provide detectives to investigate that incident. So that's kind of how they can help with it, but we have that benefit with, we just have the entire sheriff's office of, 650, 700 commissioned people to come help us if we need it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
So mine was a little bit related, but that did clarify. So when we have these larger incidences like a robbery or domestic violence, we see that support from them. If our officers are out and there is a call that hasn't really been ascertained yet, is there an opportunity to call the county and say, both of our officers are currently engaged. We have a call, we can't get to it right away. We don't know what the situation is. Can somebody come out and help? Like, so we have that support and before we really know it's critical, right?
Yeah, so if our officers are tied up, let's say one's transporting, one's, but it's something else, and there's a priority call, unincorporated or Maple Valley, will come assist us with that. And we provide the same thing to them. So, like we had a person with a gun call at Kent Lake yesterday, and we, as Covington officers, all went out to that, 'cause it's like, if they're at a school, we need to put everything we have at that problem and, start herding people off as it calms down. So once we got it calmed down, we sent our patrol people back, and I stayed to help with some of the supervisory stuff, and then I left before it was done, because we're going to be in there. But that is a major benefit for us, is that we have that ability to call. We can't call Kent to come do that for us, and they shouldn't come do this, is that they have their own things, and we would not be able to reciprocate that assistance, because we only have 2, where they have, I think, 8 or 9 on it at a time.
Well,
So-
I think of a situation like that where there's a gun and there's kids, like that's pretty high,
Yep.
high level. But if a resident calls and says, my home was burglarized, there's nobody here, right? That's probably going to be considered a little bit lower just because there isn't an active in the moment thing, but it is important to them that they aren't waiting for an hour or 2 for somebody to come. And that's not, again, that's just because of the lack of potential officers. Is that something that we can call for help with? Or does it?
We would not want to be asking for that, because we
Okay.
would have to be reciprocating, and we
Okay.
would be asking more than we would be
Willing,
giving, and that's kind of the
capable of
problem.
doing.
So for an instance like that, and I hate to say it, but they will wait until we get the next available officer. There is, in some ways, we have a pretty high standard for people that we take into our city. And we like to, we kind of have a little bit higher standard than what the department has for investigations and things of that nature. And so I'd rather have one of our officers investigate it than somebody from one of the other agencies, or unincorporated would be the most likely. But it's like, I would rather have our officers do it, because they're more accountable to us. So if they fail to do something, they point it out a lot more readily, and it gets fixed. So, in that way, we would be like, hey, if it's emergent though, if somebody like, hey, I hear a noise, unincorporated would come and listen to that. But if it's, everything's static, nothing's changing, then they would have to wait to get there. And we're reasonably quick about getting this stuff.
Oh, yeah, and I wasn't trying to imply, but just
No, I
one of those things. We understand what your experience are. Second question, you mentioned the other day at the council meeting that there was a cleanup of a group of folks, homeless folks over by the interchange, and that Darren was with you all and services were offered, and a lot of folks didn't take them up on that. Did we partner with the Salvation Army street team in that regard, and they were there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So we offered both housing and drug treatment services.
Okay.
I believe mental health services, and all of them declined all.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, just stop me, or I think Selena, if we're going through it. I think we've talked about this a fair amount. I'm not gonna dig too deep into it. Is Septed,
Out loud, so.
so this is, we talked about this a little bit, it's both designing something to prevent crime and sometimes making modifications to prevent crime. And in this, we're evaluating the physical environment, so landscaping, lighting, or using surveillance, or designing things so people are looking out into an area you're concerned about. These things can help with preventing crime. And I think Tampa Bay was one of the starters on this. They did it, and they designed out a ton of areas, and they worked in little like districts. So they started with a small part of their city, did the build out on it, and then they're like, whoa, this actually dropped our crime, so we want to do more of it. So they kind of further did another district and do that. And so they kind of worked through that and they've had a pretty substantial drop in a lot of their crime by just simply designing it better and in some ways different. So these are kind of just a couple examples down there for you to see. And we did a training in the city there in February at St. John the Baptist Church. They were kind enough. It's the only facility big enough to hold all of us and be COVID compliant. So it was really awesome they did that. But we used the National Institute of Crime Prevention, which is the guy that was doing it from Tampa Bay, Art Hushin, is his name. This was a great training. I know many of us went through it, especially almost all the officers did. And part of the benefits to this is doing with some of the city staff is we have incorporated a lot of that into the city code, the planning code, and Selena can give you a lot more on that than I can because I don't know as much about it. But we also started working on developing some SEPTED principles that we can push out to local businesses so that they can use them. And we will talk more about that in a minute. So
Okay.
Selena's.
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple things, that Florida's really kind of been a leader on this, and there's other cities and states that have gone along, but it's been really interesting looking, Florida's database is pretty open for everyone, but they've created it as a state law. They've gone as far there. And so I think other jurisdictions and cities are catching on. It's been around for a long time. I think we've kind of stopped and started in some areas of this. But I think now it's becoming more of a conversation to be had. So what does that mean for Covington? So we went to this training. The planning department was trained in that. I think there were some council members that were there. And then we also shared with our adjacent cities and then our police folks. So something that came out of this was a conversation with the planners and Adam's team about, okay, well, we went to this training, what do we do, right? Like, what do we do with all this information? And I think we all agreed that we weren't really ready to be like, let's create an ordinance and make this a SEPTED city. And the reason we were a little hesitant on that is that these are really important tools and kits that we need to have in place to bring people along. So we kind of flipped the thinking around and thought, well, why don't we create a campaign and start the conversation, figure out what areas of the city that we can really deploy this quickly, areas that might take a little bit more time, bring the council along, and then really kind of work our way into more of an ordinance level, kind of a different way, kind of grassroots it. So what we're doing, and we actually started this in December, was start a campaign. So we're starting a SEPTED campaign, and we have a work plan for this. The team is myself, Tony Basiri in the planning department, who's our new assistant planner, who's kind of PMing this. We've got Adam, and then we've got the DD's officer, part of our kind of little mini team. Carla's always tethered to us. And then we're just kind of bringing folks in as we start to grow the campaign. So what are we doing with that? So out here you have kind of our purpose, our outcomes, and our goals. So really our goal, our purpose is just to get the information out of there, creating toolkits online that the officers can drive towards to give to the folks out in the business community. And then also starting to have those communications with our chamber and our CEDIS and folks that we can start to get that information out. And then the outcomes of this, so that the idea is that people become more mindful about these tools that they can just easily implement into their businesses, ideally helping to reduce kind of some of that crime, those kind of easy target crimes, and also just to grow our platform for SEPTED principles, right? So if we're talking about it, is there a space for people to go to learn about that? And then the third bullet I think is really important. As part of this campaign, we've also identified a need just to get a list of our businesses within Covington. So many of you know that our business licensing law doesn't allow us to use any of that information for solicitation. So we have to, again, grassroots that information. And so we've identified this with Carla and her team about, oh, this is a really good another place where people can start to opt in and we start to build this database. So that's exciting. So that's kind of getting at some bigger issues that we have too. Our future goals obviously is to create a long-term SEPTED program. I keep telling the team, I would love to be able to sit at a planning conference in the near future and say, we did this is how it works, and this is how you can do it too. those are all long-term goals, but they might come faster than we think. This is a little bit of the timeline of the work. So again, we started this in 2022. We really thought about what do we want to do with that information. We kicked off the campaign in December with our webpage. We did a article. We'll be releasing articles every month and letting folks opt in. And then we're going to really kind of run this for the next 18 months or so into 2024. And just kind of continue to grow that, reach out to the chamber, maybe start a cadence with them on when we come and talk to businesses. Also responding to how folks come back into the program, if there's specific questions, what we can do to support them. So, So this is just a slide that talks about our SEPTED page now. It's in our Let's Talk series. There's a lot of great information there. And like I said, it's constantly evolving every month. I do have I have a flyer for folks that are interested. We created these flyers for the police officers to be able to hand out to businesses. And then I've got copies here. Also interested in taking those away. So the idea is really starting to centralize this information within our city. Do you guys have any questions about the program or about the
What is feedback from the business? Sorry, Regan, I'll talk into the mic. Given the high number of commercial crimes that we see, are we getting any immediate feedback on this outreach?
Well, I will leave that as a cliffhanger for the end of our presentation.
Oh, got it. Perfect.
Yes, folks are slowly starting to trickle in and we're starting to gain momentum. Our next steps later this quarter and into the spring is really engage the chamber more and start to have those kind of conversations. We did a presentation with CEDIS and we got some feedback from them as well. So we're just kind of trickling this out right now.
Okay.
And I think, Carla, one of the longer game metrics is also how many clicks are we getting on that page and things of that. Measure our success in that.
I just like to add the word is getting out about this though, and there are some property owners and managers and businesses that have started to tackle some of the low-hanging fruit of SEPTED, and so that's been really good to see, and they've seen good results from it as well.
And I would probably also add that we have SEPTED in our downtown code as something that developers have to do with new projects. So we've hired an architect that has SEPTED background. So they do that review for us, and then staff obviously trained in this, assist in that review like all of our projects. But what we're also trying to fix or understand is that gap between what's existing in our communities already that we can retro, and then how that coincides with our development.
Selena, Debbie has a question.
Yes, thank you. So you mentioned the chamber. Are you on the schedule to be a speaker at one of the upcoming meetings? Because I think the chamber would be a perfect way to get this.
We are not on their schedule yet, but that's on our action.
Can I actually spoke to Dana
Oh, you already volunteered
just a
it?
couple days ago. It's on the schedule. So it will be this year. They'll speak to the chamber. Yeah.
And I anticipate probably be a couple of times. The Rotary, I think, has reached out to us as well, in the future to do planning topics, so we'll be rolling these out at a now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, Christina has a question.
Selena, can I ask a really quick one? How long has SEPTED been incorporated into our downtown code?
Since it
Since it was adopted, I think that was adopted in 2021, for about a year. So, we're not going to see the piece of those.
No,
later as
absolutely.
Projects come in, but yeah.
So even before the training.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
And Beth?
Although I think it was involved in the Lake Point development, so that development has been.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I handed out the flyer for you all to see. We have more if you would like them. We want to encourage our business owners to opt into the mailing list. As we explained, we can't use any of our resources or databases to solicit, so we need to have them opt in. So if you're somewhere, feel free to present that flyer. We also want to hear of any success stories. We will talk about a couple of those in a second. because we do want to highlight those so that we kind of can build more momentum for the program. So if, you know, a business does something and like, man, we had none of these problems, and, you know, then we want to hear about it so we can post it. And obviously we want to connect with other cities and incorporate their ideas and have them use some of ours as part of this work, so. Okay, so some successes. We talked about, I know this was one of the things we talked about with some of the successes of 2022 is our clean team maintenance technician staff member, Jennifer. She has done an awesome job in getting graffiti cleaned up and getting the trash cleaned up. I can't tell you what kind of impact that has on citizens because they feel safer and the criminals do not feel as enabled to do those type of things, do crime because like, well, it's clean. I don't want to do that here. And you'll notice that a lot of crime is committed in alleys and kind of the darker areas because it's not been cleaned up. So he's been just fantastic. She's also done some outreach with getting some of our streets cleaned up. I think some of you may have participated in that, which is also helpful. We also have our community care specialist staff member, Darren, which we've talked about. He's done a great job in getting some of the mental health issues getting addressed. We've been hiring architectural consultants with a SEPTED background so that when the design is made, they can incorporate that into the design so that you don't have to go back afterwards. It's a lot more expensive to redesign or change stuff after it's been put in place. This property here, Covington Place, has a lot of hallmarks of SEPTED. So the murals they have out in front on like Kangley that you can see on that stairwell there by the Starbucks, those have not been tagged one time since they've been up there. Prior to the painting, they had been tagged because it's basically an empty canvas. Like, oh, look, I have this giant box where I can put my art in there. And instead, we put art we want to see in there, and then nobody chooses to do it. There's a really good example in Skyway. There's a huge mural on a concrete monstrosity that they have up there, but it's a beautiful mural. And that place gets tagged, used to get tagged all the time. Once a day, it seemed like somebody was tagging it. They put that mural up there and it was like the tagging just went away. It's a beautiful mural. Nobody really wanted to desecrate it, which that's kind of one of the beauties of this process is it gets rid of that problem. So these murals have been very effective. The little statues that were put up, those are just as effective because it's like, oh, well, I don't want to feel like I'm being watched. As dumb as it is, having those statues there that make you feel like you're being watched is driving away some of the problems. So we don't, you know, some of the businesses in that area have had a reduction in shopping. I know AT&T is getting that really bad. Those statues went up. I haven't actually gotten a call from them in months. So I don't know if that's because of it, but it certainly seems to have helped. You can see the bollards there at Famous Footwear. I feel really bad for them. They have been burglarized at least 10 times in the last year. And at least 4 of them where they drove a car through the front door. So they installed the little concrete bollards there in yellow that you can see. And they have not had a car go through there, thank goodness, since they put those up. And they've had a burglary or 2, but the loss has been minimized substantially. So each time that door was getting driven through was costing them $17,000 to put that infrastructure back there. A lot of times they didn't have the glass back up and they would get ran through again. So they're going to put riot-proof glass in there, which you can't shatter very easily. Like you can hit it with a bat and it just bounces off. So once they have that done, I think that'll also prevent some of their things. They have a lock with a chain on there, which you can clip those pretty easily. So that has been a great success so far with preventing the cars because that was just getting addicted. Yes.
Where bollards are?
Each bollard that you see there is $750. So, yep. So,
That's pretty good.
yeah.
And just another thing too, though, because I saw a video like in the last week on the news about somebody that was trying to break into a jewelry store in somewhere with a car and they were trying to bat it. And I think they were talking about the protective film. I don't know if that's the same as riot-proof glass. And I don't know if all of our businesses do that, and or if there's a way to either encourage or help supplement. And maybe even have a sticker or some window thing saying, right, with glass, just so that it might give the impression that, hey, as a community, we really aren't gonna, we don't wanna tolerate that kind of behavior because of our businesses. I don't know if that fits into that or not.
We might be able to put that in as part of our campaign. maybe.
Yeah.
You know, if we come up with some ideas with that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, is to let people know that you are, I mean, just the stickers that this place has a camera, I'm sure has, may not even have a camera. Putting it up lets people go, I'm gonna go someplace else.
And we talk a lot too, just about vegetation management in the city. That's the easiest step head principle, is just, you know, making sure that you've got visibility. And one of the main principles of step TED too, and it was on that first slide, is kind of what's called eyes on the street, right? So making sure that, you know, sometimes we want to barricade ourselves in, or we put, you know, high fences up and tons of vegetation. Well, that really prevents the people from inside seeing out. And that's really where the eyes on the street come from, is that, you know, you're sitting at your desk at work, you've got a clear line of vision, you can report things, people feel a little bit more looked upon, which then deters that crime. Like, there is something, you know, with the statues and that human element of being seen. You know, they talked a lot about murals with people on them, and then how that is such it kind of jars us in our perception.
One of the successes you can add to this, going off what you just said with the trimming of the vegetation, Valley Medical found, what, 4 or 5 people camping along the building that they didn't even know were there. Just by cleaning vegetation.
That did have a big impact, and I forgot about that, so that's on me.
No.
That was a great one.
Pardon?
Is that the unit behind the bus stop
No, Valley Medical back by the hospital.
Yeah, but okay.
I think they limbed all their trees up about like 7 or 8 feet, and so you can see everything. Yeah, and it has had a pretty good impact. Lastly, I'll talk about utility box wraps. I know that's been talked about during some of the council meetings. Those are also another great way of preventing the tagging. And even, we had one tag recently. It does come off a lot easier with those wraps on there than it does with you don't. So there's another benefit, because you can actually clean it up quickly. Again, Jennifer, you know, got right on that. So, and I know the tenant here, Justin, emailed me about that. Actually, you might know who did that. So, investigating that when my vandalism expert comes back. Jeremy Davies on vacation. He's done a lot of work on vandalism. It was mind blowing what he's done on it, but he's done a lot of work, and I think he knows who did it. Okay, well, I'll let you handle that. All right, any other questions? We're done on my end.
Oh, Regan, I was just wondering, did you want to say anything before I just dive in, or just?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you when you first said that. No, please go ahead, Case.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, I can scoot over here just a little bit. All right, funding. So this is a great graph that shows kind of how our police services have escalated over the past few years. It gives some good information on our personnel, number of officers, and our contract costs. And you can really see why, again, we're having this conversation is the increase from the 2023 or 2022 contract to the 2023 contract has been a little over about $1 million increase for us. So that does show our additional officer that we added. We went from 17 to 18 on the dedicated. I love that. Yeah. So we're just going to go over 3 different revenue options. We've discussed these before. Most of you, this is familiar, but some of you are new, so we'll go over these. The first one is the multi-year levy lid lift. This allows cities to exceed the 1% annual levy lid lift for property taxes. So that's our annual property tax increase that we're allowed to do each year. This would allow us to go above and beyond that 1%. And we can do that with this particular multi-year one for up to 6 years. We can't go above our statutory maximum rate, which is $1.60 for the city of Covington, but just for an example, we're at like a little under 90 cents right now, so we're nowhere near our statutory maximum rate. The revenues are restricted to the purpose that's stated in the ballot measure. And a little bit of a tricky one with these levy lid lifts is only in King County are you not allowed to supplant funds. So what this means is we can't use these funds to pay for anything existing. We look at our contract right now as a snapshot in time, and moving forward, we can only do new stuff. So this type of revenue option would only cover anything new moving forward, new police officers, equipment, that type of thing. It does require a voter approval. We can take it to the primary or the general election, and it can be approved by a simple majority. And this is, since it runs with our property tax, we have to have it certified by November 30th, like we do our normal property tax. Any questions on the levy list?
So then when you say it has to be something new, it could be a new office.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, let's apply for it.
Yep. So this is a great graph that just kind of explains how the lift itself works. So you are allowed to bump, the green is where you bump it the first year. And then from there on out, you can set a limit rate. So let's say we tie it to the CPI and we can do like a maximum or cap, or there's so many different ways you can structure it. But we could do it based on, we want to add an officer each year. So we bump it enough to add that, or every other year. There's plenty of different ways to structure it. But then you can see at the very end, then we go back to our 1%. So if this was a temporary levy lid lift, it would drop back down at the end of the 6 years to what we were at, and then only grow at the 1% from there. So that's kind of helpful. Yeah. So the next one is the public safety sales tax. And this is a sales tax that we could do up to 0.1%. The revenues on this one are partially restricted. 1/3 must be used for criminal justice and or fire protection. The remainder can be used for any other city purpose, so any other lawful governmental purpose. This one we would have to share with the county. So we would receive 85% of it, and the county would receive 15% of it. There are some exemptions, motor vehicle sales. We do have one little lot still, so those are exempt. It does require voter approval again at the primary or the general election, simple majority. And we feel that we would bring in about $637,500 annually. That's our portion that we receive. That's at 85%. And just an increase of the 0.1% would equate to about 10 cents on a $100 purchase. Any questions on public safety sales tax? Okay, business and occupational tax. This is one that we've kind of talked about on and off here. These revenues are unrestricted and can be used for any lawful governmental purpose. The taxes are levied at a percentage rate on the gross receipts of a business. Businesses are put in different classes such as manufacturing, wholesale, retailing, and services. Within each class, the rate must be the same, but we can differ them among classes. So what that means is just manufacturing could be one rate, wholesaling could be another. All ordinances that impose this tax for the first time, we have to include a referendum procedure. And we may not levy a rate higher than the 0.2% unless it's approved by a majority of the voters. We estimate that we would bring in about $1.5 million annually, and we used our sales tax numbers for retail for that. So there would still be some numbers that aren't included in there for things like services and things of that nature, but that's probably a little bit conservative, but I'd rather be that than too high. Any questions on the B&O?
So I thought when we talked about this before, that if we did this, it was restricted for use of police, but let's say if it was one additional officer, that officer had to be dedicated to the business community. Is that?
Legally, it's not restricted, but the council can choose to restrict it for a certain purpose if they'd like to.
All right.
And does the 1.5 take into consideration the potential that we would exclude businesses earning less than a certain amount?
So, were you reaching for something? Go ahead.
Just briefly on the restrictions. So I've seen this done in quite a few different cities and we would be very careful with how we drafted the ballot measure, or not the ballot yet, how we would draft everything up and how we would include the restrictions, because we want to make sure that it includes everything that council wants to be funded with this kind of, with these additional funds if council chooses to adopt the BNO. And the reason for that is because if it doesn't fit within what the restrictions are that council has put forth, then it can be challenged, and we want to make sure that we're covering all of our bases and not just saying that this is to pay for one additional officer, but make sure that it's a little more broad than that.
Policy.
Thank you.
I did not.
Yeah, Jennifer had that real quick. About exclusion of businesses under certain levels.
So there's
of
lots of different ways we can structure it. We could put exemptions in there. I believe there's a model ordinance we have to adopt. That I believe the threshold is $20,000. That's in there. We can deviate from that if we choose to. But there's so many different things we could do. We could exclude nonprofits. We could exclude nonprofits except hospitals. We could, there's all different ways we could bring that.
And I don't recall, Jennifer, if your question got answered about the 1.5, but we haven't included any potential exemptions in that dollar amount.
Oh, sorry. No, we
Thank
have
you. I
not.
appreciate it.
John has it.
So I noticed in the second to last bullet there, it says we have to do a referendum on this. So the others, it looks like it has to go up to vote of the citizens, and that basically determines whether it'll happen. Referendum, if I understand, is basically they're giving us their feeling on this. Is that correct, or is it? I was under the impression we could do this on our own, but yeah.
I'm happy to answer that. So the way this works is it is a councilmanic action. So council adopts the B&O tax, but it includes a provision that allows a group of citizens, if they disagree with council's action, to
Request.
go through and sign, get petitions and canvas, and have, it takes a certain threshold of the population to get that on the ballot. And so there's an opportunity, if there's enough people who dislike it and sign on, then it can be put on the ballot to have be voted for or against. And so if the referendum would be successful, it would invalidate the B&O tax.
Mhm.
If it is not successful, the B&O tax would remain in place.
Yeah.
So just some of the next steps. These are just some of the deadlines that are involved with both the property tax measures and the sales and use tax measures. Again, for the property tax measure, it can be done for the August and November. They wouldn't take effect until January of the next year. So if we did it this year, the levy lid lift, it wouldn't take effect until our January 1st, well, April 1st, whenever we collect property taxes, but next year. And then sales tax, we're only allowed to increase our sales tax 3 times a year. So it would be July 1st, January 1st, or April 1st of next year, or July 1st of this year, if we were to do something. January 1st or April 1st of next year, if we were to do the August and November. And then also remember, there's a 2-month lag on sales tax. So anything we collect, we won't see for 2 months after. And then anything that we would have to do about proposition 4, we would expect about a $40,000 cost during a general election and about a $33,000 cost during the primary.
Casey, this is just voting sales tax. If we enacted B&O tax, it doesn't, if we voted to do that in February,
It would
take effect what?
as soon as we have the ordinance adopted, and I'm not sure if there's a leeway that we have to notify the businesses, probably at least 60 days from there.
I can confirm this later, but I believe it's a 60-day implementation period, but that's something we would have covered and be very clear with in any ordinance that council.
That's what the city of Kent did in, for their B&O tax. I think it's 60 days. And then when you do when they put in their provision for 200 businesses under, it was $250,000. We're only looking at like $10,000 for the city of Kent that they did not collect the B&O tax. So it's a very small percentage, but it's big. It's a very big to
So
look at.
small ones, yeah.
So question for Mark, then when would the referendum?
So the referendum, it's detailed in state law, and the referendum procedures basically sets an amount of time that someone can choose to petition. I believe, I'd have to go back and check. It's been a little while since the last referendum I dealt with was maybe 5 years ago, but I believe in the ordinance, it would say something like 30 days. They have the ability to say they're going to go for a referendum, and then there's a period to collect signatures to see whether it's on the ballot. And once they do collect those signatures, then there's a process of having pro-con committees for, you can make an argument for and against it. And so there's specific timelines, but it's not a standing ability to challenge through a referendum. I think it's 30 days, but we would confirm that as well, and it would be spelled out in the ordinance exactly how long citizens had to attempt to bring a referendum to challenge a council decision.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I was looking at, so it has to be a citizen of Covington that brings it, or can a business bring it? And then only citizens can sign the
Right, so
petition?
it's generally, if a business was going to challenge it, they would have it done through a person, and
Okay.
they do need to be a taxpayer.
Okay.
And this is something that I've dealt with in other jurisdictions where they end up getting signatures from people who are if they're just canvassing outside of Costco, they might be getting people from Maple
Right.
Valley or
Okay.
Federal Way, or they might be getting Kent coming in. So they do need to be citizens of citizens of Covington. And so people from Seattle can't come down and sign this if they disagree with it.
They have to be a registered voter.
Yes.
We have
And
that
Beth-
one here.
Is there a provision for more than 30 days? If we chose to be less restrictive. give the public time.
I would have to look into that, but it's generally, if council decides it wants to take action on something like this, we follow the statutory guidelines, and that's what I would recommend doing in this case as well.
Any other questions?
So, sorry, on that, we're just gonna keep, on the referendum, it would be, the cost of putting that on the ballot would be on the people bringing the referendum.
That's a good question. I don't remember off the top of my head how. I believe it would end up being a cost on the city, because
Okay.
we ultimately, once a petition is placed, it's up to the city to pay for those items we placed on the ballot. So that could have a potential
Okay.
cost.
You want to go to the public outreach side?
This is the only one, so I'll just keep it.
Yeah, no problem. So you all were very involved in all the outreach that we did in the past year, so you're probably familiar with this, but on for what we did in 2022, we did create a new webpage for both public outreach on public safety and transportation. We kind of created a campaign. We knew this would be more a longer term temporary thing, more than 1 year. So we created the Let's Talk campaign so that we could use it for things multiple times, not just, this one public safety or transportation outreach. And so we're able to carry that through, like with the septet and that type of stuff, so that it just remains familiar in people's minds by having that same campaign. We created that website. We developed a couple of surveys. We did the BNO survey. We did a public survey as well. We did printed materials and signs at all of our events that the city was represented at. We had those materials and signs available with QR codes, so people could take the survey right on the spot or take a picture of it and do it later. We did the in-person events, but you also held several open houses with the chamber, for businesses, for the public. And we also did a lot of increased social media over the past year, highlighting our public safety challenges and successes so that people could see kind of both sides. We're transparent that we're not trying to hide the issue that we have, crime. So we were able to do that a lot, and the officers really help out when when they do their things, and then they're able to provide graphics and, you know, Adam does write-ups, so then that way we can put that on social media. And I will say that in, as the year wrapped up and kind of analyzing our social media for the last year, we actually had a really, huge decrease in the amount of negative comments and negative sentiment on our social media in 2022 as compared to 2021. Which kind of surprises me considering the amount of the increased amount we talked about crime and public safety issues. I would have thought it would have raised a little bit, but it didn't. So that's always good. And then we had started our email newsletter. So we included, you know, different things in our email newsletter, promote the events that we did, the surveys, the QR codes. So, so in 2023, obviously, I just recommend that we continue doing those things. But I think there's a lot of talk about how the council wants to participate again, going forward in 2023, what we want to do. I worked with Adam and we're actually going to set up quarterly coffee with the cop or cookies with the cop. We did 2 last year, but we plan to do 4 this year in different locations. But deciding what council members would like to do is a big part of that too. Do you have any questions about that?
I'm all for the mayor's meetups as long as council wants to join them. Yeah.
It was on, darn it.
Just leave it on.
I was just saying, Regan, that I have enjoyed all of the opportunities for outreach and participation by council members this year. I know Jeff mentioned the State of the Union, which was very stressful for me as a person. However,
You did great.
it was really good. It pushed us out of our comfort zones. Some of us, I know some of us are awesome on camera, me not so much, but and all of the different events. I really think all your ideas that you come to us with is very much appreciated.
Thank you. Sorry to make you sit forward to speak into the mic.
All good.
Yeah. That's it.
So I have a process question. The next question here is, what are the council's preferences implying among these 3 options? And I wondered if you needed to do something just a little bit more neutral for a moment. Should we go through the exercise of identifying pluses and minuses of each one?
Sure.
And then being able to jump in and say, well, now that you've heard that, what are some of your preferences? So I'm thinking from what you've heard today, what you've read, what you've talked about in the past, what do you think are the pluses and the minuses of the levy lid levy?
So a minus is the city has never passed a tax, and when it goes to the voters. So we are what, 0 for 5, 0 for 6 or something like that on ballot measures. So it's a great batting average.
What were they for?
Transportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did an MPD one.
2006 or 7. Yeah.
So never for public safety.
We've never put one out for public safety, but all people read is you're raising my taxes. It's an automatic no.
You know, one thing I probably should have mentioned is what the levy lid lift would look like. So that's a big piece of this. So if you wanted to add an additional 5 officers over the next 10 years, you're looking at a 50% lift. And that means a 50% increase in property taxes to pay for that many officers. 50%.
So,
I probably should have led with that.
so hypothetically, let's say you have $1,000 you're paying, so you're basically saying another 500 you'd have to pay for these officers. Yeah.
And that would be over
Yeah.
10 years.
That would be each year, and then it would also, we can structure it, it depends on when you want to hire those officers, so there's also different ways to structure it. So if you want to hire one every other year for the next 10 years, that type of thing, maybe it wouldn't be the 50% right off the bat, maybe it would be a 10, and then a 20, and then a 30, and then a 40, and then a 50, over those 6 years that we can lift. But at the very end, when you get up to it, you're probably gonna need that 50% in order to pay
But
So
the $2.5 million it'll cost.
50% on our portion or 50% on, because the property taxes
Ours.
currently include a
Right,
lot.
so
Okay.
it's not the whole amount.
So, but
It's
it's
the
okay,
county,
just
but
the
the city
city
portion.
but then it drops off. And so suddenly we have to find a
No.
way.
Then it maintains and it just grows at that 1%. And then at that 1%, that's the tough part when the contract is growing 3%, 4%, 5% a year. There's really probably not any one revenue source that's ever going to keep up with the cost of the increases. But the levy lift is, it's expensive for the residents.
So some positives and negatives just for the levy and sales. Positives are it's spread throughout the community. So, you know, it seems more, I don't know, if fair or just is the right word, but the burden is spread throughout people that would benefit. Looks like you could raise more money, more sustainable, but the downside I see is kind of dovetailing what Joe said. You have zero evidence that the public would support it. And so if you go on that assumption, we'd basically be throwing either $30,000 or $40,000 down the toilet to basically be told, we don't want to do this. So the cost of doing the initiative is not a small chunk of change for that. We'd be putting it on the ballot and we could say possibly, no, we don't want this. So it's not impossible. We could do more outreach, but that's something you have to think about is maybe the 40 grand that we'd be betting that we want to get this levy or sales tax. The downside on the sales tax too, I think is that we have to share some of it with the county. So we don't get the entire chunk there. Thank you.
So I think then also with the history of negative response from the voters on the levy is that it's got to be kind of strategic, because if that's what we decide to put forward and that's a no, and then we're going to come back and try, well, then let's try the sales tax. It sounds like this potentially has the highest rate of negative response. So maybe the least opportunity that it will pass.
I was just gonna say, this is really a comment for both the levy lift and the sales tax. When Sean was saying it was distributed equally among the community, I tend to disagree because I feel like the sales tax does a better job of that, because when we're talking about policing, we're talking about protecting our retail hub as well. And it's really our retail that's bringing in a ton of the crime. And really, that's all the people that shop here. So I would say that that's a big pro of the sales tax, is that it's covering a larger group than just property owners.
Sorry, even so much so that I wonder if it makes some sense to limit, tax, to limit to like brick and mortar, right? Because that's where we're seeing it, although that would cut off. I don't know how to go about that, but it just seems like that's who needs it the most. So, actually, do we have a statistic on that as far as in Covington? I know we're not allowed to solicit with our business licenses, but is there an approximate, is there like 30% in-home businesses or like not brick and mortar in our downtown hub?
That's a good question. We can definitely, I want to say that there's a way for us to pull that type of data. I've had to do it for housing jobs. And so I'll take a quick look at it. I already actually have that.
Yeah,
So
that'd be really good to know.
but if not, yeah,
Well, I was just gonna concur with Jennifer. I appreciate her clarification. Yes, I think the sales tax is more, captures more people than actually are using our resources, so rather than the property tax. So that's a positive for that.
Amy?
I was just gonna, well, I'm jumping ahead to the third.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I prefer the B and O tax because, well, like the sales tax, it hits everybody that comes in the community, because everybody is seeing the issue with public safety as they shop at Costco or wherever else they're shopping. Plus, we don't have to share it with anybody else. We can dedicate it how we wish. We can make it a public safety B&O tax and just dedicate it all to public safety. And you're gonna get a lot more positive response from businesses and their customers that it's being dedicated to. We as council can dedicate it strictly to public safety and not use it to fill the general fund or whatever else, and you will get a lot more positive feedback.
Any other positives to B&O, and then we'll ask for on downsides?
Well, I had a question, I have a positive clarifying question. Do we have any say on when that, if that referendum goes, could we say it goes on the primary or the general?
If a referendum it would totally depend on the timing the council passed B&O, and there are set election timelines for getting something onto a ballot. And so there would be enough time if there weren't enough time for the potential proponents of a referendum to gather the signatures under the statutory guidelines, then it would move to the next one.
So if we missed say the general, it would go to the next primary the next year?
Right.
Okay,
So it's totally dependent upon when council adopts it and what the timelines for bringing a petition and what the Secretary of State's and the county, how they pull together their ballot.
That's only if people bring up.
Right, no, I'm anticipating they probably will, so. So what I would recommend, I'm positive, is that it's not up to us to initiate public yay or nay. It would be on another third party to do that, so I think that's a positive. If I had my druthers, then I would push, if we're going to do the B&O, to do it so that it's in the primary, because it would be less expensive for us, you know, just from that point of view, I think it would cost less to us.
Joe, I think your hand is up next. And I'm
Yes.
getting a little, are you still staying on the B&O tax?
Yes, I'm still saying, I moved on to the B&O tax after my last comment, so I think the B&O tax is gonna be, as much as I am not for a lot of taxes, like I don't think the sales tax was ever would have worked for us, mainly because I don't like to share with King County. But it's the B&O tax is gonna be the most fair, as has been stated, because it's not just Covington residents who shop in Covington. We're getting Maple Valley, Bonnie Lake, Black Diamond, Enumclaw, Kent, SeaTac, I'm sure, people shopping here, and it's gonna help pay for the public safety. I think even when we had our survey out there, like this, businesses were like, if we instituted a B&O tax, would you be okay with it? They said no. If we instituted a B&O tax for public safety, would you be in favor of it? The answer was yes. So as long as we're making sure, and we are preaching on this, that every cent goes to public safety. Every cent goes to training our officers. Every cent goes to getting new officers. Every cent goes to getting them the right equipment and helping the business community with those thefts, helping the people who live in Covington with burglary and domestic violence issues. I'm all for this, and I think the business community would be all for it as well.
So a positive for the B&O tax is that it represents the largest revenue stream, but it's calculated at a rate of 2%. And that would be the highest tax rate against all of our neighboring cities, which are at 1%. So then a drawback of that is if a new business is looking at between Covington and Maple Valley, and Maple Valley's at 1%, I take that back. They may not even have a B&O tax, but let's say Kent is at 1% for the same type of business. Would we lose some business to neighboring cities that have a 1% or a 0%? So the calculations are at 2%. I don't think we've even looked at 1%. I'm assuming then that would be half of it would be what then, $750,000, which is still more than the other taxes. So I'm presenting a positive and a negative, I guess.
Okay, Mark, why don't you jump in?
Just to be clear, I believe it's 0.2%, not
0.2.
2%. So,
Right,
or
right.
just for
Yes.
anyone who's watching this online or for
Thank
posterity,
you for
2%
clarifying.
would be a very different.
I understand
Very
that,
different
yes.
B&O tax
Thank
to
you,
it.
thank you for clarifying.
We'd be an outlier in the entire country.
Thank
And
you
have
for
a
clarifying that.
police force.
Jennifer?
Are we able, this is a question for staff. If we move forward with a B&O, are we able to provide metrics to the business community on improvements a year, 2 years down the road of improvements?
Yeah, like, I can answer that. I think once we establish what those metrics are, whether it's increased police presence, increased emphasis patrols that we do, those are things that we can absolutely provide, and I think the businesses would appreciate having.
Okay, I was just curious if there's measurable data that we could provide, because I think that would really go a long way.
Yeah.
Beth, jump in.
The other thing that I would like to see is that I think one of the reasons we have issues with some of these taxes, especially in these comments came up during the B&O survey, how do I know it's going to be spent? Because it's not required to be spent, right? You want to spend it on safety. But what are going to be the safeguards from an accounting standpoint, and not that we're going to, now spend that money on safety and then take the money out and put it in the general, like, what are we spending now? What additional money will we get? So that means we're going to be spending X amount moving forward. And it has to be very, as we all know, it has to be very transparent. It has to be very well measured and tacking onto the metrics that Jennifer was talking about. This is what we're getting for our dollar. This is how much we're spending. And we're not trying to use it as a way to get more money and then not spend it when we said we were going to spend it.
There's lots of different ways I can show
Yeah.
that, accounting wise. I could even have it in a separate fund type if I wanted to, where all public safety is in there. And just went straight in there so you could see exactly what revenue sources support that department. I will mention, if you remember back to our budget workshop and going over the forecast, kind of how we're looking with the police contract that we currently have and how that's drawing down our fund balance over the next few years. So it'll definitely be a bigger conversation on how to spend those dollars moving forward with new versus existing and how we want to treat that. But there's different ways I can show that easily on how to keep track of it.
And I'll jump in. I completely agree with Casey. There's a lot of different ways to structure it. I've seen cities do things like you will not spend less than what you are currently spending on public safety. This will be counted as an increase. Goes into a specific fund that can only be used for that. There can be rules about supplanting. So my suggestion for council is if council wants to move forward with this, staff will take all of your comments here today, and then we would come back with an ordinance that represents council's will and also represents what we believe is the best options for the community. And that's going with both putting restrictions on it and any potential exemptions, deductions, tax credits.
Just a quick question, and this, if we do go this route and we write an ordinance, is there a way to write the ordinance that says these funds are to only be used this way and it requires say like a I would say a 90% majority of the council, which I don't know, or we have 6 out of 7 of us have to vote, so a super majority to change this. Is there a way we can do that?
I believe so. I would want to make sure, I would check that before committing to that, but I believe that council has the ability to restrict itself in the future. But I would do that and make sure that we had that fully researched and plotted out for council at the time.
And I feel like I need a little more information as well, just because we know that there's an appetite to exempt like particular businesses. And I know Jeff gave an example of camp, but I need to know if we're making a decision for our residents and our businesses, what whatever, if you go this route and you want to exempt certain ones, what that impact would be on the overall number, because we need to know it. We need to have a fairly good gauge going into this before we make a decision that's going to impact.
I will mention that we don't have access to a lot of the information that's reported. Only we have retail sales tax. That's the data that the city has available to us. So if a business is a service and it's reporting and it's not subject to retail sales tax, I might not be able to capture that information. But at least I'm on the low end. Like I'm not reporting any services, not reporting any nonprofits unless they have a taxable component. They're selling things of that nature. What I am in the process of is getting on a data sharing agreement with the cities that are around us. So I know Auburn just implemented the tax last year, so I'm hoping to tap into them to kind of get some data on what they see in their city and how that might benefit us to look at it and moving forward.
But when we were bringing this around, I think we mentioned there was a $2 billion receipt amount. That was the number we were using to calculate the $1.5 million revenue. A, then where did that come from? And then B, I would imagine that that's kind of broken out by.
Those
I mean,
are
it's
just
not
our
retail, right?
Those are just our retail sales.
Oh, those are just retail.
Those are
sales.
just retail sales. That's the only,
Uh-huh.
so that's definitely we're on the conservative. There's not
Okay.
any services reported in there. If we choose to charge nonprofits such as hospital, that's not included in there. That would all be bonus.
Okay.
Those are the things I don't have access to, and I'm hoping to get access to that data sharing agreement with some of the other cities. But
And Casey, didn't we get those numbers from our consultant, Eco
yeah,
Northwest?
those were from Northwest several years ago.
Yeah, okay, I just thought it was
yeah.
receipts total, including the hospitals.
No,
included
no,
there,
those
so
are
I-
just gross sales for retail.
Which actually sounds appropriate, almost like I feel like we're funneling the services out already. I don't know that it's smart to charge businesses that, that just provide services. And again, maybe as a benchmark or for staff to know what to come back with, maybe we can have a couple of different varieties of like, one would be brick and mortar only. Obviously we already have one for retail, maybe one, because the hospital, I mean, it is brick and mortar. So I don't know, somehow make that appropriate for them. It exists, it's typical. But just like some of the varieties to come back with on what we would collect to better be able to make a decision and how it would impact.
Just briefly on that,
Yeah.
we're absolutely able to tailor the ordinance. Once we come to council for consideration of this, we would represent what staff believes is best for the community and tailor it specifically for that based on council. And then we would have a discussion of additional exemptions, you don't want, that you want, but that would all be part of a further conversation.
Yeah, I mean, for us to be able to make a decision, we would have to see obviously the numbers, so we're not just ballparking, okay, well, we don't want these people or these people, or this is max income and whatnot, to have solid evidence.
And that's what we would be
Right,
bringing
right,
back to, is
awesome.
making sure that we were
Perfect.
presenting exactly what council wanted,
Mhm.
and then making sure that it captured what
Mhm.
the tax base of the council.
Yeah.
Beth and Debbie, and then let's see where we are at the few comments.
Oh, I'm Jennifer, yeah, but
Oh, I'm
I,
sorry.
it's
Yes.
all good. I may ask, I was gonna say, Debbie could go first, because I might have the same question. I just have a quick one. Is Costco considered retail or wholesale? Since it's called Costco wholesale, I'm very curious. Okay, thank you.
So I've got a chart that shows for 2022, what of all cities that charged a B&O tax, what their rate was broken down by sectors such as manufacturing, retail, services, and wholesale. It doesn't extrapolate healthcare, which I would think we might want as a separate category. And we did get a lot of feedback from the healthcare group that that they would suffer. They're already on very, very thin margins. So I don't know if anyone would like to see this, but again, it's just putting us at the 0.002 is still higher than our neighboring cities, which for retail are at 0.001 or 0. But Maple Valley charges none. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but to me, that's just important from a competitive standpoint. Very few are at 0.002 for retail. So I'm happy to share this.
I can email it out too.
Okay.
So we have 35 minutes left in this discussion, and I'm starting to feel a little bit of the time pressure. So what I want to first do is just summarize to you or for you what I heard as the pluses and minuses of each. If I get any of these wrong, because I'm trying to repeat your words, tell me. And then Casey, if there's anything I say wrong, please. So the levy lid lift, the negatives were, it's been never passed in the city before, even though it's not been associated with public safety. Under the scenario that Casey presented, 10 years, trying to add 5 officers every other year, it would raise the property tax by 50%. As Sean mentioned, just the cost of putting it on the ballot, if it lost, well, then you lost like 40,000 or something like that. And then someone kind of concluded all those comments by just saying, it seems as if it has the least chance of passage. The plus though is that it's spread throughout the community, so it's more equitable or more just, and it does raise more sustainable funding over time, sustainable and predictable. Moving on to the sales tax, the plus that you mentioned was that it collects from a broader group of people, such as shoppers who aren't Covington residents, but are shopping at businesses. So it's not just the citizens of the community paying. And then the negative is that you share what 15% of it or 50% out of it is from goes to King County. And under the B&O tax, the pluses were, it does, I'll use Jeff's phrase, hits more people from throughout the region, not just our citizens. And I think Joe embellished that too by saying it is more fair and far reaching. Another plus is that it has more flexibility, or you have more authority to decide how to assign it or to designate it. Then also the referendum process seemed a little bit of a plus, since somebody has to come forward to ultimately try to rescind an action of the council. It has the largest revenue stream, and then Debbie did a good job of saying a plus and minus here. The plus would be that this 0.002% does raise a fair amount of money, but then getting into the negatives, then that would become possibly something that works against you when cities surrounding you either do not have that B&O tax or have it at the 0.01 or 0.001%. So there are the pluses and minuses for the 3. And on B&O, you also talked about other things like providing metrics to ensure that safety improvements have been a result, safeguards, possibly limiting the council so that you have to have like a 6-to-1 vote and things like that. So, but the pluses and minuses, I don't know if I got them all.
Just for sales tax, it would likely fail as well as we put something similar on the ballot. So I think that should be included on that list. Yeah. Thank you.
And if I could add a point of clarification, I think it was mentioned that the B&O tax is the largest source of revenue of what we've talked about, but it would really be the levy lid lift, because council can determine what that amount should be.
You want that is for
That's what I'm looking to trying to step forward and say, what is your package, or what is the one of the 3 that you would want to move forward and maybe explore a little bit more by giving some direction to the staff, or say today that this is where you want to go.
So can I ask for
What were you just gonna ask?
I was gonna ask for consensus from council to move forward to give direction to staff on what to bring back at a future council meeting.
I think it's appropriate as the mayor has said that, so.
I know, like.
Well, I will say it. I have no problem saying it. I feel that we should move forward with the B&O tax. Bring the information back to us. While not all businesses are in favor of it, as long as we as a council restrict the funds to public safety, businesses were on board with it. majority of businesses were on board with it, okay? I'm perfectly fine with being on that. I usually try to speak last, but nobody wanted to say anything.
We appreciate you.
So, I'm not a person of taxing, but when we need to take care of our residents and our businesses, we need to do something to help our public safety. We need to take, and we've got residents and customers and businesses saying, we need to do something, so we need to take action. So I personally am ready to move forward with being like that. And what I'd like to do is go around and each of you tell me which direction you want to go. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. So you've got 4 options. If you don't want to support police, you want to do or you don't want to support a tax for police. You want to do the levy lid lift, you want to do a sales tax, you want to do a B&O tax.
Can I just ask something?
Yes.
You had just come back in the room. Did you understand that?
We're giving.
Jeff said.
He always
that
leaves
this-
at the time of
Joe.
Yeah, excuse me,
Jeff
I'm
stepped forward after asking if anyone wanted to go first. He stepped forward, and so he said that he supports the B&O tax as long as it's restricted to public safety, and then recognize too that Casey especially has been saying there would be some information brought back to the group too, to kind of clean that up or explain it further. Mark was part of that too. So there we are.
I would agree with the BNO being my first, with staff bringing back spoken about information and maybe even bring back a 0.001 option, just to explore. I'm gonna go backwards. My second would be sales tax and my third would be the levy lift.
I agree more in line with what Christine was saying. I'm fine with us further exploring, and making strides in that direction. I am not gonna say that I would want 0.2%. I think we need to look at all the options because, for the reasons that Debbie talked about, being competitive, we need to be fair. So I still think it probably is the best choice for funding that. And it still gives people an opportunity to put it on a ballot if there's enough people that, so they do get that public participation piece.
Yeah, go for B&O too.
I don't want to state that I go for the B&O or that I'm in favor of it. I do believe that it is the only source of revenue that we have available, that we don't have to wait on voter approval that we most likely won't get. I would like to see numbers if we were to do it at the 0.001% on retail and see if that would get us where we need to be. And if it's not where we need to be, then look at a percentage higher than that, if that's what we have to do.
So can I just ask a clarification? Because actually for a minute I'm thinking about myself, but you're saying for retail only?
No, but just
Oh.
because we've only looked at retail at this point.
Oh,
So
I
to
see.
keep it apples to apples, look at what would it look like then if that number were 0.001% for retail? And if that is not going to be enough to get us where we need to be, then we would look at where we have to lift that up.
Debbie said it really well. I am not in favor of a B&O, but given our past ballot history, our residents aren't going to do it, and this is our job. This is why we've been talking about this for so long. And as I said earlier, I feel like we've been kind of like dragging our feet. So thank you, Mayor, for pushing us forward on this because we need to do it. And as Mayor eloquently stated earlier, protecting our residents and businesses is what we're supposed to do. And I agree with those who have said that it must be restricted. And I would like to see data that we can pull, not impossible data that can show improvement with this action so that later, if we need to get more funds for more things in our community as it grows, that we are able to look and say, this is what we did and look at what this money did. That's planning for future decisions like this. And I am very curious about the different 1% versus 2% and how we can apply that to different sectors, because I think that's important as we're looking at the different businesses that choose to do their business.
I am for the B and O tax, and I think anyone never thought they'd hear that from me. I think it's our only option. I wouldn't even entertain the other two. Those two can sit on the ideas pile, but not in the go forward pile. I agree with putting the restrictions on there, making sure we've done we've got everything right. And then also checking the numbers at the different percentages, because we need to know what's right. We need to stay competitive, as has been said, to bring in new businesses, but we also need to do what's right for our residents and understanding where those numbers are, because no matter what we do, whatever we pass, we can, and if it doesn't come back with a referendum, we can always make changes to it eventually too. So I think we should definitely move forward with it and look at all the numbers. That way we have the idea and look at the different restrictions we can apply onto it as well. That's where I'm at.
When we talk about looking at receipts, well, potential rental revenue, for example, property managers in the downtown corridor, because they often pass that on to their retailers, which then cuts into their bottom line if they have to pay more in rent when they renegotiate their rent contracts, which I know is like a lot, but that's another way it impacts business. It's not just about what they're charging their customers, and they can't, just because a retail doesn't necessarily mean that their retail sales are the only parts that are affected. It's also their profitability and their margin. And so if there's a way to see how much of a receipt you might get from some of that as a category that we could change the rate, or yeah, okay, all right, okay.
Ruben has his hand up.
Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. So I've heard a couple council members mention about seeing what the B&O would be at the 0.1%. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that right, because what we've presented, at least our best estimate, is at the 0.2%, which would bring in roughly 1.5 million. Therefore, the 0.1% would be 750,000. Was there something more that you're wanting to see with what that percentage would bring in so that we can be prepared for that?
I think for any other reason, it's transparency. That we're looking at everything. Yes, we can all do the simple math of, if we have 2%, it's 1.5 million. If we cut that in half, it's 750,000. But it's that transparency of, this is what we're looking at. This is what we are understanding. This is what we can pay for at this level. This is what we can pay for at that level. I think that's what we're looking for, is that we understand where all that is and where all these funds are coming from. I think that's where I'm coming from when I say, let's look at the numbers that way.
Okay, Beth?
Well, and I think one of the other things that had come up in our town halls and meetings with the B&O was, for an example, multi-care, who, as I understand, is like probably one of the largest single revenue drivers in our city, and they are on board with it. But what does that look like from their category of being in service? And if it's only 1%, and that wasn't, or not, 0.1%, and that wasn't included in the 1.5 mil, if they're being willing to be transparent with us and saying, well, then it's going to cost us, or we're going to be able to contribute X amount of dollars, is that going to help offset if we lower it to up 0.1%? So, if we can partner with some of our larger service providers and find out what that benefit might be, then we can say, well, then, and I mean, again, I don't know legally how if we can do that, but if they're part of the chamber and they've got this community relationship, it might be worth doing that. And some of that information may also help us go, well, we only went with the lower rate because we wanted to try to be as fair on our retail. And we also know that some of these larger companies will help make up that difference.
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from.
No, those are both helpful. Thank you. We'll get whatever information we can.
Okay.
Casey, I can't hear you.
Just leave it on.
Legally allowed to disclose information for business.
No,
Of course,
but as a
confidential,
group.
but I can do it.
Sure.
But I can't single out folks, and I don't even know if I can do a group if there's less than 2. So that's where
Okay.
we kind of get hard sometimes with the hospitals. Those are some of the confidentiality agreements that make us sign with Department of Revenue, things of that nature. But I can do my best to provide some information. I'm also hoping that that's some of the information I may be able to gather from the city of Auburn and some of those folks that are in that data sharing agreement. Like, if multi-care does not want to disclose that information to us, they can maybe tell me, this is what we get from our hospitals, this is what we get from our nonprofits that aren't exempt, or our service categories, or things like that, just to kind of give me a little bit of better idea.
But Casey, on the aggregate, you can tell us what, so you can break down services from retail, from.
We currently can't, because we don't have that data, because that's not a taxable sale. So like most services aren't taxable. So that's why I'm hoping that I can gain from the other cities that are surrounding us, just to kind of get an idea of what that looks like for them, and hopefully kind of extrapolate some information for us.
Okay.
It won't be perfect, but I will give you the best.
Thank you.
Mark.
Just to hit on that point a little bit more, Casey, we unfortunately can't know exactly how much revenue this will or will not provide. The forecast will be close, but council, or might not even be close. We're just not sure until we actually go out and the taxes are collected. This is something that can be revisited by council. This is not, you make a decision now and you're stuck with this for all time. If it's not bringing enough revenue, you can increase, you can decrease exemptions. If it's bringing in more than the city needs for public safety, then you can add exemptions based on council.
On that point, if we put in that we need a supermajority, would it take a supermajority to make those changes?
That's all options that we can explore.
Okay.
Because there are lots of different ways, and council has a lot of authority in how they structure a B&O tax and how it can be changed in the future. But I would present that as along with case. What are options?
I think that's just good to know that once we put that restriction in, that restriction's in place.
Go ahead. Beth can go.
So if we move forward and we were able to get the B&O passed, or we decided on it and voted on it, and the referendum either went through or not, and it's now codified, and we decided to go with the least restrictive in the beginning, just to gauge what's going on, and then decided to raise it and become more restrictive down the road, does that open it up to the referendum process again?
It does not. So with the B&O tax like this, it's when you initiate the tax. So it's whenever you put in a new B&O tax, that's when there's a referendum process. So if you make little changes here and there to an ordinance, it's not getting a new bite at the apple every time. It's a challenge.
I just wanted to add as a reminder to council, and maybe it was brought up here, I don't recall, that if the B&O tax were to be implemented, we would need to hire at least a half-time staff person to help manage the B&O tax.
But the B&O tax would be used to pay for that position.
It could,
Correct.
yes, yeah.
It's not that much.
Okay, so I think there is a consensus among the council that the B&O tax is the most viable or most realistic, needs a little bit more information gathering to be brought back to, and primarily would be to look at what would it raise if it's at 0.02% versus 0.1%. You kind of know that already, but as Joe said so nicely, the purpose is to really be very transparent and to look at what we could pay for at each level and be able to explain that to the voters eventually. So, and then looking at different categories as well, as Debbie said nicely, and then Casey responded, kind of trying to do something in aggregate, retail, services, that kind of thing. But you said you're going to be looking at Auburn and maybe some other cities too that have the tax. So good. So I just say that's the consensus of the council. So why don't we take a break? It's 10:13, so let's come back at 10:25.
10:25.
Okay, I salute you for that excellent conversation. Boy, you approach things in the spirit of exploration, but then you move forward and you could make a decision. But now we need to reprise that in the topic of transportation, because we want to again talk about options to ensure sufficient funding for operations and maintenance. So I'm going to hand this over to Regan and Casey and John this time. So the three of you.
Yeah, not a whole lot for me to add at this point, so I'm just going to turn it over to Don and let him start off with this presentation.
All right. Thanks, everyone. For a number of you, some of this I'm sure is review, maybe all of you. So our existing conditions, talking about our transportation network, obviously that's consists most, of everything, right? Capacity projects, new projects, that type of thing. And generally, when we're talking about that, our typical CIP projects, most of that is usually widening. It does include usually motorized and non-motorized. As far as funding, we have multiple grant opportunities, and we've actually done pretty good for the city in getting funding in those situations. So that's been good for, that's the same thing for say our Jenkins Creek project, or even the Covington connector, and so on and so forth. Those projects are also eligible for traffic mitigation fees because that's a capacity project, because traffic impact fees have to go for building capacity. They don't go for safety projects or maintenance projects. We can't use the funds for that. So then when it comes to street maintenance, another piece of our, obviously, our overall network, we have just talking about primary pieces of that is usually the asphalt, the pavement aspect, and then also sidewalk. And generally our primary needs in that is overlays, pavement repair, panel replacement, grinding, that type of thing. As far as funding in that, street funds currently are taking care of street maintenance for the most part. As you know, the general fund is subsidizing a portion of that already. We have very limited grant opportunities. Like I said, as far as capital type thing, there's lots of buckets and lots of things to go for, but they don't seem to give us very many options for maintenance for grant opportunities. In the past, TIB, the arterial preservation, has been our biggest benefit as far as a grant opportunity. And because of our size, basically our assessed value, we went above that. It's actually was like, I think 2 years ago almost now, but recently, as you guys know, we did another grant for 256 from TIB. And they had told us that it was like a special call, that they were opening that up for even larger cities to apply for that. So it was kind of a one-off for us, but fortunately we actually did get, and we'll talk a little bit more of that about that in a minute, but we did get that. But again, that's, fewer opportunities that we have in that. We haven't, there's not, again, a lot of other buckets out there that we can apply for. And again, I mentioned already, these types of projects aren't eligible to use traffic impact fees for. Okay, so back in, again, this is a little bit of review. Back in 2020, we had a pavement condition assessment done by Transmap. 68 miles of roadway determined. Basically, we have about $106 million asset, just the road aspect itself. And determined during that was about 1.73 million annually to maintain our current pavement condition. And within that, they gave a lot of different funding scenarios. So just the table on here is just showing back in 2021, we had 8.7 million deferred maintenance. And they just talked about, that the nature of pavement over time, just continuing to deteriorate at a higher rate as the years go on. And so those are just kind of showing, again, I wouldn't get into the exact numbers as far as what that is, just more so kind of on the scale of how things can go up exponentially, if neglected over time. And a lot of them, you would have to do another assessment to kind of compare and see how things, because some things might do a lot better than others and other ones don't do as well. So obviously those would be things that we would be doing in the future as well to kind of really assess our pavement condition. I talked about this already, our Transportation Improvement Board grant, 256 awarded in December 2022, 692,000. We brought that actually at the last council meeting to determine how we wanted to go about the required match of 122,265. Those funds were not included in the 2023 budget, so we had the option of Town Center Reserve. We talked about, well, we actually didn't talk about another option that Casey brought up, and I don't know if you want to talk about that right here, Casey, or not, but having the use of excess REIT received in 2022 as an option as well, and then also the adoption of a 10% TBD sales tax. You want to?
So REIT does have the option that you can use it for maintenance of streets, and just because we brought in so much extra last year, but currently the REIT is restricted, or not restricted, but we have allocated it towards paying our debt service. And the amount of REIT that came in last year will pay our debt service probably almost for the next 2 years.
So with that, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Just sip one, put that thing up your head.
All right.
Go back.
All right, so I won't spend too much time on this one because it's the exact same information as for public safety, but this is an option. You could do a multi-year levy lift and structure that however we see fit for an overlay program, maintenance, operations.
That require a 50% increase also?
That would be whatever we wanted it to be, however we wanted to structure that overlay program. So what's about the minimum for an overlay? Like, I know that's, never mind.
The look on Don's face told it all.
There's no way it's subjective to
It's
whatever
very
the road is.
difficult, yeah.
Okay.
I can get into that, but it's probably more than you guys really want to know, right?
A little more detail. Okay, so that's our first option. And again, there's that graph. Okay, so the next option is Transportation Benefit District Sales Tax. So we have the option to do a sales tax up to 0.3%. Revenues are restricted and can only be used for transportation. There was a legislative change that allows the council to do up to 0.1%. You may approve that yourself through the legislative body. It does not require a vote. Anything above the 0.1% up to the 0.3 would require a vote. So you guys have access to that 0.1% to do on your own.
Is that specific to the TBD?
To the TBD, can only be used for the TBD. The maximum duration is 10 years. So whatever we did would be in place for 10 years. You are able to renew it. So if you're at 0.1%, you just have to adopt a new ordinance to renew it at the end of that time. We use for construction, maintenance, and operation costs. So that would help supplement our overlay program or create an overlay program, I should say. And like I said, the 0.2% requires voter approval, can be done at the special, the primary, or the general, and approved by a simple majority. And a rate increase of the 0.1% would generate approximately $750,000 annually. And it would equate to about 10 cents on a $100 purchase.
Just a question, so it says we can raise it 0.1% councilmatically.
Yes.
Say 5 years down the road, we realize we need a little more. Can we raise it another 0.1, or does that have to go to the voters?
That would have to go to the voters.
Okay.
So that's our second option. So our third option would be to increase our vehicle license fees. We can impose a non-voted vehicle license fee up to $50 or a voted license fee up to $100. We're currently at $20. So our current $20 fee could be increased up to $40. And then after that fee has been in effect for 24 months, we can increase the additional up to $50. But anything above the $40, so that extra $10 would be subject to a potential referendum. Again, the revenues can only be used for specific transportation projects. Construction, maintenance, and operation costs are eligible. Same things for the sales taxes as the vehicle license fee. And again, any of the fees above the $50 require a vote of approval, special, primary, general election, simple majority. And $20 would generate about $350,000 annually, which is what we currently see that we receive for those. So again, the next steps kind of follow just the same as when we were looking at the public safety. Anything that we would choose to do property tax wise would have to be certified by November 30th with our current property tax levy. Wouldn't take effect until January of next year. And then anything that we wanted to do for sales tax, we only have 3 opportunities during the year: July, January, and April. And again, the 2-month lag that we would see on the revenue coming in. And then as far as increasing the vehicle license fees, I believe again, it's a 60-day notification to Department of Licensing to implement that after adoption. Any questions?
So these are questions and clarification, Joe. Do you have one? No, I have comments. Okay. Let's just hold it to the questions for just a moment.
And again, public outreach that we had done. Carla, I don't know if you want to go over that again. You kind of hit a lot of it before, if there's anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we did similar outreach plans for both public safety and transportation, so they do hit all the main things. We added it to the website, we did a survey specific to transportation. We didn't receive as many responses on that as public safety. I think people are just really focused on the public safety aspect last year. And then going forward, we would just look at other ways that council wants to do council involved outreach for those topics.
So now, Joe, you do have a question.
I do have a question. So I know what we're able to do with the current $20 card tabs, and that's not much. If we went with the 0.1%, $750,000 extra each year, how much more of the not much can we do? Because I know not much.
There's a slide. So if we did do a 750.
Don, can you turn your mic on?
Sorry, Regan. So if we did do a 0.1%, then you would have about 545,000 that you would be about going towards pavement management. So yeah, it's not 1.7 million annually, but you're at least starting to make a big difference in that, in reducing that. And to go to Casey's point earlier, if you did if you were just doing a half of a mile road, that's like 30-foot wide, half-mile road, you're talking about a little over $100,000 if all you're having to do is just do an overlay. If you're gonna have to do any pavement repair, like you've got, failures underneath, you're at least double that amount in that same half-mile section. So now you're at, over 200,000. So it just kind of all depends on the section, but that gives you kind of an idea of what that would be.
It's doing something. Beth has a question. Go ahead.
Can you clarify that? Because at our meeting on Tuesday, when we approved this matching, that's $900,000 with the grant and our matching for a half a mile of, I thought it was just overlay. Are they completely redoing the road then? Or, because now what you're telling me sounds like it's even better value.
Well, we're talking about, I guess I was not referring exactly just to this particular piece. Are you just talking about?
In general, the cost of an overlay you just said was about 100,000.
Yeah, for like a half a mile, just to do that. Well, this isn't including like design. We still have to design it. You have ADA aspect of that. I'm not including any of those pieces into this. This is strictly if you were just to look at just overlaying a half.
Okay, and that's what I thought we were doing on 256. It's just overlaying, but
you're gonna have some pavement. You're gonna have all those pieces where you see the alligatoring in there, and you're gonna have to cut that out.
Okay.
You're gonna have to subgrade and repave.
Okay.
And that's part of that design aspect that we have to look at too, to determine what that is.
Thanks for clarifying the pricing.
Any other questions?
So, sorry, I might have missed, well, I obviously missed this. Is this just for 256?
No, this
Okay.
No.
Okay.
This is just one aspect that we said you could take of the 545,000 in this case, like if you did word it of, or should say of 750,000, you could allocate the 122,000 out of that to pay for our match.
Right, okay, right, it would become a bucket.
Right. And then we would obviously prioritize areas like even when we went out on the, let's talk streets and everything, we had kind of a heat map, right? That said, these areas are really bad. We would obviously be prioritizing that and determining what are the best course of action to utilize those funds, because in some cases, it might be, well, we want to spend, 200,000 over here to do crack sealing or something, might go a long ways, in that sense. So we would be prioritizing what would be the best pavement preservation method, looking across the city, and then be prioritizing. If you have funding dedicated, then you can plan out years, right? You could say, well, we're going to take so much each year, and then we're going to do maybe a large overlay project or something like that. We may take 2 years of that when you can plan for it, maybe a bigger section, and prioritize those.
One other refresher, just so you know how much goes in from the general fund, just that helps to subsidize the street fund. So we do between, like last year was about 440,000, the general fund transferred into the street fund, just to help with basic operations. And moving forward, I think next year we're projecting about 550,000 and just increasing with general inflation.
You have a question? Apparently?
Yes, I do. I didn't think about the general fund transfer. If we were to approve this 1%, would we continue on with the general fund transfer into the street fund, or would we, and if we did, would it be a decrease of what we do now, or would it just stay in the general fund to use for other fun things we need to do?
Well, you could, obviously, those pieces, those funding could be utilized for, because it's still part of streets. So it would just be, that would just, whatever that difference is, you're taking that down. You're not actually then doing pavement preservation if you're just paying back the subsidy, right? So that would be, so if you took 500 and something thousand out of the 750, now you're at 200,000. And then it would be difficult to be able to do preservation in that.
I was more meaning like going forward in our next budget cycle, will we still be budgeting to transfer money from the general fund to the street fund, or would it just be a decrease and say, we're getting $750,000 now from this 0.1%. Do we now, instead of moving 500,000 from the general fund, do we now make it 250,000? Or is it one of those decreases that we do?
So that would be a decision that the council would need to make during the budget process. Most likely, though, there would still be some subsidy from the general fund, so that it's not just a sixes transfer. Yeah.
It's actually the last slide, so.
So I just want to point out from a process standpoint, this is a little different than our previous conversation because the staff is making the recommendation. And I don't know if it's worth going back through all of the different options, saying what are the pros and cons. In fact, I have a feeling the council is maybe taking levy little off the table since that was previously defeated when it was for transportation. But respect for the staff work, then this is your recommendation, so we wouldn't necessarily need to talk about the car tabs either. And then my other confusion is just that you brought in this interesting idea about REIT, and you said that it raised so much more money than usual in 2021. Currently, it's being dedicated to pay off the debt service, but is that like a legitimate issue too, or option that this council should talk about?
It was just for the match on that TIB grant, really. We would like to still continue to keep those funds locked up for debt service, because we still have several years of debt service left till 20.
I have a question. A ratio of what our debt service expenditures are versus holding off street repairs. Is it inverse? Meaning, like, does it make sense for us to not get too far ahead of paying off the debt services or the debt, and then actually allocating that to the streets? Because it sounds like, it's an exponential increase.
So are you saying potentially pay the debt off early, so you have those funds moving forward, or?
No.
Or not?
Totally the opposite.
Oh, okay.
So that's for you to explain, but would it make more sense to not pay the debt off early? Just because I'm assuming we're locked in.
Yeah, we're not.
And, or at least not extra towards the
Sure.
debt. And, but whatever we have at our streets so that we're not exponentially increasing by the month. It's like, and it's in the millions, it's not, you know, in the thousands here.
So the extra rate that we currently have, we're not putting extra towards the debt service right now. It's just if we're holding it in reserves. So, let's say this year is a perfect example, our REIT revenues are going down. And, so now we'll have that still sitting in our reserve accounts to pay this year's debt service.
Okay.
If the REIT ends up going down.
Clarifies that.
Yeah.
Sean, you didn't talk about previous years, years ago when we were.
Way low,
Yeah.
and the general fund had to kick in the extra.
Mm.
So, we've got a little bit of cushion right now to where if things start to drop off this year, we're okay, because we already have the money put away to pay our loans this year.
Got it. Thank you.
And Sean?
Couple questions. This is for Mark. So on the TBD, I understand we can raise it 0.1 councilmatically. But about that, no, help me. So I'm not totally understand. Up to 1% of the 0.3% may be approved count legislative law. So we could approve that 1% on our own. It can be raised up to 3%, 0.3, but that additional 2% would have to go out to vote.
That's correct. So
Okay.
Anything above the 1%. So basically it gives council the option of initiating
Mhm.
this, the PUD. But then if there are additional funds the council wants to pursue,
Mhm.
then it gives the voters a chance to weigh in on that.
Then
To
I'm
increase
not-
that by the additional.
Okay, so we could initiate a 0.1%, and that would be basically money we could capture, but we could go out to the voters and say, we'd like to raise an additional 0.2%. And that wouldn't affect the 0.1%. If they say no,
It would say exactly the same.
okay,
Councilmanic for the first
Okay.
1%. It's voter approval for anything above that.
Okay.
That's the max limit statute.
what's our, remind me our current sales tax?
8.7.
2.7, okay.
But if we went, let's just say theoretically, we took the one, we go to the voters with an additional 2, could your team use all of that money? Like, do you have enough staff and
He's like, "Yeah, please."
resources to use it all? Is my question.
So one of the pieces there is obviously the last piece. We would, even in this instance, we would need someone to try to manage those contracts. We've even seen just upticks like the amount of public works contracts that we've been doing. A lot of those pieces that we would be doing though would be more so contracts basis and not be like our
Doing the
own
work.
staff to do the work. So a lot of that's more specialized anyway. So obviously, depending on those sizes, if you're getting into those types of things, obviously you probably be evaluating like what's the best course of action. If there should, you know, I still don't see that we would necessarily have like 3 more maintenance guys come in and that's all they do. But those would be the types of things that we would have to look at to be what's the best course of action to spend those funds. To do something in-house, or would it still be contracting out when you're talking about those types of costs?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, on the funding piece, if we decided to do the 0.1 TBE, could we also, and I'm not saying we would, but in the same year, as an example, also implement an additional $20 car tab? We can, they're separate,
Yeah.
they're not, okay. And also, I think what I remember hearing you, Don, say a few years ago is that one of the limitations to getting everything, like Stacia said, you know, if we could give you the max 3/10%, which would be what, I don't know, 2.1 million or something like this. It's also challenging to get those contracts because there's such a demand for paving services that it, at least right now, is that still the same? Because
So I think some things you have to look out too, we would have to ramp up, right? You're used to not doing much of anything, right? And even expectations of contractors and things along those lines. If you start having a dedicated funding and you're coming out with annual overlays and things along those lines, then things will start changing in some extent, expectations. But yes, it is, those are challenges that have been happening, especially over the last couple of years. How that looks going forward, I can't predict that, but I would imagine though that the more that you're doing those types of things, it's kind of like King County's annual overlay. That was like, everybody expected something like that to come out in those regards. And I think that the larger the size, then you would obviously, you have more probably on it as well. But I do think that there are challenges with that for sure.
So on the 1%, the 0.1% TBD, that is maintaining our car tab current at the $20 per person. The 0.1% sales tax, because right now, to me, the $20 car tab, while that's all we could get through, is really only hitting our residents. Whereas the sales tax would be more equitable and it's hitting everybody that comes in, because even people that just drive through the city are usually going to stop and buy something. And they're the ones that are affecting our roads as well. Especially everybody now, as 10 Trails is building up and everything out east and southeast of us. I think the sales tax is a great. The question we would have as a council is, if we are going to go out, I'm not saying we are, to go out from an additional 0.2% down the road, we as a council might want to consider putting in there to remove the car tabs and do strictly just the sales tax. And the 750,000 sales tax is strictly on retail sales. And when this does not include when Lake Point opens in about 3 years, because that will be even more than the 750,000 to go towards roads. And looking at the pavement condition assessment that was done in 2020, for this year alone, we're looking at $15 million of deferred maintenance. But that's back in 2020. That was 2.5 years ago. And with the recent ice storms that we had this past Christmas and the year before, which hurt our roads even more, I'm sure that $15 million is even higher if we were to go out for another assessment. I'm not saying we need to, but I'm just saying that because ice can ruin the roads faster than anything else. So I'm all for moving forward with it. Again, I'm not in favor of doing taxes, but we need to take care of our infrastructure. We need to take care of our residents and our businesses, and we need to do it if needed.
Can I just ask you for a little clarification? I'm not trying to pigeonhole you too much, but you said you support the sales tax, the transportation benefit district sales tax of 1%. Then possibly doing the additional 2% to the voters, you said later. And then also got Lake Point got mentioned. 3 years from now, a lot more income would be coming in. And you also mentioned removing the cartel.
Yes.
So it would be kind of like first do the 1%. Look at what the impact of Lake Point is in a couple of years. Consider then doing the 2% and removing the car tab if you do those additional 2%. Right. Okay, so that's one proposal on the table. Okay.
So I just want a qualifying question, then I'm gonna make some comments. That's 750,000 right there. That does not include the $20 car tabs, correct? Separate, okay. I would be in favor of the 0.1%, but we have to remove the $20 car tabs. And I say this because we have promised the voters numerous times that if we ever got a sales tax involved in this, we would remove that $20 car tab. And I think that is something, even if we aren't going out to a vote, it's following up on our word that, hey, we can get this fund and we get it funded at a higher rate. And we're going to remove the car tabs because that has been something we have said for a decade.
For a voter one, councilman.
Right, that wouldn't be point one.
But I still say, we have said for a sales tax increase, we've always stated, for a sales tax increase. Because prior to last year or two, we have always had to go out for a vote for it. Now we can do it councilmatically. I think it still shows on our end that we're thinking of them. It's like, hey, we will take away the $20 car tab because that's what we said we would do if it was voted on. But now we can do this on our own. We should still remove that $20 car tab.
Even if Concord Council didn't say that.
Even if half our council didn't say that, yes, but I think it's because it's been stated in this room by at least a few of us who have been here for that long.
Or if there's not consensus.
Let's just,
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, just a point of clarification is that when that measure went out to the voters, it was a 0.2%, not 0.1. So whilst the income isn't quite like that, I believe it was something in the neighborhood of $900,000. And then when we removed the car tab, it still gave us more in that fund. And I appreciate what you're saying, like every time the ballot measure was ever been written, that was something that was talked about. But we're talking about a smaller increase, not 0.2%. And depending on how things go, we could always rescind it later, but we're not necessarily. It's not quite apples to apples because the amount is lower that we're proposing. We're going with what we can do councilmatically, but we're also going with the gentler amount. And I would also say too, when it comes to the car tab, then we keep talking about spreading the burden
Yeah.
on people that come through and all of that, and
Responsibility.
that's great,
Yeah.
responsibility to the work.
Yeah.
We also have to recognize that as people that own property here, when our streets are better, it does raise our property values, and so there is benefit, even though you may not see it for a while. But anyway.
I just want to get one more thing because I have to leave to take my son to the basketball game. So I just want to state my preference, and that is, I would be okay with the 0.1% councilmatically, but we have to remove the $20 car tab. Even if we raise the $20 car tab to $40, we're still going to make more instead of doing the councilmatic 1.1%. The 0.1% is still more. It's $50,000 more, and the scheme of things isn't anything, but it's still more than what we could even do, because I think we have to remove the car tab because it's been something on ballot measures, and I know people will disagree with me on this one, but when we've said we would rate the sales tax would go to this and we would remove this, it's still a show of good faith that, hey, we may not have been able to get the full 0.2%, but we can do this now. We're going to do this. Even if it meant lowering it to $10, I might be okay with that from a $20 car tab. But we have to show that faith. Like I said, I do have to leave right now, so I know I'll hear from everyone else. I'm sure I'll get some text messages while I'm gone. But when will you be back? I'll be back right around the end. So maybe even sooner. We'll be back 12. I'll probably be back.
So, yeah, just for the record, I concur with Jennifer. I think we've only stated that when we said we wanted a 0.2% sales tax increase, that we would eliminate the car tabs. And help me understand. So if we did, as Joe suggested, we went with 0.1, we get 750,000 annually. But if we eliminate the car tab, that's minus 350,000 annually. So really, we're only getting 400,000 a
We're
year.
right in the same spot.
Yeah, so we're only up 50,000. I don't see how that's viable, and from the public's not gonna understand that. They're gonna go, you raised my sales tax, they're not gonna see that you lowered it. So I don't think I hear what Joe's saying. I don't think the benefit is going to be from the goodwill is going to be as big as people think it is. And I would, though, if we decide to go out for the public to raise it higher, yes, we would put on there that we would eliminate the car tab on that. But yeah, I don't see how it puts us in this exact same spot, basically, if we raise it 0.1 and eliminate the car tab, so.
Christina?
I agree that I don't know that I do know that it does not make sense to anger our residents by increasing sales tax only to then be in the same spot. financially by removing the car tabs, which falls in line with what you said, Jeff, that, you know, moving forward, should the public choose to, it's not give us what we want.
Yeah.
It's do what's best for our city. We need roads. It wasn't too long ago that I sat down with Regan, and while it wasn't my favorite answer, but I stated that roads were so incredibly important because every second that we sit here talking about it, it is exponentially growing the cost. And we can't chase that. It's like, it's worse than chasing pain. It's so much worse. So I also, while I don't want to pay more in sales tax either, I live here. I would be, it makes the most sense to me to take the 0.1 and come back with a ballot measure and take that time to really educate. I know there are certain restrictions, because I've talked about, I love marketing. I'm like, why can't we just throw a big banner in the middle of 270 seconds saying, you know, sales tax, somebody else will pay your sales tax, we'll take your, you know,
Fix your
we'll
roads.
fix your roads, we'll remove your car tabs, and there's certain restrictions on that unfortunately I couldn't get what I wanted. But it has to be, there has to be a lot of wisdom in how we educate our residents, and that we do educate our residents and give them the transparent situation that we're in.
I don't think you have either, so both of you, I think you spoke when you asked the question.
Thank you. So I have an underlying question. I didn't understand what the deferred maintenance was. So is that for every year we don't fix the problem, the cost is growing higher? Okay.
And literally exponentially.
Yes, okay. And I would be in agreement that if we need to councilmatically increase the tax rate by 0.1%, it would be counterproductive to drop the car tax, the car tab fee. And do it later if we have to go out for a vote to increase as a trade-off. We're gonna increase the sales tax to 0.2 or 0.3%, and in exchange for that, we will take the, okay.
I support staff's recommendation to councilmatically increase by 0.1, and I do not agree with then removing the sales tab. Like I said, I wasn't on council, and that's kind of the point of progressing with the new council. And as a resident at the time, I didn't hear that message, so I'm not even sure that people would have that perception. That's why I was kind of challenging Joe on that. Like, that's you, maybe Sean and Jeff, but not the people in this room. And I think we need to be careful when we say we. That's not me when he says we. So I want to be clear with that. Again, I don't want to raise taxes at all. But this is a issue that is compounded year after year. And I feel like we talked about it last year at Summit, right? So it's just getting so much worse, and we need to just full steam ahead and start making some actual decisions, even if it's super painful.
I did want to ask a clarifying question, because I feel like we're not going to, whatever we're spending now from the general fund to get base, this is additional money. It's not like the difference is only going to be 50,000. I'm really kind of confused about where we think that. Maybe I misunderstood, because I completely support the need for the staff recommendation. But if we were to play devil's advocate, and again, not necessarily maybe this year, but in the future, if we either drop the car tab or lowered it to $10, we'd be reducing it $175,000, but we're still gaining $750 on top of the others. So, I mean, there always is a possibility for us to play with the numbers if it makes it more palatable. And we're still gonna get, you know, even if we drop the car tab, we're still getting $400,000. And I'm not saying that we do that,
But it would,
No.
we were already getting 350.
Right,
from
that's,
it. So if we eliminate it, we were getting 400, so it's really only 50,000.
that's where the 50,000.
That's the 50 grand. So you got 350,000.
No, but this $750,000 is what we're gonna get just from.
Right.
The
If we drop the car tabs, you subtract
Yeah, so that's
350,000.
$400,000.
Yeah,
Which is 50.
which is only 50 more than what we're getting now with the car tabs.
Okay. I
Yeah,
see what
that's
you're
where
saying.
that number comes.
Got it, thank you.
But basically the
Not,
same
that's a
thing.
wash,
Yeah.
right, okay.
And just one thing that you guys may all notice, that, that point one was a legislative change in the last, funding, process. And some of that was just, you know, cities lobbying for maintenance, and that type of thing, and providing options that haven't been there in the past. So you guys might have already on that. Sounds like you guys did, but I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that is a change that hasn't been an option for us in the past.
So as your facilitator, I kind of wish Joe hadn't had to leave. Maybe he left here with this expectation that he would be in the minority opinion, but the six of you are all on the same page. You all agreed to do the council action of raising the transportation benefit district sales tax by 0.1%. You've talked about, I don't want to say you expect this to happen, but you've talked about at some point putting an additional 2% before the voters in a vote, and if you were to do that, then removing the car tab. Right now, you're in favor of the 1% done by council action with no action to touch the car tab or to address that at all. So,
Well, and Joe was in favor of the 1.1% as well.
yes, he was.
Yeah. So,
Right.
well, first he was, so.
And then he even said possibly just lower the car tab to $10 from 20, so. Obviously, it's
So,
good.
I'll
I
text
think
him and
we
tell
have
him it's-
consensus to
Okay. Okay.
Look, so I think that, I just wondering on this. We can do this councilmatically, we do it through ordinance, can we do similar? Sideboards like Beth was asking, and it's only going for transportation, so for that transparency and assurance to the public that this is going to transit.
it has to go through that.
Okay, because it is. a
TBD
TBD.
has to.
It has its own fun.
Yeah, it's fully restricted
Okay,
funds
great.
that have
Perfect.
definition, but in the state law.
Yeah, yes.
And not that, but I also think too, that it would be great to have like that, with metrics and or the actual plan, and then we can promote that so that residents can see, oh yeah, I know why they did that, and now I can see it's our way of our collective labor. Because when they can get ownership of it and it's out in front, and we can start relaying that, the first project we're gonna do is that. Especially if it's really bad, and people go, oh, thank God, this thing thing. So,
Question, how do we communicate this through what mechanism to the public when we vote this sales tax rate in? Do we notify them? Do we not? It's,
There will be a council meeting that will be properly noticed, and everyone will
Okay.
have an opportunity to lodge public comment about it and let council know exactly how they feel before, during, and after consideration. And this would likely be advertised, right?
Christina?
Thank you. I think that I'm so loud. Can you turn it down? Thank
You
you.
guys just leave them on and you won't have this echo.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, because of the feedback or the feed. Anyway, a long time ago, we got a very, just an estimate on how much each household would be affected per 1/10%. I remember. It was something very, very, very small. It was, do you remember that? 'Cause it was-
I
'cause we were-
remember that.
You do?
Yeah. Yeah, that was when the last time we put this on the ballot for the 0.2% sales tax increase, and the council agreed to remove the car tabs if the voters approved the sales tax, and it was roughly about $18 per year per household on taxable goods
Okay.
they pay.
So then
for
with
the-
respect, that was for 0.2.
Yeah.
So we can have that and say, well, I'll round it to $10 with inflation. per household. Again, with respect, I know I don't want my taxes raised either, but I almost don't feel like that would be very noticeable per household. That's annually. So, and the benefit, if a road gets changed or gets overlaid and gets improved, that's noticeable. That's very noticeable, especially in our hot zones. But $10 a year, I would be happy to pay that if I knew it was benefiting our roads.
$10 versus having to pay to have your shots.
Right.
Exactly. It's gonna be so, and it's exponentially getting.
Go ahead.
You bring up a really good point, Jeff, because I mean, how an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? And so for the tires and the whole bit, I think that's a great aspect. But it is too, and remembering that there are certain items that are not sales taxable, so like groceries, some of the basic needs. You don't want it to be counterproductive to people who are on limited incomes. But those of us, that you buy a new TV, if I can afford a new TV, I can probably spend $10 more to help pay the bill. So, I mean, whatever it is, it's actually, So, I mean, I think how we also talk about that in terms of who is paying for it, it's anything that we can do to make it more palatable.
So Dawn and I just did this little thing and I scraped potholes, but I didn't mean to be so local. Oh, I'm on. Our pothole claims have gone, I was trying to do a chart for you guys, but I have been getting a claim a week, 2 claims a week. It's just been, it's been crazy this last year. They have probably tripled compared to past years.
What does that look like? I didn't even know that's an option. I can go to claim pothole.
Well,
damage. Yeah, exactly. Hey, give me the form.
It excludes council members.
Okay.
You should know better.
Some other city I'll go to. I know. Anyway, what does that look like?
Are you gonna say something?
I'm happy to talk about claims. Basically, the way it works is when the city is on notice that there's a problem. Okay. And then that problem causes something, then someone can bring a claim against the city and with our insurance company, and we work with WCIA to make determinations of whether it's a viable claim or not. And we either pay the claim, pay some of the claim, or pay none of it all. We don't find that the city's not at fault. Because it all comes down to what we knew at the time. So if we didn't know about something, if there was a sinkhole that happened at 1 o'clock today, and we didn't know about it, and someone drove into it, that wouldn't be a claim that would likely succeed.
It really stinks if you're the first person to hit the pothole.
Right.
Because then you're probably out of luck unless we knew about it. But then if you notify us about it and then the second, third and fourth person hit it, then they usually are.
And that's what Covington connects.
So that creates the issue, and because once we're on notice that there's a problem, we have responsibilities under our general transportation powers and responsibility to the public to make them whole for things that we should have been fixing.
Well, that'd be good to know, just nothing else, the percentage increase in claims, because that is one way or another, we're paying it. It's either we're paying it individually or we're spreading the burden out.
That's our insurance
collectively.
rates.
Yeah.
Moving beyond pothole claims.
Sorry.
There is a consensus for the 0.1% TBD sales tax increase. And can I just ask, in my notes, they'd be saying is the next action to draft an ordinance and bring it before the council?
That's exactly what would happen, is we would make sure that it aligns with state law and bring an ordinance to council.
Thank you, thanks. I'm just pushing a little bit to point out that we are now about 45 minutes ahead. And maybe before we go to lunch or 40th, we could discuss the final draft of the strategic plan, get that out of the way. And I'm looking at maybe we would be done more like at 3:45 or 3:30 even, as opposed to 4:15.
Vote for that. Yeah.
Well, don't tell Joe when he comes back.
There'll be an additional briefing on the benefits of transportation funding, so. Okay, so Riga, are you ready? Because we could get this knocked out of the ball.
I'm always ready to roll. Yeah, you bet. Do we have do we want to put the strategic plan up, Krista, or I guess everybody's got it in their packets?
Krista's about to share it.
Okay. So as council is fully aware, this is something we've been working on throughout the year, and I just want to thank everybody. This has been a really fun process. Started the year prior with creating our new vision, mission, and goals. And then this year we converted it into our strategic plan. And I want to thank everyone, the council, for that effort, and also Selena for all of her help with that. So what we now have are clear goals, objectives, and action items from now through 2027. As you know, we went through and created these objectives together, and the action items are a mix of all the items that council brought up and mentioned and asked to be included, and then some that staff included as well. The plan now is really just to present this final draft to council to get your approval on it. And then once we have that, then we'll just start moving forward on mapping out our action items and really getting to work on accomplishing these over the next several years. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or any feedback that council has in regards to our action items. Or yeah, from the strategic plan.
Got a couple questions here. Debbie's hand was up
Can the doc-
first.
Thank you. Can the document be enlarged to fit the screen?
Any way to do that a
Thank
little
you.
better?
Yes, thank you very much.
You bet. Thanks, Krista. That was an easy question, Debbie.
We need to walk
Pardon?
through it, or?
That was an easy question. So
No,
what's that?
are we I didn't know. Are we going? We're not gonna go.
We
Yeah,
can go through it. I didn't plan to go through each action item since
Okay.
we've done that with council, but we can
Right.
go through that now if you'd like, or however you want to proceed. I'm happy to do it either way.
So Regan, did we remove anything? And second, we didn't go through staff's additions as a council. We just added hours. I remember them being on the list we were provided with, but we never actually went through them. And not that we would negate any of them, so I can kind of see the need.
Sure. Yeah, so
But did we remove any that were put on there by council?
we only removed some that staff had put up there, and honestly, there was a ton of overlap between what staff had put and what council had put. So we kind of worded some of those, a couple of them we kind of clipped and pasted and put them together. So I'm happy to go through each action item if you'd like. I think it might take up that extra time that we have, but we can do that.
Well, your question's gonna linger for just a minute because Beth had raised her hand. So I think, did you have a
No,
question?
I was just looking at some of the items on here that appear to have already been done. I guess one question I have is launch a park bench dedication program. We already did that, right? So some of these are things they're currently in flight, not that everything on here is in the.
There might be one or two items that staff had already started with, and when I asked for some proposed action items, they were included. It looks like Ethan wanted to talk about that for a second.
Yeah, I think there's some items in the park bench dedication program is probably a good example that are in progress, but it's not complete yet. So I think that's why it's still in there.
Thanks.
I don't think we need to go through each additionally, if we wanted to go through like over just like the first strategic plan. Does anybody want to go through each line item specifically? Because I don't think it's wise use of our time.
I think just go through if anybody has any questions about any individual item so that Regan and the team can cover it. John?
So on strategic priority action item number 1, for robustness in the economy, it talks about establish criteria to determine diversity, both business and residents. So I think I understand the diversity of the businesses, basically saying, is there a broad range of goods and services that are being provided? Does that also include the business owners in that too? Are we looking for diversity in business owners, not only business types? Is that what that's
that
Right.
specific item was diversity in the type of business.
Okay. But it also says establish criteria to determine diversity for both businesses and residents. Is that meaning we would develop criteria for the businesses to use and the residents? Or are we looking at establishing criteria to determine the diversity of our businesses and the diversity of our residents?
As I understood that action item, that was, we're establishing criteria to develop a diversity in our businesses for our residents.
Okay, okay. All right, second question, yeah. Got answer, thanks.
Any other questions on anything under number 1? We go on to 2, on page 2. That's the socially vibrant destination. See the objective statement. Any questions about anything underneath there?
Yeah, I'm just interested in the suggestion about the TEDx talk, what that might look like.
That's on the next page, but still under this tech category.
Right, second to last.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one that council brought up and asked for as part of kind of develop some cultural kind of sense in the community, and to bring in, I think, Sean, that might have been an item you suggested. I think we
Right.
talked about bringing in the tribes to talk about
Yep.
some things, and just any other kind of interesting genre that might be out there that could be brought here, maybe use a facility, one of the schools or something, the theater there, to bring in some diverse topics that the community would be interested in.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that along with you just said, bringing in voices that have a stake or interest in the city that maybe historically we haven't heard from. So I think getting people introduced to our tribal partners and seeing their interest in the Covington area that might raise awareness to something like Jenkins Creek has some of the traditional plants, I think, that they use. I didn't know that, so I'd be curious to see what their interest. So this is just one example. Have the tribes come in, and then it, from a city standpoint, it starts creating those connections that we then can talk, and maybe in the future going, hey, can you start looking at some of your fireworks that are coming into our town? So things like that on how we strategically use these connections. But you know, if we can get the hospital come in and start talking about advancements in healthcare and how you know possibly Covington can be a center for that. I don't know, that's kind of what I was thinking, is when people start to expect it and start to generate that destination that we're looking for. So
Proactive.
yeah, so that's kind of what I was.
Yep.
Anything else on this one? Now, Regan, after you and I talked the other day, I thought you told me, and I just crossed it out on my copy, Covington Open Pickleball Tournament, that should be crossed out. No.
Yeah, we terminated that idea.
Okay, should we move on to number 3, which is the commitment to public, or to health and safety? Any questions about any of this? That goes 2 pages on your printed copy as well.
Chris, did you mind just kind of slowly scrolling down as we're reading through those? Thank you.
We want to be very healthy.
Otherwise, I'll move on. I want to give you a chance to look at it one last time.
And again, if council would like more time individually on this, we can always bring this back for final adoption at a council meeting if today's not sufficient enough.
So do you want consensus today do we need to bring it back to a council meeting, or can we just do consensus today to do it as is and move forward with it?
No, I don't think we need to bring it to a council meeting. I was just suggesting that if council wanted more time to individually review it.
Well, then, oh, Brett, yeah.
So will your team then go through and prioritize which ones and come back to us with like an idea of what quarter or year?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So what will happen now is we'll start mapping out when these should be done and can be done. We'll start assigning them to different staff members and different teams and put together a tracking sheet and start working on them and tracking them and periodically report that back to council.
I think that input would be helpful, and maybe even once we see something in front of us, it might go, oh, well, if that's not gonna happen in 4 years, maybe we want that to happen sooner, or if it's available for the staff to do, or. is
Sure,
that-
yeah.
Is that out of? place?
Well, they're bringing it back as what current staffing levels can do to bring back finishes.
So what we can do is map it out and is how we see it going and bring it back to council. And if you want to discuss any edits to that, we can do that. That works.
But getting it adopted today by the council then gives you the opportunity to go forward
go-
doing
yeah.
that.
That's right. Yep.
Okay. So then let's look at the last one, which is the priority number 4, exceptional city services. Just want to ask if anybody has any questions, clarification about any of these or any ideas or reactions. And now you've heard that you'll be adopting it. The actions will be added. As Regan has said, it's kind of being mapped out, so actions are added and timelines are portrayed too. Anything on this last one?
I just have a comment that I appreciate the redevelop the training program for part-time athletic and recreation staff to increase program safety and quality. It's a really good one this past soccer season. I did, just because you're standing out there, there are some issues with kids knowing the rules, and they are kids. I know they're teenagers, they're refs, but that's a great one. I assume Ethan and team probably added that, but it's good to see on there because that's really important. Very important for safety and quality.
I
And for
agree.
the grown-up coaches. Not just staff. The volunteer coaches could use them too.
I just appreciate the fact, 2 things, comments on this, no questions, is at the very top, it says provide Washington's best municipal services through a visible and engaged city council. I appreciate that because I feel that our council is definitely getting more visible and more engaged, going off what Jennifer said earlier. And then right now it says on here, and I just lost it, about develop semi-annual events for the council. I think that's a great goal. And then once we get that up and running, not to put anything on Carl, this is for us, that we can then start doing quarterly events for our council to get involved. Because that's what our residents, our businesses and residents see us. They'll just get more engaged.
And on that, I've got a couple ideas that I'll share a little bit later in another presentation with that we can pursue together.
So this is a retreat. Do I just ask for a consensus? It's not like you have to formally vote because that would be a council action.
Yep.
Okay, so there is a consensus for the 23-27 strategic plan of the city of Covington.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yep.
It's beautiful.
Good job.
Well, thank you, council. This is great.
Okay, guess what? Okay, it's 11:31. I'm not so sure exactly when lunch is coming, but it's scheduled for 11:55. So should we go to another issue? And the next issue is the discuss improving downtown to stimulate the economy, and there were 3 questions associated with this. I don't know if that would take just 25 minutes, or we could at least get started if there's the energy.
Yeah, that's it.
Because lunch hasn't come yet, right?
It's all on me.
Oh, is that-
So whenever.
If we can ask Krista, do you need time to get the lunch set up or what?
5 minutes.
Same keep
Okay.
plugging along.
I'm fine with plugging along to
Yeah.
the next item.
Okay,
Yeah, let's get this one done.
plug along. Okay.
Cool, let's do it.
So this time we're going to discuss improving downtown to stimulate the economy. And so the first question is, what is the role of the city in helping to support the establishment of the downtown association? I think this starts with
So,
you.
yeah, I have a presentation for this. Looks like it's coming up right now. There we go. Okay, who's advancing the slides? Krista or Jim? Which one?
I got the clickers, whatever. Or whoever.
Oh, yeah. Whoever wants to click the clicker for me, that'd be great. Is that you, Case?
I will click the
Casey's
clicker.
doing, actually, that's best. I'm technically challenged and can't do two
I was,
things.
I was gonna say, keep the clicker away from Jim. So,
Just tell me when you're ready.
yeah, go ahead, Case. Thank you. So I wanted to go through a couple of things that we've been doing. The clean team's been brought up and mentioned. And I just wanted to share really kind of the consolidated information of how successful this has been with just a one-person team at this point. Collected 699 shopping carts throughout the year, 469 of the 5-gallon buckets of garbage, and 130 of the large garbage bags full of garbage. So that's just awesome to see that happening. We added 5 new groups to the Adopt a Street program. That's one of the assignments I gave Jennifer, is to really run with our Adopt a Street program, and she's done awesome with adding additional streets to it and really reaching out to groups and getting them active in cleaning up. The graffiti, she's really running with that, and nothing that she's cleaned has been re-tagged, which is really exceptional. With maintenance request, she's worked with them to remove all kinds of things. You can see there some old mailboxes and other unsightly things that they've gotten fixed. She coordinated the Make a Difference Day and has worked with Metro several times to get things fixed on their bus stops. And we're also working on a shopping cart ordinance that will come back to council hopefully sometime soon this year. We've worked with retailers. As a big win there was what Fred Meyer did, putting their sensors on their shopping carts, and just continuing working with in our downtown area. So it's just been a really wonderful success, and probably the thing we get the very most compliments on anything we do in the city. It's amazing the amount of calls we get from people thanking us for having Jennifer out there. Any questions on Clean Team before we move on?
I think Sean
Sean
does.
Couple things on the Adopt a Street. Can that include cul-de-sacs too? Could a community that's on certain, or is it more of the thoroughfares that we're looking for?
Those are the streets that we've designated as Adopt a Streets, more of our thoroughfares, but it's a cool idea you raised, that maybe there's neighborhood adoption kind of things that get done. So yep.
The reason I bring it up is we do I think a twice annual cleanup where we go and clean our playground area. We spread bark, we do weeding, that sort of thing, and it wouldn't be that much to add if we're responsible for cleaning the street. Starts conditioning people to like, oh yeah, I can pick up trash. It's not like there's a lot, but might be another way to promote the program and
yeah, it's a great idea.
Invested. So 2 more on the bus shelters. I did hear from one constituent a while ago that the garbage just does not get collected in these bus shelters. If it does, or not often enough, is that something we can work with Metro on? And what are the thoughts on that?
Yes, they're absolutely right. Those things, whether you empty them one day and the next they're full, it's incredible how full those get. And the other problem is, half the time people don't even use them, but that is something that Jennifer is working on.
Okay. And then finally, I think because of the success, there's got to be a way, maybe we can get a story written about it, just saying this is one thing Covington's doing. I would issue a press release just talking about the amount of, shopping carts and garbage and Adopt a Streets. I think it's a success story, and I think there are venues out there that would, I think, write about it. So something to think about.
Yeah, good idea. I know Carla shared a bit of information throughout the year on it, and something we can continue to do.
Going off of what Sean just said, can we recognize our volunteers at a council meeting who are adopting a street?
Yeah, like bring in all the groups.
Yeah.
We can for sure invite them, absolutely.
Yeah, not saying they'd all show up, but at least
Yeah,
to thank them for what they're doing and, at a council meeting, Carl.
I just worked with Jennifer actually this last week to create a webpage for Adopt a Street. We hadn't had that before. And on that webpage, it lists all of the routes, if you want to look at those. But we also decided to list all of the adopters as well as additional recognition. So you can see who those are. A lot of them are groups, you know, like Girl Scouts or specific businesses. So and then they each get a sign on the street, 2 signs actually, I think, on each end of the route, recognizing them. But a council meeting would be great too.
Regan, does she just pick up litter in public areas or private as well? I'm specifically thinking Safeway and Fred Meyer parking lots.
she's mostly sticking to public right of way.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Do we sense that potentially some of the private areas may be inspired to keep their areas a little cleaner based on what they're seeing across the way?
Yes, absolutely. That's I'll get into that in a little bit, but that's the one of the main focuses of our downtown association is to really build on what our clean team's doing.
Thank you.
Jennifer, if I may jump in real quick, for the clean team, they cannot be picking up crap from private shoppers.
Okay,
Because
that's
it's a gift of public funds because it's using public resources to benefit a private party. So
it completely makes sense, and I would have, not thought of that, so thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, can we go to the next slide? Oh, you're already on it. Thanks, Casey. So Downtown Association, this is something I'm really excited about, and had this idea several months ago, and I started throwing it around with CEDIS, and so we started reaching out to businesses, and this is starting to gain really fantastic momentum. So I'll share a little bit about it. It's essentially a private entity with public partnerships to really enhance what the private sectors or what the public sector is doing, not to replace it, but to enhance it. Usually it's developed through a 501c3 that's organized. And the funding for these groups, because the organizations I've looked at that are successful have funding. Some of them have voluntary funding where kind of like a chamber, right? Where each year the business decides to put into it. The other ones that are successful and that can actually plan for future things, it's a mandated funding through like a business improvement district, where the businesses within the designated geographic boundary of that association vote to assess themselves, basically, and then they pay for these services that will happen within that district. So, for example, building on the clean team idea, they would hire people to do the private lots and whatnot. And that's something that they've been discussing. So we can go to the next slide, please. So I called in the internet. I didn't know this existed, but there's an International Downtown Association. They're based out of Washington, D.C., and I've been in contact with them. And when we held our first Downtown Association meeting, they attended virtually, which was really helpful. And they provided a lot of really great information and resources to us. This graph here, or pyramid I wanted to show, it kind of shows the development of what these downtown associations, typically what that life looks like. And they start with, and I thought this was interesting, and these are his words that he put in there, with clean and safe, which are exactly what our association developed around, to be clean, safe, and welcome. So that was really great. So that is where our current downtown association is focused. And I'm saying downtown association, but nothing's been formed as far as a 501c3 or anything like that. But we do have these groups of businesses. We have the property managers and owners of the Kohl's lot, of Marshall's, of Covington Place, the Hobby Lobby development.
Where's
Uh,
Hobby
you-
Lobby?
Where is that?
We have
What's
a
that?
Hobby Lobby?
Not Hobby Lobby, help me out, Jim
Home
Wayne.
Goods?
Home Goods, sorry. No, not Home Goods. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
are you talking about where Safeway is, Home Depot, or Big Lots?
Big Lots. It's Big Lots. Thank you. That's not supposed to say Hobby Lobby. That's supposed to say the Big Lots, development.
We all got
Yeah.
excited.
I-
I'm like, where's Hobby Lobby going?
Yeah.
Find a new place to work.
But UW, it is, Valley Medical is on board, Nikki's Restaurant, Multicare, Fred Meyer. And Fred Meyer's a unique one because they're the business, but they're also the property owner. And they've joined up with us. And then of course, the city of Covington. These are more successful if they're kind of the run on that private side, but to have a great partnership publicly. And so that's what we're building forward and moving ahead on. Can you go to the next slide, please, Casey? So before I get into this, is there any question that anybody has on the Downtown Association and kind of the status and where that's at? Yeah,
So
Sean?
how does that, how would this Downtown Association interact / compete with the chamber? Because you're kind of fishing in the same pool, and I'm just wondering how that would work.
Yeah, so Chamber of Commerce is obviously for any business doing business within Covington, right?
Right.
Where the Downtown Association is a very specific
Okay.
geographically defined area. And so it will be much smaller than the chamber and have very different purpose. The chamber is more of the business advocacy, where this would be really improving the clean, safe, and welcome aspect of our downtown core. And that's really it. And honestly, it's interesting. A lot of the bigger members who have come out in support of the Downtown Association are not members of the chamber.
Okay. Thanks.
Beth has a question too.
Yeah.
So what is the timeline for getting this formed? I was under the impression it was already sort of done.
Sorry, you're breaking up there, Beth.
What is the timeline for getting this formed? I thought it was
Yeah.
already getting done, but that's on
By
What do you mean
getting
by
done,
balance?
what do you mean?
the 501(c), like.
Oh,
the-
no, that-
Literally.
No, that hasn't happened at all. We've only had one meeting of the Downtown Association. And that was
Right.
just a couple weeks ago. So it's kind of a grassroots type thing. And right now, the organization, the businesses that are interested, we brought them together. They met. We heard from the International Downtown Association and kind of talked through what our initial objectives should be, and we settled around clean, safe, and welcome. So the next thing that's happening is there's 3 members of that group and myself who will be meeting to put together the geographic boundaries, put together the map of what makes the most sense for that Downtown Association, and then help really kind of define the initial actions that we want to take. And then with that, we'll take those out to the businesses within that defined area and just start working on buy-in. In order to create that improvement district, you need at least 60% of the assessed area owners to vote for it. And so there's a lot of work before it gets formally organized like you're talking about, Beth. And that work is kind of those individual conversations with businesses and property owners, making sure that it's something they're in favor of and getting behind.
Okay, I was under the impression that there was a appetite for some of the downtown businesses to form a coalition. And again, this was heard secondhand, so you can tell me if I'm wrong. To potentially hire a security guard to help supplement patrolling in the evenings, and as their collective, ergo one gets trespassed on one property, that theoretically could get trespassed on multiple properties and then get law enforcement involved. Is that something that is still being discussed? Or is that just sort of a?
Well, I don't
hypothetical
know
down
if,
the road?
yeah, I don't know if what you're talking about is a different group than what I'm talking about, but.
Some of the people in here are part of that
Okay.
conversation, but I don't know. how
Yeah,
personal.
so safety is one of the main things that we're discussing as well with that group. And so that idea has been thrown around, but nothing solidified on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Right.
Again, we're in like the extreme infancy stages of this.
got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. So a little bit about improving our downtown and really beautification is not just about the aesthetics, but also about a deterrent to crime. Adam and Selena talked a little bit about that with SEPTED. And so kind of looking at this with a little different lens, I think is important. And I just put this kind of simple example up here on this presentation. And this is actually photos from the last city that I worked in. And the one on the left, just the main old street pole, we really wanted to enhance the look of our downtown. And that's, your average street pole. And what we did is we thought, what if we painted all the poles? We put these bases, a skirt basically that you can put around it to make it look like it's more decorative. We added a pedestrian light arm hanging over the sidewalk, and then some hanging flower baskets. And so you can see that picture on the right then is that's actually a Google Street View image I just pulled last week, but that's what they looked like once we were completed. And then we put in those flower boxes and things like that. So I just wanted to bring up the different kind of feel that these kind of beautification things can look at. And then to remind the council that we did allocate $50,000 for downtown beautification in the 2023 budget. So Casey, if you'll please go to the next slide. So I wanted to talk about just a few ideas that we can work together on. One, there's we can improve our light poles. Don and I have been talking a bit about that because we don't own all of them. So we need permission to do anything on those, but it looks like that's something we may be able to do. Obviously, flowers add to the aesthetics and beauty of an area. Banners, there are sections of 272nd where it's in the works to get some banners hung up on the poles right now. Welcome signage is a big one that we think would be beneficial. Also some wayfinding signage, public art, as you know, that's being worked on. And then another thought that came up in our downtown association meeting is to really do something to help activate our large parking lots. As we know, that's where a good portion of our property crimes are happening in our downtown and the parking lots. But if we activate those in some way, maybe it's ambassadors that patrol, maybe it's little concerts that happen in a portion of a parking lot, these kind of things. Another thought is we continue to grow the clean team. And then this is one that I really want the council to consider, is to partner with CEDAS and the Downtown Association on providing seed money, that we use this money as seed money to leverage private dollars to do things within the downtown area. And I don't know exactly what those are, and we don't need to finalize it today, but I just wanted to present this to council, and it came up through some of your interviews with Jim, and get your thoughts and impressions and ideas on how you'd like us to move forward in working to beautify our downtown. We do have that $50,000 that we can do some things with, but also to make sure that that there's a wonderful group of the private sector that's committed to work on this as well. So with that, I'd love to hear any thoughts or ideas.
Jennifer.
I think this is fantastic, Reagan. I see other downtown associations, and I feel like a lot of them are put in place once that area of the city starts to die, right? And then it's like a panic to figure out what to do to revitalize it. So I think this is a very proactive approach, is awesome. The only other idea that I would have that I don't see on here are those cute little lights, Puyallup in the winter time has snowflakes. It's the cutest thing I've ever seen, because it's dark
Like,
so much.
like
within the-
snowflakes hanging from the light pole, the street poles.
Right, where the flowers would normally be.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
when
those are
it's
great.
not flower season, there's lit snowflakes. It's the cutest thing ever. It makes you want to go there because it feels warm and cozy and festive even at night. So anyway, this all sounds and looks amazing.
Yeah, that's a great idea too.
Regan, by forming this 501c3 with the Downtown Association, that now enables businesses within that downtown association to apply for there being no tax credits from the state, so that the money, they would take that money and let's just say, because they'll be able to do a percentage of it. So let's say that they would normally pay $1,500 to the state. Now $1,000 could go to the downtown association. They're only paying 500 to the state.
Yeah, there is that credit, which would be a really great resource for the businesses, and I think it's up to 75% of a credit they can receive on their state B&O tax.
Correct.
The issue is, Mark, you can help me out here, but I think there has to be some historical portion of the downtown where buildings are between 30 and 50 years old in order for that to apply. Do you have anything additional on that, Mark?
No, that's accurate. There are a whole set of criteria of what a business needs to, the criteria that a business needs to meet in order to receive the credit. And one of the major hurdles for a newer city like Covington is we don't have a city that was established in 1890, and we don't have a lot of the historical revitalization that some of these other, what the tax credits were kind of geared for.
We were sad to discover that because it seemed like a really good option.
I don't know, the Big Lots property and the US Bank property are old.
It's only 1993. It's not that old.
Isn't that 70 years ago?
It's only 30 years. So I was like,
Those are historical buildings now, built in the
Yeah,
90s.
Beth is here.
You're saying not just the age of the unit, right? Like, are there any buildings that might fall into that in the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, we don't really have a lot of history, unfortunately.
Do you want me to jump in on that, Regan?
Sure, I couldn't really hear either, so
Oh.
yeah, if you don't mind.
Beth, do you want to repeat what you said?
I just asked if we thought there might be buildings that would fall into that category, maybe in the next 5 or 10 years. We don't have anything historical, but just from the age of it, like say, or renovating an old building front, murals or whatnot, I mean, that's something that would fall into that.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
a rough, just like data analysis of what we had downtown. And I mean, I think our oldest building was like 89 or 87, but you need to have a 50% and everything else is in the 90s to 2000s as far as construction. Yeah, I think isn't it 50% mark or something? There's a quantifying number of your
Yeah.
buildings that have to fall within that.
pretty
So it's
small.
really, when you look at the email or the webpage on this, you see the downtowns that you are familiar with, like your Enumclaw, your downtown, kind of your Rentons, they've got the downtown harbor and that kind of historical district. And unfortunately, we are a highway route. So a little difficult, maybe the next generation.
Yeah.
Mark.
Just to build on that a little bit, the immediate disqualifiers for a business being able to do this is when you do not have a nonprofit dedicated solely to downtown revitalization, do not meet the minimum level of staffing, and does not, this is the kicker here, it does not represent historical commercial district that is 50%, 50 years of age.
Okay,
So that's
all right.
when the city establishes a downtown, and through the downtown association, as the city grows, then we're going to be able to start building towards something like this for future. And I wanted to, if it's all right, I'd like to make one additional comment, just on the second to last bullet, providing seed money. We've worked, Regan and I have had a lot of discussions about this, there are constitutional limitations, much like with the clean team, for what the city can provide monetarily to private businesses for seed money. So anytime we would be spending money, it would be within our normal parameters of what we can and can't spend money on.
Jim? Oh, Sean.
No worries. So I'm looking at these, light, post skirts and things and, you know, that's kind of neat, those little added additional, yeah, accents, exactly, that make, you know, like Jennifer was saying, the snowflakes and whatnot, that kind of just, you know, you feel different when you enter it. I'm just wondering on some of these, can the downtown association pay for some of those, upgrades? Is that something you were thinking as well? So if we paint the poles and add the skirts in their kind of bailiwick?
So the downtown association has not generating any revenue, nor have they
Right.
solidified any decisions on what to pay for. But with authorization from the city, that is definitely something they could choose to do if they wanted to. I think their focus is on kind of that clean, safe welcome, right? And so anything within that, I think they'd be open to.
So it wouldn't just be the
eventually.
city that's responsible for some of this in the downtown area, that this business association could choose to spend some of their money on some of these flower
They could.
baskets and things like that if they want.
Yep, they could.
Yeah.
In addition to what the downtown association can do on its own with city permission to do things on city property. As part of this exploration for how the city can participate, Regan hit on the possibility of doing a business improvement district. And that's where you have the required number of, council passes something, passes the business improvement district. And then you get 50% buy-in, 60% buy-in from the local assessed value of the businesses. And from there, then an assessment would be levied against all the businesses that are within the business improvement district. And those funds would be used for things like beautification and those things.
Mhm.
So I'm a little confused. I thought Regan said that in order to get the 501(c) downtown association going, it has to be 60%, but you're talking about the business.
No,
district.
I'm talking about creating a business district and generating
Okay,
funding.
okay.
Yep.
Those are they're very
Yeah, two different.
related, but they're two different things. One is a revenue generation, and the downtown association is purely a nonprofit that is
Yeah.
working to benefit and revitalize it.
It could just be one, even two businesses that create a downtown association 501(c)(3), right? But in order to get the revenue, they've got to do the improvement district. to
Okay,
assess
so
themselves.
the 501(c) thing is something that is probably not gonna happen unless we get the benefit district.
No,
what I'm
no, it would probably happen first. That's just the tax exempt organizational structure that the IRS would call that organization. The 501(c)(3) isn't really important. I just shared that because that's what a lot of downtown associations are classified as.
But it does allow them to receive grants from other nonprofits and other organizations if they can't get the 60% at that point, right? So doesn't it make sense to get one of those set up first so that, you know?
Yeah, I
They're
think
donating to
it could potentially open them up to additional grant funding.
So Beth, I think you're asking what should come first, whether it's a downtown association or a business improvement district.
Ish, but I mean, I was asking what the timeline was to create the 501(c), and then he was talking about the other stuff, and I was kind of wondering what is the timeline?
I think I
there?
can help with that because when you have a downtown business association, or that can be formed at any time.
Mhm.
And so it's just doing the grassroots work that Regan
Okay.
has already been working on.
Okay,
And then that's just going through the process of establishing the 501(c)(3).
Okay.
Once you have something like that, it's generally easier to get a business improvement district
Okay.
because you already have gotten the buy-in from
Okay.
local businesses and otherwise that they are part of a downtown association.
Mhm.
And when they want to do more, then they would look to the city to pass a business improvement district so they could access additional funds and pool them together.
Thanks, Mark.
Questions
That's helpful.
or any other ideas to add to the beautification list? Otherwise, I'm going to say since it's 12:02 and we're gaining so much time, we should break for lunch. Okay.
So if there's nothing else, I'll make sure to keep council informed with the Downtown Association and what's happening there. I think it has the potential to do a lot of real good there. So we'll keep moving forward on this then and add snowflakes as a potential option as
you.
well.
Okay, so it's 12:02. We've heard that Kristen needs about 5 minutes to set up lunch and we can help you. And then we're gonna get lunch and come back and resume kind of a working lunch. So why don't we do this? Plan to get lunch at 12:07 and we'll come back at 12:20 and then we will be 55 minutes in ahead. Okay, welcome back. We've got a couple issues to discuss before we adjourn today. The next two will be related to parks and recreation. So an update on the Jenkins Creek Park and SoCo Park projects. Also, I talked to each one of you about renaming SoCo Park. I think there was interest in that. I don't know what, well, you have guidelines in your handout that we'll get to in a minute about the process for doing that. And then we'll also talk about the kind of resident-based policies for parks and recreation. So Ethan is going to lead us through these two discussions. And we'll see where we are and whether we need to take a break or not. And we'll go on to public engagement, housing, and the camping ordinance. And if there's a little bit of time, we kind of forgot to, well, also council operations. One thing I forgot to put in the agenda, or maybe Regan and I took it out just because this was seemed to be running longer than usual, but I've always liked the idea that Covington Council came up with about the last 5 minutes or so, just saying what issues are on the horizon that you just want us to record and they don't need to be talked about. We'll just get that list going too. So we might have time for that. So Ethan, let me hand it over to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, so the updates on the Jenkins Creek Park project and the SoCo Park projects are exactly that. They're just updates. Those projects are in design, but we thought this would be a good time to kind of give a little information of where they are, the status of them, and what you can expect to see with those projects in 2023. And then, as Jim said, there is kind of the topic of whether to keep the name of SoCo Park or whether the council would prefer to change the name. So we'll get into that as well. This is just an overview of the Jenkins Creek Park Master Plan with the recently acquired property in the lower left-hand corner represented on the master plan. This is actually going to be coming to the council in one of your upcoming council meetings to adopt the revised master plan. And really the only change is that that property is now included in the master plan and shows the concept that I think was taken to the council probably back in the summertime is now shown on there as well. The current phase of improvements is only limited to that acquisition or acquired parcel. So there's a lot more of the park that would be left for future phases. And here's a zoomed in look at that property again and the improvements that are planned. You'll see that on the bottom, there's a half of 180th Southeast is going to be constructed, and that will actually serve as the entrance and exit. In the future, the city could build out that road, and then you'd still just have turn lanes in and exits out onto 180th as well. And then you can see the circulation pattern. You can see a number of parking spaces in there. There's a spot for ADA parking, and we'll also have spots reserved for electric vehicle charging stations, but those aren't planned for this phase of improvements. Towards the roundabout, you'll see that there's walkways that kind of bring people in off of the sidewalks, and there's a place for future art installation as well. That's what that kind of large pink asterisk represents. As you move towards the creek, there is a boardwalk section, and I have a slide on that here in a second. There's also a place for a restroom up in the corner. And the whole idea is that this will open up the park from the street, increase visibility, and also increase access so people can walk into the park, or drive and park, and then enjoy the park. So here's a kind of rough rendering of what that boardwalk area might look like. I will say that, you know, this is not necessarily going to be accurate as far as the type of materials or color and that type of thing, but it does kind of give a sense as to how it opens up the area for people to enjoy kind of the visual experience of the creek, and also just open up from that parking lot in the street that there's a whole park behind this area as well. I think there's another slide here. I don't know, I have to aim my clicker to get it to go. So again, another rendering that's kind of, I thought was fun to share. As far as our schedule, we're through 60% design. We're working with our consultants on our 90% design level. And we plan to have this go out to bid late spring, early summer, with construction still planned for summer and fall. I'm not going to go over the details of the budget and the really small numbers on this slide, but what this does show is that we have a balanced budget with our project. We have a lot of funding sources that make this all possible. 3 different grant programs, dedicated parks reserve funds, as well as our Covington General Fund Special Project Reserve that was approved as part of the 2023 budget. It also does show a pretty healthy project contingency when people, if you're looking at that ahead of time, the cost estimates actually improved in our favor from 30% design to 60% design, which we'll take. But as we get towards 90% design, we'll see if that holds. And then of course, bids are the ultimate test as to what the cost will be. But it's kind of nice to have a healthy project contingency. I feel like a lot of times that doesn't happen. So SoCo Park, I'm going to provide pretty much a similar update. Here's an overview of the layout of the master plan, and then we kind of color shaded what this phase will be. The base bid is shown in kind of that orange color. And then we do have a couple of phase alternates, which we've broken out, which if we get favorable bids, we'll do. If not, we'll just stick to the base bid. The base bid is largely a walking path that kind of meanders into the site a little bit from the street for the length or for much of the length of the park. There's going to be some parking, largely for ADA parking. And then there'll be an open lawn area. So we'll start to open up access so people can enjoy it. It's definitely not going to be a large scale improvement for the park. That'll have to come later, but I think it's a great opening phase of improvements for the park. The alternates are really creating a soft surface trail that goes into the park further and creates more of a loop so people can actually get their laps in walking or running there if they would so choose. And here's just another depiction of the base bid and the add alternates. As far as project schedule, on this project, we're a little bit ahead of the Jenkins Creek Park project as far as timing. So we're done with 90% design and working on bid documents. Looks like we'll probably go out to bid in March, April, and then get to construction a little bit later, probably around early summer. And again, our project is funded. This was made possible by a commerce grant that the city was successful in being awarded, and then also as part of the 2023 budget, some of the parks reserve is being used to make this project happen. So this does bring us to kind of a decision. You know, we've been using SoCo or what's short for South Covington Park as kind of the project name for this project for many years, as far as when we've been purchasing properties, and then now moving forward with this first phase of construction. But whether that's just a working name and the city decides to go with a different permanent name, it's kind of a decision that's kind of before the council. And it's important now because we're going to be building a construction or an entrance sign or a main park sign. So you can always change the sign and name of a park later, but if you're going to be, you know, paying $10,000 or $15,000 for a park sign, it seems like maybe make that decision now. So there are a couple things to consider. One is timeline of construction, as I mentioned, is going to be coming up here in summer pretty quickly. So that is something to consider. We could kind of hold off on adding that sign till a later time. That would give the city more time to, if they wanted to rename it. Or the city could just decide to continue to go with SoCo Park. If it does decide to, it wants to rename, if you want to rename the park, then there is a resolution from back in 2007, which I think was included in your packet. It is, I guess. I'm not going to go through it, but there is a naming procedure that the city has, and really, I think the suggestion with that policy is to collect suggestions from the public. Those go to the Parks and Rec Commission. They make a recommendation to City Council. Council considers that. Then there's a 90-day waiting period, and then council can take final action. So that can take 4 months, at least 5 months.
Does there have to be a 90-day waiting period? Could it be like a 15-day waiting period?
Well, I think that it depends if council wants to follow the existing resolution. I think council could choose to have their own naming policy or own naming process for this if they so choose.
I say that because I think it would be a cool way to actually get the community involved. While it may be a little more tedious, I mean, we could sit down here and find a different name should we choose to, but just it's another element of including the community and the residents. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool, but I don't like the name.
Yeah, I mean, I think the resolution, the process isn't a bad one of taking suggestions from the community on possible names and having the commission consider those and make a recommendation. I think the 90 days does get problematic, but that's really up to the council, I would say, if they want to follow that.
Does anyone know why the 90 days was written in?
Do you know
At the
that?
time.
Why 90 days was this?
I don't, it was passed in 2007 and I'm not sure.
And that policy can always, that resolution can always be updated to fit with the new process the council wants to follow.
I think it was because of the previous council issue.
Has nothing to do with like making sure that the deceased remain deceased since you can't name it after someone. Just teasing. That was a bad joke. Jennifer.
Yeah, I had a related question. Can we change it? And it sounds like we could. I agree completely with Christina. It's the park belongs to the residents. And if there's an opportunity to engage the people of the community, absolutely we should take it. And people love to come up with names. I participated when we named Covington Community Park. I was not happy with the selection as a resident, but it had me paying attention. Like, what are they going to choose? What are they going to choose? And it was fun hearing the different suggestions that were put out there. So I definitely suggest putting it out to the community and potentially address changing the timeline if necessary.
My one suggestion for allowing public input is keeping the final decision with council, because otherwise we're gonna end up with something like Parking McParker.
Exactly.
Parking McParker is our new park name, so I would say the council should retain that
No,
and not
totally
make it.
agree. Yes.
But then that ownership doesn't really have.
So we did engage our Parks and Recreation Commission, who helped name the Don Henning Roundabout and the Margaret Hardo Pavilion. And I like that idea moving forward. And it does say, you know, names of person for facilities named for living persons has to provide a substantial public service to the citizens of Covington. And I can think of one person right now who's done so much for our community, who just recently retired from Olympia. But I know that you need to go through the process. Yeah, if he would even want that, yeah.
So, to try to capture what's been said, should staff maybe bring back a updated resolution for naming facilities that removes the 90 days? And then follow that, or is there any other changes that the council would want to see?
I was just suggesting in order to shorten it, if it was necessary to get a sign and by the timeline, but otherwise, I mean, I personally don't have an issue with 90 days.
Can it say up to 90 days? Can you just change that? Because it doesn't, I mean, if somebody needs 90 days, that's fine. In the future, assuming we do, but
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that.
you know, I mean, just that, expand it, not minimize.
We don't anticipate, like you said, the park phase one won't be done for a while. So really, that's when we want to have a sign up there once it's complete. Like, at the end of the year, sure, we've got a little bit of time. I mean, or is there lead time, long lead
Yeah,
times on?
I mean,
signs
our,
for-
our design consultants are, not happy that I keep saying we don't know exactly what our park is gonna be called. But, you know, the tactic I'm taking right now, because they do have to finalize the design and bid documents and everything like that, and so that the contractors can bid on it and whatnot, is that we'll probably continue moving forward with the SoCo Park name on the bid documents, and then it would be a change order to change the name. But it's not really gonna change the sign's actually gonna look very similar to the
Right.
different signs for Covington Community Park.
Sure.
Things like that. So, so you do have a few months. There's,
So is that something you could take to the Parks and Recreation Commission to start?
Yep.
the process? Because I would, personally, I would like to keep them involved in this since they're helping do this, have them start with the process and if they wish to.
yeah, I mean, I think it's really up to council if you want them to make a recommendation. I think the process as I see it is we would come up with some sort of way to engage the public and solicit suggestions, and we've done that before with Karma, and I think even some of these other facilities that have been named. And then, you know, say March or April, we take that to the Parks Commission for them to review, make a recommendation, then bring it back to council for final action.
I'm good with that.
See mostly heads nodding.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it starts with public ideas, then the Parks and Recreation Commission gets involved and then goes to council.
I have a question on Jenkins Creek, if we can go back to that park.
Yep.
You know, so I'm sure it'll be taken into consideration, but when, you know, you brought up the boardwalk and that's running right along Jenkins Creek.
Yep.
Don't you need to keep trees in there to keep the temperature of the water down, or is that gonna be taken into consideration? Looking at the picture, it looks like the boardwalk's right over the water. I know this is just a
On those
concept.
rendering.
Yeah,
Yeah, let me go. Yeah, and I almost didn't include these renderings because I knew there could be a lot of questions about them. But
Okay.
they do show that it opens up the area. There is gonna be, because the creek is a critical area and there's requirements for what we can do around there. There is a restoration component to that. There's probably some existing trees. There's gonna be a lot of invasives that can actually be removed from that area. So the plantings will try to not necessarily obscure all of the view of the creek. But depending on what gets planted, it may take a while for them to grow to where they're 10 feet higher and things like that. So, yeah, this rendering probably does not capture that.
okay.
Yeah, the people come with the park. That's a great thing. with parks.
And Ethan, just to add that the boardwalk area that what's in this picture is actually in an area that's already been impacted from the previous business, so they're not expanding that. So if you went out there now, it's pretty gravelly there, yeah.
And one of the reasons we're doing that boardwalk is that could be a section of a future Jenkins Creek Park Trail. So, and also connecting to the street there, if that finally gets built out.
Thank you.
Should I just kind of go into our next?
Yep, I think we're ready.
I don't have any great graphics for the next topic. But this is gonna be for residence-based policies. Oh, actually, I think I need yeah, it's another
Okay, just wanna
PDF.
make sure you're ready.
Yeah. So our resident-based policies really have to do with, we're looking at two different things. One is priority registration for residents. And the other would be different fees, one for residents and one for non-residents. And I'm just waiting for Krista to get us in the best viewing mode here. The issues that we're trying to solve for is that, we have very popular programs, and as folks are trying to register for them, not everybody is able to get into the program. And currently non-city residents are able to enroll at the same time as residents, and often it's the case that non-residents are successful in enrollment when residents are not. And the other part of it is we are subsidizing most of our programs, especially the aquatic center and our expensive cost programs. Through taxes, city residents contribute to the subsidy of Parks and Recreation program as a whole, more so than non-residents of the city. And so that's usually a argument that's made for why you would have resident and non-resident fees, to try to take some of that burden or subsidy down for the city. So we kind of framed some of these issues into a few different categories, and we took them to the Parks and Recreation Commission. They've already seen these and had a chance to make their recommendations. And so I'm going to kind of step through them one by one. And this is an opportunity for council to kind of give direction as to if there's consensus to go one way or another. If you want more information brought back, and these items be brought back to you. That's kind of what we're looking for here today. So I don't know if I can scroll though, Krista. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just start with, I think there's 4 different policies is what we're calling them. One is a proof of residency. And we used to have resident and non-resident fees years ago. And we've gotten away from them. And one of the reasons we did was because people were pretty much being able to just say they were a resident. It's kind of an honor system. And the word got out that was the case. And so one thing that we heard is if we were to go back to something like this, people were wanting there to be some sort of verification. So residents could prove that they're residents, they would get a lower rate. Everybody else would be subjected to a higher rate. And we took this to the Parks Commission, you know, and we have pros and cons. I'm not going to go through necessarily all of them here. But I will say it will take administratively a little bit more time and effort. We will get people that will come through and say this is an invasion of their privacy and give us a hard time. But ultimately, they don't have to give that information over if they don't want, but they just wouldn't be able to get the lower rate. In the end, after some discussion, the Parks and Rec Commission kind of recommended to institute some sort of verification system. And so that was kind of their recommendation. And I don't know if it's best to just kind of go through all 4 of these and then kind of leave it to council's discussion. Is that probably easier? Okay, we'll keep going. Policy number 2. Oh, actually, one other note here, you can back up. There are residents of the city, and then there's also property owners in the city, and those can be 2 different things. And so that's a consideration. Some places will say you can be a property owner or a resident to get that discounted rate because they're paying property taxes and whatnot. Now, property owners aren't necessarily voters in the city. And so in some cases, it's just limited to residents. In the case of the Parks and Rec Commission, they thought it's limiting it to just residents. As the preferred option. Okay. Priority number 2. This has to do with Covington residents shall have an opportunity to register prior to registration opening to non-residents. The pros for this are the opportunity for residents to participate in Parks and Recreation programs will increase, especially for those programs that reach maximum enrollment before everyone that has or that wants to register is able to do so. The cons are that residents to get this will have to have their residency verified if that's what the city wants. Non-residents will object to having resident-based registration policies, and it will increase administrative and customer service tasks. I did ask my staff team, like, do we need to increase staffing levels to do this? What kind of impact did they suspect that we would encounter? And they didn't think that we would actually have to increase staffing levels. Where we've kind of transitioned to doing more things online, that could give them the capacity to do verification. So that was good information. Other notes on this is not all activities have the same issue with demand. So I think on one end of the spectrum, we have our swimming lesson program where it used to be for every one person we'd get enrolled, one person wouldn't be able to get into it. It's now one person gets into it, 2, 3, 4 people don't get into it. So it's very competitive to get into that program. And then on the other end of the spectrum are some more recreation classes that maybe we just don't hit max. And then there's other things in the middle, athletic programs. We do hit a pretty high capacity, but we get most people that want to get into those programs get in, but that can change as the city continues to grow. So if you can scroll down a little bit, Krista, it's okay. No, let's stay on this for a second. Looking at youth athletic programs, we do rely on volunteer coaches a lot. And we did look at, well, how many of those coaches reside outside of the city? And 57%, so more than 50% do not reside in Covington. And then there's also some programs that we contract for, such as our Skyhawk camps, where we don't actually do the registrations, and it just may not be feasible for us to implement a resident-based policy for that. Now we can go to the next page. I think Joe has
Just a quick question,
Yeah.
but that coaches are 57% outside of the city. How many times did we count Regan for that number? Because we know he counts multiple coaches, multiple teams.
Yeah.
Is he skewing that number in that trend for us?
Yeah,
Well,
but
Joe's
he's not
counts
the
is
only
thinking.
one. We have a lot of repeat coaches, so I think it's just, we would count him twice or 3 times or 4. We can keep scrolling through this. This was just informational breakdown of what type of programs are in the greatest demand, which aren't so in demand. So getting down to what the Parks and Rec Commission advises, they were in agreement that there should be some sort of priority registration for residents. And then they talked about really, rather than making an across the board policy for everything, starting with a smaller subset, kind of beta test, get our process in place. And so we should start with swimming lessons first. They're the most in demand and really are the most urgent kind of program area to address. And then once that process is implemented and working well, then we could start expanding it to other programs as demand kind of justified that we implemented it. So if we started seeing our fall soccer programs or any other programs starting to reach capacity where some people weren't getting in, then that would be an indicator that, okay, next time around, we'll implement some sort of priority registration for that. And then next page. And then they also made a note that if and when priority registration is applied to athletic programs that rely on volunteer coaches, any volunteer coach should be able to also receive priority registration for their children, same as a resident. This benefit should be in addition to other coaching benefits they already receive. So that's really just making sure that we have a strong volunteer base to support our athletic program that significantly relies on it. So that's our priority registration. So now we can go on to policy number 3. So this has to do with resident and non-resident fees. The idea being that registration fees would be higher for non-residents and lower for Covington residents. Just to restate the Covington residents that contribute more to local taxes and the subsidy of parks and recreation programs will be subject to a lower user fee than non-residents. The cons here are resident fees will not apply to residents that have not completed the proof of residency process. Non-residents won't like the policy, and it increases some administrative and customer service tasks. Other notes on this are that different programs are subsidized at different levels. So when we look at our aquatic center, just because of the nature and overhead of that facility, we subsidize it at a higher level than they are athletic programs or rec programs for the most part. Next page, or scroll down. Yeah. And then again, there may be some contracted programs that we don't manage the registration directly. So they would probably be exempt from these resident-based policies. So the commission advised that for resident and non-resident fees to make a difference between the two. They again said, let's start with just swimming lessons first. And then once that's complete, then it could be rolled out to other programs. And then we also asked them if they thought there was any, like, well, what should the difference be? Should it be 5%, 10%, 20%, 200%, you know? And they didn't want to make that decision. They said that would be best left to staff and council, which is probably fine. We don't usually ask the commission for advice on kind of budgeting and that kind of thing. But I think, you know, there also could be where you could start with something at the aquatic center. It might make sense to ask for a larger differential fee than you would in other categories and rec programs that subsidize that. Although the more complicated you make it, it's a little bit more complicated to administer. It's a little bit more complicated to message to the public. So those are things to consider. They also were a little bit concerned just about at what point do fees start impacting access and what people can pay, whether they're residents and non-resident. So that's kind of where they arrived on resident and non-resident fees. And I think there's one more policy that I can cover. And this has to do with resident, non-resident fees for facility reservations. So all the previous, or whether it's priority registration or non-resident resident fees, those all have to do with registered activities. So it doesn't include reservations, doesn't include drop-in programs. But we did break out facility reservations, and there are, we're doing more of these now that we have the park shelters at Covington Community Park. And a lot of places will break out whether they have resident and non-resident fees. We do subsidize, you know, when we look at our cleaning costs and everything else to maintain it, we probably do put more money into maintaining a park than the user fees we bring in. That's super common. I mean, parks cost money and bring in very little money. They generally are pretty much underwater in that. And they, I don't know if there's another page, but the commission, I think, did recommend to implement separate levels of user fees for residents and non-residents, similar to policy number 3. So that's my quick overview of resident-based policies. It's definitely, it does impact people using these programs quite a bit. But we're hearing more and more as people are having difficulty getting into programs. And then also just covering our costs is probably something to look at. So happy to take any questions.
And we're beginning to get your reactions to the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendations. Christina, did you have a question first? Do you want to start?
I have a question. I'm trying to look at this, but was that list in order of highest requests and need, the one where swimming is at the top, resident-based policies for parks? It's a little bit, it's this thing.
It's roughly in the order. I mean, we know that swimming lessons is by far most in demand.
That's what I was gonna ask. So it stands out as by far, correct?
Correct.
Versus like spring soccer and fall soccer, which also fill up really fast, but
Yeah, no, it's worlds apart.
worlds apart. Would it make sense for us to put a larger differential on the gap between resident and non-resident, just for the pool? Because I also see in my mind, like you said, most events were underground on, and that's, if that's specifically for park, but I also feel like it's getting similar for the pool. I mean, the pool is requiring so much maintenance that it makes sense in my mind to get closer to accommodating that and compensating for that with slightly larger, gap in the non-resident fees.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two different challenges we have with our programs, and you're kind of hitting on both of them. One is just getting into a program, and that's where priority registration is. Like, if you gave people one day for Covington residents to register before non-resident,
Yeah.
they would at least have a chance to enroll in it. The other item has to do with really, how much revenue do you want to raise to support or try to do your cost recovery for your facility? And in doing that, how much do you want to make from residents versus non-residents?
Okay, the MPD, not MPD, sorry, the multi-purpose building that we're trying to get one step closer to. We don't get any closer by keeping the rates all the same by, and it's something that we need. It's not just a desire somewhere up there on our wish list. Like, we clearly need this. A new pool, a place for our residents, a place for our youth, for our seniors to spend time in. So I'm not gonna say a 200%, right? But like a 20% or around there versus other programs that you brought up would be okay with a smaller differential. I got lost in my own question, but anyway, I really wanted to know what the primary need was.
Well, it
not
sounds
the
like
pool.
you support the recommendations of the commission. You're just trying to fill in some of the details. Like, what would be-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And there's another slide, Krista, if you keep going past this, there were some additional notes, and we did try to provide, here we go. Well, who's charging resident, non-resident fees, and what are their differences? And so it's not always apples to apples, because they don't have the same facilities, don't necessarily run the same programs, but you'll see when they do have difference between residents and non-residents, they tend to be between the 10 and 20% range. And I can say back when we did have them, I think they were 20% roughly.
Well, if the council said today at this meeting that they endorsed the recommendations of the commission, would you go back, take this information, and come back to the council with recommendations regarding, like, say, how much time should the residents get priority in terms of registering, and what would be the differential in terms of cost?
Yeah,
Or was the information here, so you wanted the council to be able to weigh in on that?
I mean, I think, and Regan, correct me if I don't have this right, but as far as fees go, Regan is actually authorized to adopt our fees, and we just wanted, because this is such a change as to what direction we're doing, we want to make sure that the council's on board with going one direction or the other, and then we can kind of move forward just at the staff level of implementing those. We could bring them back, with the proposal as well. It's kind of up to council and Regan, I guess. As far as the priority registration goes, I guess that's probably, I don't know if we need to have formal action on that or not. I don't know what you're anticipating, Regan, or just direction is enough.
I think just direction from council, make sure you're fully aware of what this plan is it's a bit of a policy shift, an internal policy shift. And I think, like Ethan's mentioned, it's something our surrounding cities are doing as well.
Yeah.
I support the recommendations from the Parks Commission. I think it's really important that while we do provide a pool that is available to neighboring communities, and there is a little bit of that synergy we talk about as far as when we go to their city to do things, but if there's that much of a demand, and I think starting with the pool to see, like I said, beta test it, I would like to see it maybe a few more days than just today, like maybe we open it on Friday to residents and Monday to non-residents, so there's a little bit of time for them to, you know, get in there. I don't know what that, or what, I mean, I've only done the pool once since, you know, in the last few years, and it was really COVID, and there wasn't any waiting list, so. But if there's a way to make sure that our residents can do that. Also, when I look at the numbers, only about 20% of the, I'm guessing this would equate to splashes as well, only 20% are Covington residents anyway, according to this.
Yeah, I think
Or swim lessons anyway, I'm not sure. That's not
But
probably the
then
drop
again,
in.
is that because our residents can't get in because non-residents do?
No, that's fine, yeah, no, I understand, like, we don't know how many non-residents are on the wait list, and then that might be bigger, and so then it ends up being an opportunity. But I guess the question then is, and giving it a substantial enough difference that it will help with our recovery, our cost recovery of the pool. But also, I think we still have some kind of, and I assume we keep our rates now and then just raise the rates for the residents or non-residents. We're not gonna like make our rate now for non-residents and lower it for residents, right? Then we're going on.
Probably the previous one. but-
Yeah, that would make sense. Make it competitive enough to help, but not, you're gonna probably upset some people, and some people don't even realize that the price has been the same for residents and non-residents. So I mean, making sure that we're.
We take a lot of factors in when setting the fees, and some of it has to do with the, you know, what's the local market and other pools and what. Yeah, I mean, unless council or whatever said that we needed to lower fees, we'd
Right.
probably go up, otherwise you're just increasing the cost of recovery rate in other ways. I, just one comment on wanting more than one day to, as a priority registration. Depending on the program, some programs, you know, are in 2-week sessions, and 24 hours is actually all that we might be able to afford, just to be able to then start making our classes and then assigning instructors and scheduling them and things like that. However, our pool manager did just let me know the most recent registration that they did for swimming lessons filled up in 3 minutes. So he said they would be happy with most people would be happy with the 1 hour.
How many spots do we try to fill in there, like a 2 week, like?
Well, everybody's online. Most
Yeah.
people are doing it online, and they just know that time that it goes live.
I had a timer. I had a timer going on my watch. I had a alarm on my phone.
Yeah.
And I had the website up so I can make sure to get my son in there on time.
But, so, I mean, I guess I could say, you know, we'll definitely work with staff to make it as substantial a window as we can for both. Yeah.
So a question, were we anticipating raising rates this year, regardless of whether we split up? Oh, I'm sorry, regardless of whether resident or non-resident, were we needing to raise rates this year? Or anticipating raising rates this year?
We look at them every year, so we did kind of during COVID defer on raising rates, but typically rates change every year, maybe not for every program or whatnot, but I would anticipate that they would probably increase a little bit.
Okay, so it would make sense then that you would raise your rates across the board, however, as you would have done anyway. And then we look at doing an uptick for non-residents at a percentage rate of up to 20% also across the board. To me, it would be a little easier to explain that our rates for non-residents are 15% higher. And when you say that, it could be for it's aquatics or it's baseball, so it's not all over the place. It might be a little bit easier for your team to manage too. And I think the question on how many days or hours ahead lead time should residents get, I think that question is probably best answered by your team that are closest to the registration process. But I would be in support of these recommendations.
Just one comment on one item that you said, and I appreciate you trying to make it easy on staff, but I will say, for the, saying across the board, say, let's just use an example, 20% difference. We might get pushback in certain areas where they'll say, well, our athletic leagues that largely rely on volunteers and not paid staff, why are they going up by 20% when, say, our aquatics programs that rely on all paid staff and have a, you know, brick and mortar facility to maintain? So,
All right.
you know, and maybe it's as simple as just saying aquatic center programs have one rate and everybody else has another rate. And most people don't really look at what, it's 10 or 15% difference. They're just looking at their fee. But we might get scrutinized a little bit if they're all the same as the aquatics.
Okay, all right, thank you. That makes sense.
I am for this for the resident, non-resident fees. I would also agree that, for aquatics, it should be one rate and then whatever the difference of the percentages. And then for athletics, it could be different, based on that, on the stuff you just mentioned. I would just say, I think Maple Valley just did this, and a bunch of Tahoma School District parents went through the roof on this because Tahoma School District and the Maple Valley Parks Department partner a lot, and they're thinking it should have been the schools. Now, granted, we have the Kent School District, and so Kent and Covington, we commingle on certain things. But I would say that we make sure that we are very diligent in how we present this to everybody. And who knows, this might get Maple Valley to want to come back in and build a pool with us again. Now, we could also, tell them no, but that's a different story. But this would be, I think this is a good idea because we have to come up with something. Because I tried to register my son before the new policies when registration came in, and I couldn't get him into swim lessons for 7 months until we had this new plan. And like I said, I had 3 different alarms going off to make sure I was in there on time. And I believe giving residents that grace period of a day, maybe 2 days to sign up first is the way we should go.
The other question that I have is that when we're talking about getting that proof of residency, I'm assuming like they'll create their online account and whatever documentation they give, then we can flag their account so that we know that they are, right? So from an accessibility standpoint, and I don't know how any folks who speak English as a second language, or if there's there might be some barriers, and if there's a way you can get like volunteer interpreters to come in and help. I know that's kind of weird when you're doing it online, but if there's an opportunity to make sure that we're not excluding certain people that may not be able to navigate that system as well.
No, I think that's a good point. I think we acknowledge that actually
I mean,
throughout, just trying to support all of our customers or potential customers, and that's something that we're looking at one.
I get called lots of names. I am on board with the priority registration and the resident, non-resident fees. I do want to take into consideration one of the points that were brought up is that we need to take into consideration our volunteer coaches, that they should be put under the residential priority. Because with 57% of them not residing in Covington, and then if their kids can't get in, then they may not want to coach.
Right.
So I think that should be taken into consideration as well.
Good point.
That is part of the commission's recommendation. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I just said have to indicate.
So I think I have Christina, Beth, Debbie, Joe, and Jeff as supportive of the 4 recommendations from the Parks and Recreation Committee. So I think that means Jennifer and Don, do you want to weigh in?
Just that I support the commission's recommendations, and I do agree with starting with swimming. If we're able to capture everyone with our other programs, then there's really no need at this point to address it. And swimming is really, it's like, that's ridiculous, 3 minutes. I've avoided Portia needs more lessons, and I just don't want to deal with the stress and the hassle of registering her, which is ridiculous, but it's an obstacle. Like, this is what you got to do to get in. Like, oh, not doing it, it's over it. Like, that's especially for safety programming. So anyways, yes, fully support, everything, everyone.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement too. I think we talked about this several years ago too, to kind of offset some of the subsidies that were going into the pool that eventually, I think we just ended up where we thought we were going to. I also just had a comment in the question. I just think we should remind ourselves how far we've come. I mean, our sports program folded like 12, 13 years ago. We had a private company totally went bankrupt, and now we're talking about we can't keep up with demand, and I think that's just outstanding. So, well done. When Covington Community Park was built and we just had the one parking lot, I know that was a big issue, was just finding a place to park, and I appreciate that phase two that built the additional parking. Is that still an issue for some of our activities? And I'm wondering if there isn't a parking permit we could throw in too, to say, you know, I know we have spots for coaches at the places, there's dedicated spots for coaches to park in. But can you buy a parking permit, you know, that gives you at least, you know, people, if they're parked, yeah, anyway, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think the parking issue is probably largely gone away. I'm
Okay.
sure people try to get better parking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a turnaround now in that old parking lot, so a lot of the issues were just people even getting stuck in there. And now they have the 100 spaces with phase two, and then Homa Middle School isn't a high school anymore, so there's a ton of parking across the street. So I'm not sure the parking permit makes sense at this point in time, but I like the idea. Can I ask another couple of points of direction, just so that we can make sure we're going in the right direction? Is there any indication as to what level of fee difference the council wants to go for, or just have city staff work on that, making sure it's kind of commensurate with what the market supports?
Second one.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll have a difference between aquatic center and non-aquatic center.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking we'll take this information and direction, and we'll kind of bring back at least another update of like, this is where we're going with things as well. And there's a slide in there on timeline, but it won't, even if we start making decisions now, things won't actually get implemented at the soonest until summertime. Just because we have to put it, coordinate it with our rec guide. So one.
I would be fine with it being a little bit higher. I mean, we don't want to be blowing ourselves out of the water, but like.
We can do that. We'll look at it to see how we can maximize our revenues and still keep access to the pool.
And the only other thing I would mention, that just keep in mind, there are non-residents that think they're residents. And so I think we need to be very clear on where Covington's city boundary is, because you're gonna have some people going, I know I'm a resident. Yeah. And so rolling out that saying, this is the boundary. If you're not in this, you're not a resident, no matter what you're, you know, you thought all your life and what you put on your, yeah. So
We'll develop some good tools for
talking
our
points,
staff.
good.
Help them make those to inform those people, because that can be challenging. You're right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I know there's always a little bit lull after lunch, but we haven't even been together in this afternoon session for a full hour. So should we press ahead? Working with Carla on public engagement, and then we could take a break to go on to the last issues of the day.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Carla, you're up.
Well, it seems like I wanted the break.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much. So we wanted to talk a little bit about public engagement. These were a topic that council mentioned when they interviewed with Jim in putting together this agenda. So if you could please go to the next slide. I wanted to review a couple things that have happened that I think are really good things that we've done. In 2022, did a lot of really great outreach. A lot of these things took some time and resources. They obviously weren't as well attended as we would like, but I think those that attended really appreciate the effort. And we did our due diligence and got this information out there, which I think is great. We've really kind of tagged all these things as let's talk. And I think that's a cool thing that Carla came up with. And we've created this website at Let's Talk Covington, where we've got all kinds of the hot topic issues going on that need to be addressed. Right now, we've got transportation and public safety up there. We did a lot of fun things in engaging our community. A couple of ideas I wanted to throw around with the council and then hear from you as well are these below, and I'll go through those. And then we'll get into a creative district that the Arts Commission has been pushing for and talk about that. But a couple of ideas I think I've shared with a few council members, and someone said, maybe Jennifer had mentioned this, that Kent was doing this as well, of hosting a council member where we have a avenue where a resident can sign up to host a council member. A council member visits their home or neighborhood, and it's up to that resident to invite their surrounding neighbors. We another thought was to encourage more neighborhood gatherings to discuss city issues, kind of like National Night Out. Council speaking series hosted by local businesses. I thought this might be a cool idea where a business could hopefully increase their foot traffic, but also get the council out there where they maybe during a happy hour or something like that, where a council member comes and people can just Q&A, or you can give a little presentation and hang out there. And then I also thought a nice thing that might be good is council service projects, where we pick a certain neighborhood or area of the community and really just go out and serve. And we can invite the people in that area to join us, or just make it a council thing where we go and, like Sean said, a lot of areas are not, we don't have adopt a streets in certain areas. Maybe we go to those areas and serve and clean up. So with those kind of things kind of stirring our thoughts and our minds, we'd love to know your thoughts on those that we can kind of vet and work through a little bit more, or any additional thoughts that you may have before we start talking about the creative district.
I really like
I can't hear you very well, Beth.
I really like the host a council member and the biannual council service projects.
Great.
But you're asking for anything.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep, I like all of those ideas. Question about the council speaking series with local businesses. Do you envision that being like a council member or a couple, like we pair up and tag team on those, or?
Yeah, I would think just based on your availability, sometimes it's nice to have a little backup. There's strength in numbers. So if there's a couple of you, that'd be great. If there's only one that can attend and is willing to, then we could do that also.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other reactions or ideas?
Yeah, I love all these. I'm always open to meeting with people. Seems like Ristretto's is becoming a second home, meeting with people all the time. Wish they were inside the city limits, but at least they're a chamber member. But yeah, it's I love these ideas, and anytime we can get out and speak and meet with our constituents is always good. I love the idea of council speaking series at a local business. That's a great idea.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that could be a really cool thing as well.
Joe?
I do like all of these ideas. I think the biannual council service projects are not just a great way for us to get out in the community and see what we can do just as individuals to fix, but it's a great way for us to meet those people that we never get to, who never come to a meeting or don't email us, or they have complaints but don't know who to call or whatnot. Then they'll have those faces because we're in their neighborhood working on their stormwater pond. Probably not Don, but it's I mean Don's
we can have you fill some potholes.
yeah, I mean,
whatever we can do to help make, I mean, we sit up here and make the community, we try to make the community better, but if we're out there with, raking leaves and stuff, that also does a great job. So I think that's a good idea. And, I think the council speaking series at local businesses, I think that'd be amazing. One, we get to check out the local businesses, and two, you get a lot of different people in there and you get a lot of different ideas, so it'd be fun.
Christine, I think I saw your hand up.
No hand, but I'll speak.
Oh,
That's okay. I mean, if you know me, you know I love face-to-face interactions, and I'm all on board. So learning more about our businesses, because it's not just us serving, I think would be the reciprocal of them. The opportunities in hosting a council member could be really cool as well. I'm here for it. You name it, I'm there.
so I'm hearing a ringing rejection of these ideas.
I'm sorry, I'll try to come up with better ideas, council. I have COVID, please forgive me.
Anybody else?
No, I'm supportive of looking at the website, just getting out there and talking more and getting a face in front of the public. I guess just seeing if there was a calendar. I think a way for us to identify when these opportunities are coming up, and then we can sign up and start scheduling for that. I think would be great. I think we recently started getting updates on HOA meetings, but it might be good to have a calendar of those too when HOAs are meeting, and then we can find out which ones we can actually attend.
If I can mention, sorry, did I just interrupt someone?
Sorry, what's that?
So to Sean's point, I have started including each week in the weekly update at the very bottom, a link to all the available meetings or events that are going on, so that council always has that link in front of them, so they can see whenever there's something happening. And so what I'm seeing is some of these ideas are council is good with. So Carla and I will get together and start solidifying some of these, and then we'll get them out to council.
Perfect.
Do you want to take us into the discussion about the Creative Arts
Yep.
District?
Yeah, let's go to the next slide. So I know council's aware of this. The Arts Commission has introduced this to council a couple of years ago. The Arts Commission mentioned it as well when Marita was the chair, and her and I met and looked into it and thought we probably weren't quite there yet. It looks like the Arts Commission has picked it up again. And I wanted to bring it back to you. I've met with some members of the Arts Commission. We've talked about it. They've been working with Pat and Ethan as well. And so just kind of talk about it and see kind of get council's perspective and thoughts as we move forward. So Creative District in Washington State is this geographically defined area of cultural and economic activity. So kind of like we talked about with the Downtown Association, it's a defined area that we would draw those lines in an area of our community. It has to be contiguous. It can't be like, oh, we want this area over here and this area over here. It's got to be the one area. And really kind of that focal point for kind of creative arts and other creative things. Most of these, as we've looked at throughout the state, have really kind of come and been built out of already existing museums or art facilities or theaters and these kind of things. A creative district designation allows, or I wouldn't say allow, but gives a little more credence to recruiting those type of industries and whatnot to your community. And once you go through this application process with ArtsWA, they designate that area. And I'll go in, if someone can go to the next slide, a little bit more about that process. So to start this, there's a convening of stakeholders, maybe it's artists, business owners, city officials, schools, and community members that really are passionate about this and would work to make it happen. So we're really even pre that stage at this point. They plan the district out. The state has a community readiness toolkit that's helpful in taking communities through that process. And then once you're there and ready and you have the stakeholders all in place, you apply for the creative district certification. And once that's designated by the state, then you have your creative district in place and can begin those activities. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what was important to me in discovering this whole process were really what's the city responsible for in these creative districts. And honestly, that's been a little bit of a challenge kind of figuring that out. I've gathered some information. I spoke to the city of Issaquah as well and got some information from them. But we would establish that geographic area, need to make sure it's walkable and contiguous, have clearly defined concentration of artistic and cultural activities. And as I looked into this on the state, those are really broadly defined. It could be restaurants, breweries, parks where we might hold events at. So not necessarily what we might all think about these, where it's got to be an art studio or something. It can be really this broad definition of that. There's a structured entity that again would need to be created. And for the designation, they require that you have a minimum of $20,000 annually in your operating budget. So that's always got to be maintained there. They do state that they want broad community buy-in. There's no real designation on how you get that. Some people have done surveys to say, hey, is this something you'd support? In speaking to Issaquah, they established theirs in 2020. And they do have a full-time staff person that was hired to run this program. What she told me is I didn't get this from the state's website, but she said that there's an expectation that the district will be staffed. And then there's a partner in Issaquah. They have a partnership between the arts and economic development, which I thought was a cool relationship there. And she also said that there is some state grant assistance available, but not a whole lot, a few $1,000 here or there for different things. So that's kind of what the creative district is, what the city responsibilities are. And I'd like to go to that because we're at this really base kind of place where we're talking about it. And it feels like a big leap to go like, let's do it. So we wanted to bring up what some preliminary steps are to maybe kind of naturally evolve into that. So if we go to the next slide. So first is to identify area creatives and creative businesses, kind of think, what are some of those that we have in the community, engage them and start speaking with them and coordinating ideas. And then define local arts and cultural identity and a brand, because that's just something we don't really have or an exercise that we haven't done yet. Actively promote local arts, culture, and tourist activities. We've done a little bit of that, like with Sausage and Cider and some other things that we've done in the community. We talked a little bit about the speaking series, like the TEDx kind of thing, that would fit nicely into this. Explore opportunities to develop makerspace and affordable housing for artists and creatives, and then support economic and workforce development plans to really kind of bolster what we create. So those are some preliminary steps that we could do as a community. Maybe the Arts Commission could work on that with a little bit of support from staff and maybe it's things like incorporating a little bit more creative type events or programming into our already existing city events. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So what now? We've got this idea. The Arts Commission seems pretty passionate and wants to move forward in this direction, but it's really something that we need the council to decide on. And so the Arts Commission came to me and say, well, what's the direction? I said, I'll bring this to council. We'll discuss it. We could pursue that full designation or focus on some of those preliminary steps that I just shared. If we do go for that full designation. That's something we could do, but we will have to come up with a funding source for that. And I would imagine we probably need at least a quarter or part-time staff person to help manage that district and get it up and running. So with those thoughts in mind, are there any thoughts from the council on what you'd like to see here? Maybe you're happy with where we're at with public art and that right now, or is there some additional steps you'd like to see us take?
Jennifer?
I think, we've talked about this quite a few times. I think this is an exciting direction for the city to go, and I see a lot of connections to CDISC. They've told us many times, they are talking about the X, what's our X factor, right? This is definitely something that could play into that. And then as well as, your previous presentation about the downtown association, there's a lot of connection and networking there and ways for those opportunities to be leveraged to benefit multiple parties. I am curious about what would a staff person do to support this? When you said Issaquah had a full-time one, I mean, I guess I'm just not understanding how someone fills 40 hours a week with this. What are those duties?
Yeah, and I don't know all of them, but some of the conversations I've had are they're active in recruiting and planning events that are based around kind of the creative ideas and creative arts. They are working with local artists, trying to help them find space. They try to help artists find housing. There's and I'm just scratching the surface here. But there's quite a few things that they're doing. In answer to your question, how do they fill the full 40 hours? I don't know for
Right.
sure.
I mean, programming is currently handled by our Parks and Rec team. And so I feel like they're already doing this. Is there something that I'm missing?
I can chime in a little bit.
Yeah, please do.
I think on one hand, there's kind of the period of time where you're working towards achieving the creative district designation. And there's a long laundry list of items that you have to of requirements you have to meet. I think it's like 30 or 40 different requirements. And so that could easily be a full-time job where Covington doesn't have necessarily all the pieces for that in place to get the designation now. That person would be kind of working towards getting those pieces in place so that the city would be eligible for that designation. And then I think once you have all those in place, the programming that does happen is very cultural and arts specific, whereas our programmers are very aquatic specific, athletic specific. Gotcha. There might be some overlap, but I'm guessing like the Issaquah person is very focused on arts programming or creative programming. We keep saying arts, but it's actually a creative district, so it's a little bit broader than that.
Right, and it is much bigger than what most of us think in our heads. Even what I'm picturing in my head right now, it's more than that, which is really exciting because that gives us so much opportunity. Okay.
She did say, Jennifer, also she spends time searching and applying for grants.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments, reactions, questions, Beth?
I think it's really important that we try to get this designation as soon as we can, which I know there's some limitations to how quickly that could happen, but it seems like also in other cities, the art district is actually managed by a nonprofit. Or really, I mean, like when you think about Edmonds, it was, of course, they've been around for 50 years, right? So they've had a long time to build it, but what's being done there is often not even done by it's being done in collaboration with the city, but it's really being owned and managed by the artisan community, volunteers, and they have, a lot of people that probably have acquired quite a bit of wealth and they're able to contribute things.
Same with Maple Valley.
And Maple Valley, I mean, right? Yeah, they're creative arts council. So I like I think in order for it to start, having the city kind of lay that groundwork, but quite frankly, I think for it to be successful, we need to have private ownership of some of those pieces. Because we can't just keep, it has to be a collaboration, and I think that's kind of where the talk was about, having buy-in, broad community buy-in, which, you know, surveys are great and all that, but really people need to put their money where their mouth is, because we're gonna need fundage to get these things to happen, and I don't, it seems like in order for it to be successful, there has to be a larger community that is willing to step up and do that isn't necessarily happening within the work of the city.
I think
Am I
you're right.
wrong?
No, you're right. And honestly, there's not a lot of these out there. Maybe a list of what, Ethan, 15, 20 cities in the state that.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10 or 12, so
Yeah,
yeah, not
it's
too many.
it's not many. And most of them are your communities like a Bainbridge Island, right? Where there's a decent art scene there, and they built this creative district around that. And there's several private entities and foundations that work into it. And it's not necessarily the local government doing it all, like you mentioned, Beth.
We have consensus to move forward with an arts.
With the preliminary steps, I
Yeah,
think.
With the
Yeah.
preliminary
Mhm.
steps.
Ethan, are there any if whoever has the clicker, if they could go back one slide. Thank you. Ethan, any of those that we'd want to maybe ask council to prioritize what we do, or maybe we go back to the Arts Commission and say council would like us to work on some of these preliminary steps that kind of develop that foundation here, and we work into a district. Any thoughts there, Ethan?
I'll share that. This is just a staff generated list. We thought, we kind of looked at the 30 to 40 different requirements that are required towards becoming a creative district, and kind of just looked at maybe some of the lower hanging fruit and some of the steps that might lead to kind of stepping stones to other requirements and whatnot. This is what we came up with. I think certainly if the council had any preferences on what to focus on, that's great information for us, but even as staff, we'd be taking this back to the Arts Commission and having them review that full list as well and get their input. So, but certainly whatever the council thinks might be a good starting place where that's helpful information.
It seems like the first two bullet points are a great place to start, because you need to figure out where those are gonna be the folks right there that are gonna help it grow.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I think we already actively promote local arts culture, like we do I think they're doing a great job with that and programming, which is important. You want people to show up and spend money. The other two, the makerspace is great, but that's probably a much bigger thing down the road. And so unless a business with an empty warehouse space is willing to donate it. Like that one over in the Safeway lot that's been empty for like 2 years, but I don't know.
And I think some of these are also just to start the conversation on, you know, whenever you want to start the application isn't going to be the time that you actually want to start on having maker spaces and affordable housing for artists and creatives, because that will then be the critical path holding you up. And so those things are kind of take a while to develop and implement, and are you know, require coordination with other facets of the city and parts of the community.
So I think what I'm gathering that we can take back to the Arts Commission is that council is supportive of these steps, supportive of moving in this direction, and would like the commission to start working on some of these preliminary steps, so that when it comes time to apply for that designation, we're prepared and have those things in place. Does that work for council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regan and Ethan too. So why don't we take a break? It's 1:44. Why don't we just take, let's say, do you want to take 10 minutes and come back at 1:54? Sure. I'll give you a 2-minute warning before we get back.
Thank you. 4:07.
So we are resuming with a few minutes before 2 o'clock, and we're going to talk about housing issues. As you see, there are two bullets here. One is the update on HB 1220, which I think I passed around 3 years ago, so I think it's been a discussion for the last couple summits, as well as other city council retreats I do. And then we're gonna talk about a question that I think the staff is looking, Selena is looking for some direction from you in terms of changing the city's side yard setbacks from 7.5 feet down to 5. So I'm gonna hand that over to you, Selena.
Thank you.
I've got it. I'm on it. Okay, so this is a conversation follow-up to what we had talked about on Tuesday at the regular council meeting, where we introduced the housing needs assessment. This is gonna be a little bit deeper dive into the HB 1220, which has been an ongoing conversation and will continue to be an ongoing conversation. And we'll talk a little bit about that timeline. One thing I do want to state is that I did misspeak Tuesday to a question that Councilmember Smith had around the housing allocations under HB 1220. I went back and checked myself. I have it correct in the slide, but I misspoke at the meeting, so I will clarify that for you all tonight. Part of that is just that this is an ever-changing evaluation because there's so many bodies involved. PSRC, King County Growth Management Planning Council, and PSRC. So I actually just got hot off the press information Thursday. So I'll just try to share some of that with you as well. So just getting into the presentation itself, this is just a slide. You will see this throughout our comprehensive plan roadshow because, you know, housing is part of the comprehensive plan. I just think it's really important to ground ourselves in how this system works. As far as the growth management and how HB 1220 is tied into that housing. So the little nesting doll graphic over there talks about you've got growth management, then you've got Vision 2050. So that's the county level. Within our jurisdiction in King County, we sit under Puget Sound Regional Council. So that's a collective, so they're kind of an intermediate. If we lived in Spokane County or any other county, our direct source would be Commerce. But we have that intermediary with PSRC. Then those go down to the county level. For us, that's King County, and then ultimately to the local jurisdictions for that adoption of comp plan and implementation. And if we do things right, those things should also work backwards, right? So if the county sets, or if the state sets a policy, cities do their part, collectively, we should be meeting those statewide targets. And I think HB 1220 is going to be a really good example of that system upon implementation. And then I would just say, I will take questions as we go too. So we talked Tuesday night about the housing needs assessment. These are just kind of 3 key takeaways that we talked about. You know, we've done a lot to increase our housing options. Like I had said Tuesday, you know, we're ahead of the curve on a lot of other cities as far as housing types and allowing different types of housing in our residential zones. So I think we've done a really good job there. Have we seen all of that come to fruition yet? Not really. I do think that's tied to some tipping points in the market making its way here. But overall, you know, there's some key takeaways in the housing needs assessment that will also set the foundation for how we build on HB 1220. This again is a slide you will consistently see. This is just the regional growth targets. This was what is in Vision 2050. And the question that I'm consistently asked is, how does this account for COVID and any changes, you know, with what we're seeing in the tech industry? You know, they acknowledge that. And I think that the unified response to that is, okay, well, we'll see it when we come out of it, when we do our next projections. So there's not a lot of real-time data as far as these numbers changing, but this is what we're planning for. And I will just say the example that we've shared is that this is the equivalent. So if we're looking at 1.6 million people coming into our region by 2050, that is the equivalent of now T-Mobile Park completely filled year over year for the next 20 years. That's the calculation. So if you think about that's regionally, that's not just King County, but that's our region. So that's Pierce, King, Snohomish, this is that PSRC evaluation.
So.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So this graph we're looking at here is for the region? Or?
Yes, for the region, for the Puget Sound region.
Okay, all right. So the kind of the Puget Sound area is going to see 1.6.
Right, the state has a different graph, but this is kind of going back to that intermediary with PSRC is kind of how I like to think about the Fort County relationship. And then obviously the jobs increases. And then the chart to the left here, the outline, that's just a reminder of what our housing targets were or are going into 2050 and what our job targets are going into 2050. And, you know, the analogy I used Tuesday night and it stands is that's kind of what you're preparing for. You're setting the table for. It doesn't mean you shall have 4,300 units of housing by 2050. It's basically saying your plans in place and your policies in place need to be prepared to accommodate that number. Okay. And I think that's a really important distinction. Same with jobs. So just diving into HB 1220. So as you all went through that process of adopting some interim zoning requirements in response to that initial state legislative action, you know, that's where the HB 1220 comes from. So they amended the Growth Management Act. They're looking at that 20-year housing need by income bracket. Okay, so we're getting back to that 30 to 120 AMI. And they really included, again, cities, you need to take your fair share and not prohibit the ability for these types of housings to be in your community. So, you know, we talked a little bit on Tuesday night, people could like, oh, we'll allow ADUs, but we'll make it super onerous so that it's not a desirable. And those are things that the state's going to start looking at. Like, are you being prohibitive in your acceptance of these? And so we did some draft amendments to our code that we've been holding in place to be compliant, waiting on all of the guidance framework that's still to come. The other thing that we haven't really talked about, but I just kind of put here as a footnote, is the Senate Bill 5235, which really gets down to that definition of family. I'm sure Mark's got lots of experience dealing with these definitions, you know, just as far as code enforcement and amount of people living in homes. But they gave some guidance on that you can't be really restrictive on what you call a household anymore.
That's a question.
Go ahead, sorry.
Unrelated. So what you're saying is no longer related people.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, I haven't dove into this as far as, you know, but experience is that oftentimes when we talked about a family or we were doing, addressing like a code enforcement maybe issue, and then we kind of dive into like how many people are living in this home. Most codes were saying that you had to have a level or a percentage of related people living in, and now under SB, you can't have those types of restrictions. So you could have 8 people living in a home and none of them being related to be considered a household.
So that could be 8 different families.
Yep.
Literally.
One roof.
Mike.
Sorry, you could have 4 different family units of 2 people each living under it, and it's no longer a multi-family household, it's a single family unit because they're all living together regardless of whether.
If they're living in a single family home and maybe renting out a bedroom to each family or something like that. Yeah. So we'll dive into that a little more when we start looking at our codes and policies. Again, Covington, we're not super restrictive, and the building code actually outlines a lot of this already. So sometimes there's that duplicative effort in state law. So, but those are things that we'll be looking at when we look at implementation. And then again, that's just the AMI that I'd introduced on Tuesday night, those kind of ranges. Oh, go ahead.
So maybe offline, we can talk about this, but it starts to get to the percentage of your income determines whether you are cost burden, housing cost burden, or whatever that is, but kind of venting here, but community like Bellevue, the cost is going to be so flipping high anyway that there's no way you're going to be able to create a house that's affordable to the person that this is meant to address. So where's the equity in that? How are they going to ensure that really what's happening, in my opinion, is Seattle is pushing it out to the surrounding communities other than Bellevue, Medina, Sammamish. It's fine, I get it, but it's not going to hit Bellevue. They're not going to, I mean, they'll do it, but their houses will still be $500,000. Yeah, so I don't understand how this is fair. I know you don't know the answer, but
I will tell you, that is a conversation that is a hamster wheel amongst us planning directors in that regard, because you know, cities aren't necessarily set up to be housing authorities. Now, some cities do have them, but it does create a different. So when we bring that exact issue, for example, to commerce, they're going to be rolling out some frameworks and guidance. So then the conversation becomes, again, well, okay, we get that you aren't going to be able to force potentially people to build in that 51 to 80%, right? But do you have programs in place that allows people, should they choose to build in that 51 to 80%, that you're inviting them and allowing them within your city? And so really it's going to be looking at those policies and guidances that, and again, we've adopted a lot of those. We have a multifamily tax exemption and things along those lines that then say, well, we're participating in it, but we can't make it come here, but we're participating in that. But if they choose to come here, you know, we're supportive of it. But I think there is that bigger issue though of just the pure cost of construction and the pure cost of housing. And there's also that differential between value of housing and perceived value of homes, right? Right? What is your house worth and what are you selling your house for? Okay. So, and all those things governments can't necessarily always step in to adjust for. We can acknowledge they exist, but I think looking at it from a strictly policy level and doing those steps to do our part in it will be where I would probably be responsible in that. So again, we talked about the interim implementation. So those are valid for 6 months. We took this back to you. Oh gosh, I think it was like November, December. I think we're ready to come back to you in probably March for another update. I fully anticipate that we will be continuously updating this for at least into 2023, maybe even the early part of 2024. And, you know, what is the timeline for adopting those permanent zoning response, in response to HB 1220? We control a little bit of it, but not much. So what we're waiting on right now, and this is just kind of my rough outline, and it, you know, it does go back and forth in that King County started evaluating this the minute that the legislative rules were passed. They were actually ahead of the Department of Commerce on this. And then the Department of Commerce came in and they literally just last year adopted the HAP tool. And these are all live links. So I don't know if you had time to go through those, but that HAP tool is basically the spreadsheet for the entire state of how we're going to allocate all the housing within the state to those various AMI categories as well as emergency housing. So it's this kind of interactive spreadsheet. I wouldn't spend a ton of time on it because for us being in King County, it doesn't matter as much because King County then adopted their housing needs dashboard. And that dashboard came out, but they are aligned. I will tell you, they are working together. And that housing needs dashboard has been changing for the last year and a half. And then the GMPC just adopted on December 29th, the option that they were going to choose. So they finally made a decision about the allocations for King County cities, okay? Which is something we've been waiting for a very long time. So we'll talk about that in a second. Once that GMC makes their final recommendation, which goes back to the council, I believe in February, it'll bounce back to Commerce to ensure alignment. They'll make sure that everything is aligned. Then it's going to bounce back to King County because they're going to start setting up standard and metrics for cities. They're going to give that jurisdiction, they're going to allow for that jurisdictional feedback on those numbers, and then ultimately give that to the cities. So I don't fully expect to have final numbers until maybe March of April this year. Once we have those final numbers, then our comprehensive plan journey can start to take off. Because housing and land use is such an integral part to understanding our transportation needs, our capital needs, and so on. So, you know, it starts to change that conversation a little bit. And we can start having some of that, like Dawn and I have started the transportation work, but all of this is really going to be circulating around those final numbers. And then obviously, another little footnote there, we don't know what's going to happen in 2023 as far as legislative requirements around housing. So, you know, we could be having a completely different conversation in 6-7 months from now. But as far as it is, we are moving forward under the guidance we have in place. So this is the King County Housing Needs dashboard for Covington. So what they had these 3 different options and based on the income segment. Option 1 looked at the housing based on if you just drew a line in 2024 and you said, moving forward, all of your housing had to meet those affordable targets. This is what your allocations would look like. So it didn't take into account anything prior to. It was basically starting at 0. So you can see how those numbers shake out there. And it's a percentage fraction of the overall King County growth. And I can walk you through that spreadsheet if we really need to, but it's all there. But so the numbers kind of change based on what you initially put in. Option 2 is, hey, you can count what you have now and then move forward to meet that remaining. And that's really where we were looking at that. What I talked to you on Tuesday was that, hey, that doesn't really include a lot of market rate housing, right? That's really putting the bulk of our expected housing growth in those AMI categories. And then cities gave a lot of feedback. Then there was this option 3 that looked a little bit closer at city specific, right? So it wasn't really treating everybody the same, but now saying, well, okay, maybe some of these other cities have better access to service or their infrastructure is a little more accommodating, like I think about Sammamish, they have growth issues in general, right? And so they've got water issues and they're kind of a mountainous island. Expecting them to act the same way maybe Kent isn't really fair. So they went back through and they ultimately, the recommendation was to land on option 3. So that's what we anticipating our numbers to be in each one of those categories. So when you look here, you get the 50 to 80 AMI. We don't have a requirement for that because we already have it in the city now. And it also, as you see, accounts for a little bit higher acknowledgement of market rate housing to count towards our housing allocations. Those 30, that 0 to 30, it's kind of going to be the same because everyone is deficient in that area. There isn't really a city that number is probably less than, the 700 or more range. I'm sorry. Permanent supportive housing and non-permanent supportive housing. Yeah.
Selena, Jennifer.
Oh, sorry, Jennifer. That's what I feel.
You did answer my questions. I was gonna ask you. I'm wondering where senior housing falls into the affordable housing umbrella. Is it in there? Is it considered separate?
So generally senior housing, when it comes into the city, can be market rate housing. It's whether that company or that developer chooses to enter the market for affordable housing. So for example, Polaris, or the affinity next to Polaris, that senior housing. Mm-hmm. When they came in, their program that they went under was that we are going to be part market and part affordability at 80%. Okay. And so they utilize the programs within the state and within Covington to meet those gaps that they need to construct that. There's different grants and loans out there available to them. So if that developer so chooses to make it affordable and not a market rate, like we would say in like Aegis or some of those other facilities, then yes, those numbers are counted here. But if a developer builds a market rate senior housing, then it's market rate senior housing. Does that, I don't know.
It does. I mean, I'm just thinking senior housing for the most part really should always fall into affordable housing because at that point you're on a very limited taxed income, if any, so it's, and based on some conversations I've had with residents of senior facilities where rents continue to go up and there's a lack of protection there seemingly. So that's where it's coming from. I'm just trying to understand how does this impact the seniors in our community? Can we for senior housing to fall in, to go into one of these buckets, or it's just, we have to have the opportunity for either or?
You know, I can't fully speak to that, but my understanding is that the market's gonna drive that and we're gonna respond. Now, if you want an ordinance, this is every single housing program that comes into Seattle Covington must use the multifamily tax exemption, well, maybe that's what you do, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna get that because the developers themselves live in
Are
those
already have-
various
yeah.
worlds, right? So you do have luxury retirement communities, right? That do charge a market rate because people can
And-
afford that
And can keep.
and can keep doing that. And then you've got, just like housing is the same, right? You've got developers, their business model is build market rate housing. And then you've got developers whose model is we build at 80%, or we're staffed and knowledgeable to navigate the system to build at those different levels. And I think that's been kind of the hard part in the conversation of, I can't make builder X build at a 30%. The government can't do that.
Correct, like you just said, we're not a housing. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
Okay.
It's complicated. It is a spaghetti. It's like you threw spaghetti on the wall and we're in.
Yeah, I mean, I see that point. It really is to ensure that cities are not an obstacle, but that's within the cities, that's our role. We're not gonna be an obstacle. After that, it's policy and other areas that would create that necessary
Right,
change. Yeah,
right.
okay.
And one of the conversations just right hot off the press from Thursday is just this very issue. And now King County, just kind of an FYI, has informed the directors that they are looking at a model by which they are going to evaluate our housing comp plans. To make sure that we're, like, again, that kind of nesting doll. That, okay, cities, did you do what you need to do for the county to be successful so that we can then report up that the state can be successful? So, that landed a little bit of a thud in the room, but understanding what they're going for, it's not that hard to give on the bar, right? But we'll navigate that as well. And then this is just, again, those three options showed in a graph form, just for visual context. Option 3 being where they're heading. And then this, again, this was what we had in our housing needs assessment. So this was our initial take on where we thought we were going to land as far as that housing need supply. And I think we did pretty well, actually, without that third option, we were fairly aligned. So this is more for just kind of an FYI. So some of the tools, so what we're expecting to come out next, there's the framework from the state that was out for draft public review. We'll be getting that guidance soon. And then King County is also putting out some draft guidance. So we're kind of in this holding pattern, but most planners know where this is going to go as far as the tools that they're going to put before us. So these are just a few of those. We can expect that there's going to be some tools for affordability, as I have listed there, and that there will be some tools for subsidized housing as listed there. I don't think it's going to be every city shall adopt every single one of these tools, but that toolkit will be there to help us from a policy goal direction to decide what best works for Covington. So more to come on that. And we actually do a handful of these things on the left. We have minimum densities. We have density bonuses. They're a little outdated. We do planned actions EISs. We're actually working on the SEPA infill category. We upped our short subdivision, and we do have an impact fee deferral program, although that's now in front of the legislation as well. So yeah, multifamily tax exemption. We do have ability to waive impact fees. The rest of these are, you've talked a lot about those last two or the last one there, finding ways to fund that. So I wanted to share with you a little bit about SCIP, because when I think about Covington and kind of how we're really going to meet our targets, or kind of participate in our ability to hit that 0 to 30 AMI, in talking with Commerce, they are building into the guidance, because they've heard from a lot of cities that participate in ARCH, Bellwether, Seattle Housing Authority, these cities that give money to other agencies that are equipped in building these and participating in those. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about Skip because we are a partner to them. And that, you know, I see them actually being one of the tools in our toolkits if the council chooses to continue that partnership. So just a little bit about them. It's a cooperative housing, affordable housing group. So they're looking at strategies. They're figuring out how to, you know, provide affordable housing within that same AMI. And working really directly with that private sector resource ability and those grants and funding available to those. The increasing supply should reduce housing costs. You know, we kind of have, that's a conversation we talk a lot about. But because there's already a deficit, you know, this is definitely a challenge, right? And I don't think I've been really secretive about that statement in and of itself, and kind of where we are and having to navigate this. And so, you know, as things start to, people move about the cities, they move about the counties, we change the way we work, we change the way we live. Our housing is quickly being absorbed into the market. And so, you know, these other partnerships that we have where we can contribute to help get that housing out there is great. One of the issues that they've talked about is that you have that 0 to 30, that permitted or non-permanent supportive housing. And obviously everything has a limited quantity. So let's say I move into that permanent supportive housing in that 0 to 30 AMI. If we apply all of the things that we believe as far as the economic ability for someone to rise up, then they would eventually get to move into a 50 to 80, right? They've got shelter, maybe they've got resources, they can now move into that 50 to 80. But if that 50 to 80 doesn't exist, then they move back out. So that's one of the conversations of us just also thinking a little bit about why you need that diversity across so that people can eventually idealistically move into that market, or they at least have stability in that 50 to 80%. So, and I think that's where partners such as Arch and Skip and all the other housing authorities come into play. I just wanted to show this slide really quick because there are 2 projects being built by Skip. And I think looking at their financial source kind of gives you a good feel of what it costs to build something of this nature. So this is a new development. It's 89 unit mixed income rental housing. They had their land donated and their bottom line out here is still around $47 million. So
What's LIHTC?
I don't know the acronym, but I believe, thank you. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember what all that is. Yeah, so they'll get some tax credit there, deferring developer costs. Because this become public-private, you know, relationships when they're building these. So there's one example I wanted to share. Oh, go ahead.
Where that's gonna be built and what the rent.
Varied.
Oh, that's the Burien.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Yep. And I didn't get into those details. I think we can pull that as we go. And then here's just one more. So this is actually for home ownership. I think that's another aspect of this that we want to think about is the pathways to ownership and not just rental. So they are doing a Habitat for Humanity project as well, where they're going to do 20 homeownership condominium units. And again, you can see the costs associated with that.
Yeah. 20, oh great, 20
That is
homes for 8 million. Affordable. Yeah, it's supposed to be. It doesn't seem affordable.
And we have to be, so how does that work? How's it for, what's it say? $400,000. How do you qualify for that? And if you're, I'm looking at AMI, you have to be 30% of the average medium income. You could get a certain subsidy to offset the difference or
Yes.
make it, so, okay. And if you're 80%, is that higher or lower? Because what I'm saying is 30% at 80, you're 80% of average medium income. You actually have more money then.
You do, at 80% you have more money.
So,
Mhm.
okay, all right.
Yeah. And these are all programs you
Right.
enter into, right? So if I was going out for an 80, if I needed subsidized housing at 80%, right? Or I do the math, that chart I gave you, and I'm like, oh, my income's here, I qualify for 80%. Then I go find those programs, and then those people help me navigate. So they would then say, oh, Selena, there's actually a housing development in Issaquah that has an opening that you qualify for, and then you do that paperwork and they get you in. And generally those housing, the rental pieces, there's certain rules and regulations about how much rent can go up and when rent can come up and when how often you have to verify your income. And it's, that's a little bit out of the scope of what we would do as a city, but you kind of then just get onto that ramp and move through that. So that was a quick update on HB 1220. Is there any questions? Other than we're still going through it. And like I said, real time is coming out all the time. So we'll do our best. Continue to bring this back to you as we learn more.
You said this is kind of what we're assuming is gonna happen right now, and.
Is that option 3?
Yeah, but you also, if you're talking about, there could be changes a year from now in regulation, we've got the HB 1406 funds, that sort of thing. I think HB 1110 is gonna pass, so I think we should assume that that is going to pass and put that into our assumption on how we're gonna deal with housing, so.
Right.
I don't see why we wouldn't, it's the density that you could build quads and sixplexes on current, they're gonna get rid of single family lots. So you're gonna see duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, sixplexes on what would historically be a normal single family lot. So I think it would be I think it'd be prudent for us to start planning for that because it's coming.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And Don and I philosophized on this, I think last week as well, because that has a trickle down effect to your transportation. Capital needs, but also, as cities grow, you have your taxes, there's kind of a weighed part that happens when density occurs. But, I think it'll make us reimagine a little bit of how we've done business, a little differently. And then on top of that, the equity requirements that are being placed. So as Don talked about earlier, if we know these areas over here are really underserved, well, we'll now have a tool that tells us that, so then you're prioritizing that work. It's very, like I said, it's a bunch of spaghetti noodles on a wall, and we will do our best to kind of pick them apart and make it all make sense. But there's a lot of moving parts. But I think for the purpose of just HB 1220 and what I'd like the council to take away is just that option 3 category, that those are the numbers within our growth targets that we're going to be coming back ultimately once we get final draft, policy ordinances and direction of looking at our zoning code and our comp plan, and then our zoning code of what we need to do to implement. And that's really where the hard part's going to be.
I'd still like to point out that it's eating away at me, the whole burden by mortgage, right? The fact that it's 30% now. I mean, to put in perspective, if you buy a house right now, anywhere in Covington, having a $4,000 payment is very decent, like, especially with the interest rates. So to put into perspective, you would have to make more than $12,000 to be considered not burdened.
Which I think is about $162,000.
Even better. When you change parameters, suddenly people qualify for different things. And it's appalling to me that these parameters keep getting changed and suddenly, so what you qualify for or what you're pegged as is different. And very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you live in a lower property value area, the numbers make more sense.
Which they used to be, but even now, you cannot find that anywhere in the Puget Sound area. Or, you can't. So, it's definitely an issue for This entire area. Yeah, I was thinking you're not alone. No. No, and the houses are not cheap here.
It's beautiful.
Okay, are we ready to pivot? Okay, so the next one was, yeah. So the next one is just a basic question. So, the issue has been that the building community, the building industry, has consistently requested that the city of Covington change the 7.5-foot setback to 5-foot setback. And, we've been hearing from the master builders for decades and years and, about the need to do this. And they have a myriad of reasons why. One being, I think, and I asked them to give me this data and they did not get it to me before today, but as soon as I get that, give that to Regan to share. But they had gave us feedback that I believe that Covington and Sammamish might be the only cities left in King County with a 7.5-foot setback. Most cities have either reverted back to the 5-foot. And that was because most cities were realizing that while it feels nice to have some space between yards, there are minimum density requirements and most developments weren't even hitting the minimum densities. And so that allows them a little bit more land to maybe put another home on to meet those density requirements. It's residential. And so the question before the council, I've got another slide on this, is should the city, evaluate changing the side yard setbacks from 7.5 feet to 5 feet? I do want to state that right now, and I think it's on this slide, that we have a 7.5 or 7.6, 7.5 and 7.6 are interchangeable in my vocabulary, is that we have an interior setback. So rear and side are 7.6 or 7.5 feet, because 12 feet is so that's interior, and then we have a 10-foot front setback. And so what they are asking for is to change that side yard setback to 5 feet. Little bit of history, and when we incorporated in 97, we took those King County regulations, we adopted them until we made them our own. At that time, we had 5-foot interior setbacks, front setback was 10. In 2022 and 2023, this became a very sensitive issue, really around our ability to fight fires or to rescue folks, because what was happening in those 5-foot setbacks, which became 10, you couldn't get a ladder at the appropriate angle to get to a 2nd-story window. And so we changed those to 7.5 foot. And then the increase was supported at the time by the city's fire personnel due to that 2nd-story access. And then again, in 2023, most cities have retained or reverted that back. I also talked with Puget Sound Regional Fire about this, so I'm happy to talk with what their feedback was, but just kind of even just looking at our neighbors, they have 5 feet, obviously in the RA5, that's 10. But even at Lake Point, we've adopted a 5-foot setback.
Debbie has a.
Yes, sorry, I can't-
Okay.
sorry.
I'm really ignorant here, but is setback, side yard setback mean from my house to where my property ends? Okay.
Yes,
not
I'm
to
sorry, I
where
should have
the-
explained that.
The one, no,
Yeah.
I'm assuming everybody else
Yeah.
knows what a setback is, but me. So it's, from my
Property line.
my house to my property line, not to my neighbor's
Correct.
house. Okay,
So collectively, you would have 10 if you measured from house to house.
right. And
Yeah.
then when you say the front setback, it's to the sidewalk or to the
It's
street?
generally back of sidewalk.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right.
So right away. Yeah, which is for ease. Back of
Okay,
sidewalk.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That has a question for you.
Yes.
So as part of when I was on the planning commission back in 2017, we started looking at these setbacks because I know that there was also concern among residents that they wanted to maybe build out or extend on their homes and they couldn't. And I know our chair at the time was kind of pushing for us to adopt the smaller setback. So are we talking about changing it regardless for current construction, older homes as well as new, or would it be citywide to be adopted, which would then potentially help with ADUs, giving you more room to build an ADU on your property? Is that
Yes.
what we're-
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the setbacks, they're part of your zoning, which fall under vested rights as well. So you know, some projects that are in right now that have that 7.5 vesting, but this is a will of the council. You could retroactive that if you wanted for new projects. It'd be up to you, but mostly they would stay at 7.5. They would have that vested right, and then they would revert to that 5. For older lots within the city that don't have vested rights anymore, those only last, I believe they're 7 years now, 7 or 10. They would all revert to that 5-foot setback. So if you have an older home that was built in the 90s, and you came in today and said, and we adopted this, and you said, I want to build an ADU, I would tell you your setback is 5 foot. If we adopted this, if you came in today with what we have now, I'd say your setback is 7.5 feet. If you adopted this 5 foot, yeah. So it'd be, if you adopted a 5 foot.
So it's anything that's older than 7 years old and then anything brand new that would be vested under the new. So
Yeah,
there's gonna be a gap in between there.
And then those
unless
other
we
ones
change
catch
it.
up, right? Because
Or
then
they
they
catch up.
eventually,
Or we could just make it all
or you can
plain
just make it
5
all.
feet
Mhm.
across the board.
Yeah, I think Kent did something similar like that. They kind of, they stepped through projects in a pipeline that were already approved versus, you know. But Mark and I would have to dig into that a little bit more.
You see that Sean's hand was just up. Do you still have a question?
Yeah, you talked about the minimum density. Can you tell us what that is for Covington and who sets that?
So minimum density is set by your zone. So if it's real, it's pretty fun calculation. So if you're in an R4 zone, residential 4 zone, that's 4 lots per acre. 6 lots per acre, 12,
Okay.
yeah, so it
Okay.
goes up there. So then what happens is if a developer comes in, he has 1 acre of land, he does, well, we actually have 3. You have a base density is that 4 times whatever zone you're in times acre. So R4 times acre, you get 4 units as your base density. We have what's called minimum density that you can get, I think it's 45% less than that. And so what that basically does is we take out how much you have for road, how much you have for storm, how much you have for tree track. And then, you know, how many units are you putting on there? And it's generally, now it says you'll be compliant if you do 3 lots. And so then that's kind of how we get through that. But generally you're driven on the zone. And you have a maximum density too that they can get with bonus.
So developers are saying is they can't, on an R4 lot, they can't get 4, they can't meet the density.
Right.
So they only can build 2 houses on a 4 acre lot.
Or
All right.
3. And I will tell you that historically, that's not a false statement that they're making. Because by the time you build, you lose about 25 to 30% of a lot just with infrastructure. So depending on your tree codes, your stormwater codes, your road standards, you're gonna lose property in that built environment. And then now you've got to configure a lot that has configuration requirements into that kind of remaining space.
And so
It's
our-
hard without pictures, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
kind
think,
of.
yeah. it would be
And if we
helpful to have
studied
that.
this, obviously we would
Yeah.
be more prepared for kind of
Um,
that.
An R4, 4 houses per acre.
Correct.
An R12, again, 12 houses per acre.
Correct.
I'm still not understanding. So if they can get 12 houses on an acre, but they can't get 4? What, I don't understand.
Because when you get into the 12 units per
Yeah.
acre, then you're looking at more of, you know, it becomes more right
Right.
because of the value of the land and what that density is, it becomes more right. And then you start to see your townhomes, your
Right.
triplexes,
Yeah,
your
but-
quads. Right.
You're still not gonna get 12 on an R.
Yeah,
You
no,
still
I
are
know,
gonna
but
get
I'm just, I didn't understand the logic of how you couldn't get 4, but you could build 12, you know, it doesn't, so I'm still not understanding it 100%.
On an R12, they're probably only getting 10.
Right, yeah, well, either it's 3 or 10. I don't understand
Right,
how
it's
you can
that-
get 10 on
right.
there and
So-
not get 3.
So
Because they're
the-
smaller units.
Right,
yes, the reverse of
but
what
they
I'm
could
hearing you
build smaller
say.
units in an R3 if they wanted to, or R4.
Right, and so what I'm at, this is actually kind of a good, is that what you're leaning towards is that if you are a developer and you have an acre of land and you want to get your base density of R4, I would then say, well, is a single family home your product that goes there, right? Because we have this ability for you to do townhomes, right? But not every builder builds townhomes, right? Not every build, that's not part of their program. Most builders have their product, plan A through B, A through D. and they buy that land and they put their product on it. And so when they're coming in and they're doing all those other things, they have to then place their products.
And these are regulations placed by the city.
Us.
Yeah. With what the state is requiring, does it make sense for us to shift, even if it's a little bit, for an R4 to fit for homes? Because a quarter acre per home, like, I wish I had that. Does it make, and I'm totally thinking out loud right now, but does it make sense for us to, whether it's rezone some specific lots, to then allow a little more density, which is what the state is looking for at least those specific cases where like 4 houses should be able to fit into an acre?
Yeah, and I think we're kind of getting into 2 different topics a little bit here. I think what you're bringing up regarding the zoning is a valid conversation that we will be having in the future. I think really just the question is today, in our zoning code, based on the configurations that we require our density dimensions terms, is the council willing to have staff evaluate reducing our 7.5 down to 5 feet? Is that something we want to study? And is there support for that?
Yes.
No. So I have a question. Yeah, I've got it.
Okay,
no.
I appreciate the answer, but I was just trying to bring us back. But I think, I don't want to disregard the density issue because I think we're going to be faced with that.
What's to prevent a builder from saying, right now, I can't meet the density in 4. Oh, you give me 2 more feet. I'll still not meet the density. I'll just build the house bigger, 2 more feet. So you still only get 3 houses, but we've now moved the boundary another 2 feet. If there's no guarantee we're gonna meet minimum densities, we haven't fixed the problem at all. So I'm sorry, I don't see the benefit of doing this.
Yeah, I agree that there's gonna be cases where that's not gonna happen because we also can't think about lots as just a square lot. Right? We have to think about lots as kind of what they are and the ability for a developer to work with the configurations of those lots. And Covington, while we have a lot of, you drive around, there's a lot of vacant empty lots. A lot of those lots are encumbered with wetlands. We have tree requirements, we have stormwater regulations. And so and connectivity requirements, right? People have to sometimes build a road, 2 or 3 roads through their development, and allowing them to shorten that footprint or kind of reduce that lot a little bit can allow them, it just gives them one more tool that they can now try to reconfigure. So yes, you're always going to have some projects that don't meet, but the concept or the conversation that Master Builders has shared with us is that, you know, it's becoming restrictive in our ability to now address some of these harder, more difficult properties. I don't know, Don, is that what you, I feel like you were going to chime in. Okay.
If I can just add a little bit to that, is that if you think of an acre, you know, a couple of things is a lot of times a developer's not developing on just an acre, right? They're developing on, say, 3 acres or something like that. And when you take all these into consideration, they might be able to get an extra lot, you know, between that by doing these types of things. But if you do think of, you know, an acre, 43,560 or whatever, right? You take 20% out of that or something from the get-go for infrastructure or for critical area, whatever it would be, right? The remaining piece, they're still trying to get to those 4 lots per acre. So what this does, like she was saying, is it takes that distance where they can put more, because generally, as though I would like, you know, a lot of times personally, to have a bigger like unit or something like that. It seems like, and even when we're trying to encourage some of that, usually they're trying to get them as small as they can to get them as many as they can to get into there. So usually it's more driving in that. So a lot of times it's not so much that it's they have an acre and, you know, you divide it by 4, I've got a quarter of an acre. It's usually you're dealing with a lot less with that once you're taking all the factors into account that they have to remove off the top.
And I think Don, and I see your hand, but to build on what Don's saying, the builders also have a product. And if we're only two cities where, you know, their 5-foot product, that their 5-foot setback product is going everywhere else. To Don's point, they're still gonna put that product here, right? But you're not gaining that larger home or anything of that. It's still a product. Now you've just gained a little more yard. Kind of another way to think about it.
What I'm thinking, maybe it's in the line of what we've already sort of talked about, but it seems like now it seems premature to do this because we can always change it later. I like it for the ADU scenario because I think if there's an established home that's a big enough lot. But if we're going to be essentially mandated into having multifamily units, it's not going to be a house anymore. It's going to be townhome or a fourplex, and the units are going to be smaller, and they're going to be maybe the same size house as one of these larger homes, but it's really going to be 2 units, right? So how does that work for, say it is an R8? I mean, you could have smaller family dwellings under one roof and have 4 under one roof, and now you have 4. Like, does that still fall under an R8 code, or does it have to be single standalone units that the state is telling us we're gonna have to stop doing?
Well, right now, we already allow for townhomes and
Right.
triplexes.
Right.
And single family attached, better than, I like that word better than duplex, but you know, multiple units attached. So again, I think that's kind of looking at that bill. We can do that now, right? Like, we have a townhome project that's coming in, and they're getting 55 units, right? So those are gonna be attached. But had they not used, I'm trying to back into this a little ways. When they came in for this is actually probably a good example. See if this answered your question. When they initially came in, they were gonna do 29 single family lots. That's all they could fit on the buildable area of this site. And this site is like 10 or 12 acres, but 100% encumbrant, right? There's a wetland, there's a stream, there's steep slopes. They have this little chunk of buildable area. So their initial plan was to come in and build 29 single family units, right? But their base density in that zone, I think it's an R8 zone, was like 56 units. So we were poorly underneath that. So then we asked them, would you do townhomes? And when you jump into a townhome situation, you actually get flexible side yard setbacks. So you can go all the way down to 0 in those instances. So you can build townhomes that are attached because you need a 0 to do attached.
Okay.
And then between the next units, you go down to 5. And then so once you jump into those different housing types, there's actually different designs and dimensions that fall into that. So if you were doing so it's not the same, it's kind of hard to say it's the same as just a single family home, because once you get into a different housing type, there's different design criteria and dimensions that are applied to it. So if we're talking about townhomes, that's a totally different.
I guess I'm still thinking about having enough out of that acre or eighth of an acre, whatever lot the size is. You still have permeable land, right? So you wouldn't like completely build out the whole acre wall to wall necessarily. That wouldn't, right? I mean,
no, because they're limited by their number.
Right.
Right. So if you get 4, if you're 1 acre with an R4, you get 4 units. How you put those 4 units on here, that's based on all that other infrastructure pieces. So generally you kind of work backwards. What's our connectivity requirements? Well, first of all, critical areas, carve that out. What's our connectivity requirements? Carve that out. What's our tree tract requirements? You carve out that. Where are those going to be placed? Because we have prescriptive requirements about where those go, right? So if you've got a very treed area, you're probably gonna put your tree track in that area. Where there's very prescriptive areas where stormwater can go. So that's gonna go there. And then you're left with a piece. And now you've got to take that piece and divide it by 3. And put your homes on that buildable area. It's hard without it. I really want to draw pictures.
Can I add on to that?
Mm-hmm.
So by doing that, so you divide that what's left over by 4. If you go from a 7.5 foot setback to a 5 foot setback, the builder is now able to build a bigger house in that area, which is more sellable because you have larger families. Okay.
Sure, maybe.
Maybe, if that's what but if you have, say, 10 acres, now you're able to fit, if you're, let's just go 10 acres straight across, just one house for this 10 acres. Now you're able to add 1 or 2, 3 more houses across that area because you're going a 5-foot setback instead of a 7.5-foot back. So now you're able to add more houses into that tract. It's easier to do that. I think, you know, we're not talking about density here and stuff. We're talking about changing setbacks from 7.5 to 5 foot. And if we have a desire to bring this back for us to consider it, since we're only one of 2 cities left that have a 7.5 foot back that was brought to us by the former fire department that wanted us to have the larger setbacks. But now even the fire department has said, we don't need to have 7.5 foot setbacks anymore. Because even Kent, Maple Valley, they've all gone to 5 foot.
And I'll just kind of I think it's important to maybe hear from John Napier, our fire marshal on this, and that when this was put in, we didn't have a very good level of service within Covington as far as fire response. And now that we kind of have more stations and more units, they can run those if there was a fire. So our better infrastructure creates that better delivery demand. That when we think about fire access, right, those setbacks, the purpose of those setbacks were to allow for safety and to be able to leave a window on the side of your home. Well, now the building code is different in that you can have those, not every window is how did John say? Not every window is a fire access window, right? So the idea in a fire, people go out the front or the back. And so what the developers now have done is changed most of their product to account for that escape out of the back or out of the fire. And very few anymore have a window on the side that would be considered a fire access window. So there would be no need for a ladder to be put within that setback area. The other thing too is that at the end of the day, even if you did 5 foot setbacks across the city, we would still be looking at fire flow, right? We would still be looking at the design of the home. And if there was any cause for questioning in that development, say they don't have a higher rate of fire flow, then those homes get sprinklers in them. So from the fire perspective, because every other city's kind of dialed this in, you know, our current fire district has said, you are our outlier on this, and we've got this pretty dialed in. But again, it's a density planning zoning question, you know, unique to our
Yeah, and
city.
I guess the thing, because it was brought up by a developer and said, oh, we can't do it because. And we say, we'll put a townhome there, and they say, well, that's not what we make. Well, maybe they probably are gonna have to start changing the way they do, because we're all probably gonna have to start building these types of things. And single family homes are not gonna be something we're gonna really be relying on, because the state is going to be requiring us to build townhomes and apartments and fourplexes. It's not gonna be single family homes. I'm understanding.
Can I just
Hearing
add
from-
something? Can I just
Yes,
add
Megan.
something? I don't think the state is requiring us to build townhomes and that, but what they're doing is allowing developers to do it and not allow, and making it so cities can't prohibit it.
Yeah.
Okay. Removing us as. So
Yes.
basically, we have to allow if they want to.
But it,
So, you know, if the city council right now gives you the green light, what would you be doing? Bringing back the proposed ordinance or bringing back that plus additional information, like you mentioned, for example, the fire marshal, that the fire districts may have changed their position, but we didn't really hear that till just now.
right.
So. I mean, would it-
So really what this would mean is that if there's a will of the council, I would add this to the community development work plan. We would probably give it a medium or lower priority, to be honest with you, because we would curve it into what other, we've got some higher priorities. And then we would probably bring that back to the planning commission at some point to have that discussion, then ultimately to the council. In our conversation, and the mayor has been there too, I've expressed to the industry that, you know, you also have the right to come in and apply for this, and we hire consultants and we go through that process with you. And that would speed that up. And then, you know, that's not desirable for them, but I did tell them if this was something that the or the council wanted the planning commission to look at, that they would need to be participating in that work. So if we need diagrams, explanations, things along those lines, that this isn't a fully cost burden on our staff to evaluate.
So hearing this, can you go along with it today, say, go ahead and explore because of the different steps that are still involved? It's something that perhaps not even that higher priority at the moment, but it would result in more research, more work and sending it to the planning commission. Then it would come to you. You okay with that, Sean?
No, but good consensus, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add this. We have to remember to not think of an acre and a square.
Yeah, I got
And
it.
and many acres have non-buildable.
I guess what I would say is, no matter what the setback is, eventually they'll say it's not enough. You know, it's eventually, that's too restrictive for what we want to build here. So doesn't matter where we draw the line, it's gonna eventually be pushed again, so. And the line's gotta be drawn somewhere, 7 feet, 5 feet, so.
And the houses too close together and nobody's divide them, so.
Well, San Francisco has houses right next to each other. They literally share a wall, so. Just saying
Yeah,
it's,
GC is
yeah,
all.
yeah, it's all
attached.
townhouses.
It's beautiful. It's amazing. I
So-
think it's.
I'm not saying I do, so I'm just, consensus, yeah.
Consensus is to move forward and bring it back.
Okay,
Okay.
well, so you will see this on the community development and planning commission work. For 2023.
Thank
Hey,
you.
this was a really healthy discussion. Thank you. That was appreciated.
Okay, let's move on to, we're gonna give the spotlight and the show to Mark, and we're talking about the camping ordinance. So what is the initiative as you see? Where else has it been implemented? And then a couple other questions that Mark's gonna support.
Maybe lucky for you or lucky for me, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. You do get me for the next 2 items though, so saving the attorney for the end.
You do have a time limit.
I will be succinct. We're here because, as you're aware, both regionally, nationwide, locally, there's the unsheltered populations that have been living in different cities have created a balancing act that jurisdictions are trying to walk of serving our populations versus preventing some of the harms that come with unhoused populations within different cities. So it's really, that's what we're trying to look at here today, is what the direction is that a lot of cities are going. So as more and more tent camps pop up in different places, there have been major movements by different cities to curb that and stop and prevent people from sleeping outside in public spaces. So for example, in Boise, they basically criminalized you could not sleep outside anywhere, period. It would not give you the ability to it was an anti-camping ordinance. And that was challenged by a group because they found that was unconstitutional and it was violating rights. And what the court found in the Ninth Circuit, which we're a member of on the West Coast, is that it was unconstitutional because it basically criminalized homelessness. So if you were homeless and you were sleeping in Boise, you could be arrested and charged criminally. The court found that criminal sanctions can't be enforced if there aren't suitable alternatives. So because Boise didn't have any shelters or any provision to places where people could go, it basically said you can't be in our city, which is penalizing someone for being homeless in a way that is they found to violate the Eighth Amendment. And from there, more litigation has ensued, and in a follow-up case to Boise, in Grants Pass, some unhoused population members brought a suit against that city, and basically they were trying to say that enforcement of this kind of ordinance was unconstitutional for the same reasons. Because in Grants Pass, they said, oh no, you can sleep in the parks, you just can't have bedding, pillows, sleeping bags, or anything that would make it so you could sleep outside. And if you've ever been in Grants Pass in the wintertime, it's a pass, it's cold. So what they found there was that while they allowed people to sleep, taking away what they described as the most rudimentary precautions and for sleeping and to make things comfortable violated their rights. So what the court found that the people experiencing homelessness may take the most rudimentary precautions to protect themselves from the elements. So this is an area that's being litigated, and that just came out at the end of last year. So where that leaves us is most cities have been trying to regulate this and be flexible, and they're constantly have to change their regulations based upon these court cases. Because if you're banning camping, and that's what they generally call it, is out, whether it's for the unhoused population or otherwise, then the restrictions of what cities can and can't do are getting tighter. So what can cities do, right? So the constitutional prohibition for city ordinances and for regulating camping, it's if people have access to shelter, you can regulate it. If there can be time, place, and manner restrictions, like you can prohibit sleeping at certain times in certain places, even if there is no shelter available. So you just can't do it like citywide. You can ban obstructions in the right of way. So if someone were putting a tent up that was blocking ADA access on the sidewalks, that you can still control and regulate that. And it also, you can prevent the erection of structures because that creates fire hazards. It doesn't fire code. They can be dangerous. They don't have sanitary facilities or anything like that. And as a catch-all, you can have ordinances that are consistent with the Constitution and this is what the courts have kind of said. They do not punish a person lacking the means to live out the universal and unavoidable consequences of being human, which is you have to give people the ability to be human in the different spaces. And these have been passed all over the state, all over the country in a variety of different formats. Auburn, Kent, Maple Valley, Tacoma, Burien, Seattle, everywhere in the state is passing something like this to curb the number of people and where and how people are camping within their cities. Like, for example, Kent recently had they passed an ordinance that said, oh, it's going to be a civil citation right off the bat. And, you can't, we'll cite you civilly. And so it's because it's not a criminal citation, it's going to be fine. That Grants Pass case I was just talking about clarified that if a civil penalty can eventually turn into a criminal penalty, then that's exactly the same thing. So Kent, their ordinance that they have in place right now is no longer compliant with the Ninth Circuit ruling. So I believe Adam can touch on this more, but he talked to some of the Kent police commander and they said that their team is looking at making changes to that.
Yeah, they're not enforcing it currently
And they
because
just
they
passed
know
that.
there's a problem.
It just passed that.
Yeah.
I think it was in November,
Yeah.
but I think that Grants Pass one was right about the same time.
It was very similar, so either they didn't know about it or didn't see it as it was passed, but so that's just kind of giving you the landscape of what cities are facing right now. Is we have these kinds of ordinances do bring risks to cities because you want to think about when something like this is passed, it brings outside special interests. So people who will fund lawsuits to invalidate or create better laws to further restrict what cities can and can't do. So when they find an ordinance like Boise, which of course found to be draconian and unconstitutional, they said you can't sleep in our city. They're saying you're criminalizing homelessness. They found that was a perfect opportunity to bring a lawsuit against Boise and change the entire legal landscape for what it means to have camping or not have camping in your city. So that's one of the things that just to keep in mind is that anytime that the city is considering this, we would be very careful about the policy choices that we're making, not only to comply with current state law, but to try to read the tea leaves of where the next lawsuit will be coming over what the next issue will be. So one of the things that I want to bring up about this is, and Adam might be able to speak to this more than I can, but looking at whether this is a problem that needs to be resolved in Covington, whether we're answering a question that's not being asked, or whether this is something that has become a major issue and that our current regulations are not allowing us the ability to combat this.
So we have had some RVs parking on like the right of way and then they just stay there. Now we can tag them and they have to move every 24 hours and we can do that and they can roll forward an inch and then we have to retag it and all that stuff. And then we're also, I think the increase has been in some of the commercial areas where we've had RVs and stuff, particularly Walmart, where they don't participate with the trespassing program that we've been doing, so we can't really help them. And they can't get them to leave because they can't tow the car because they're in it. And it could be considered a home, so there's that whole matter on its own base, but some of the, you know, and we've had a couple instances where tents have popped up on sidewalks, but not a ton. So.
Right, and just to clarify, these are two different
Yeah.
issues between camping on public property. That's typically in your parks, on your sidewalks and otherwise. And Adam and I are exploring what we need to do for the impoundment side of this because the legal landscape there is also shifting dramatically. It's like an earthquake. You don't really know where it's going to go next. But so that's a related but different issue. What I'm really focusing on is the unhoused population who is sleeping on public property. This isn't regulating private property. Someone can always tell someone they can't sleep on their property, like in the Walmart parking lot, but that's kind of up to the individual property owners. So what I'm really looking for here is if council wants to explore what this would even look like, if you're interested in having some kind of camping regulation in line with other jurisdictions, there are some risks that come with that, but staff would come back to you and make recommendations to fit both the community needs and pass constitutional muster, because we might not need to be as restrictive as other communities have been, because as Adam pointed out, we've had it happen a couple times with some tents, but it might not be as much of an issue here as it is where I live in Seattle, where like Woodland Park was completely full of people camping. And so there's just different fits and different needs. So one ordinance might not make sense for Kent, that'll make less sense for Covington. So it's that unique blend of local circumstances, policy priorities, and resource availability. So ultimately where the rubber is going to hit the road with this is when we do put something in place, when we try to enforce it, that's what's going to bring scrutiny down upon the city and potentially create a test case to find out whether we are truly within the constitutional boundaries. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that, but that's just wanted to bring this to council because it's been an ongoing issue throughout the region and see if council had any direction or thoughts they would like us to pursue.
Jill and Jennifer?
Where are shelter opportunities within Covington? We do not have any. So we would, if we had a camping ordinance that said you can't sleep within city limits, like Boise, and we have nowhere for you to go. I mean, how would that be any different than what Boise was saying?
Right. So I'm not sure. I believe Adam, you and I talked about this briefly.
Yeah, so Auburn has some housing that we sometimes tap into. So you don't have to have it available in your city, I don't believe, but you have to have it either available or it has to be full. And if it's full, then you have to consider different alternatives to enforcement. But if it's available, which there is one in Auburn that we've contacted several times before, and then they refuse, then now the enforcement option is on the table or something like that.
So if we have, and because it's in Auburn, sometimes Auburn is full. And because we don't have as many shelter options in Covington or any shelter options, that would restrict more of our ability to put things into place. So we would have.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Right,
like,
so
I
we would
don't-
have less of an ability to do that. And this is really just explaining the ground of the framework of where we're at, because citizens ask all the time about what is our city doing about the homeless population, people camping in public parks. So you're absolutely correct to bring that up, and that's a great question because that's what we would look into, and that's what we would want to explore further is, well, what is the need here in Covington? Because it might not be that great, but at the same time, there might be some room for us to make some kind of, to regulate some areas that have become an issue and we might want to take action.
Well, while we may not have shelter within our own city, we still have access to the Salvation Army Safe Team for referral. We've got UGM as a referral point. So there are access points. Someone just has to take the initiative to try to get that person into that, which I think Adam and his team, or Darren are the persons that are doing that.
Right, so in those cases, it'll be up, if there was litigation about this, it'd be up to a court to find out whether that truly was an alternative housing option or a shelter option. Because a court could say, oh, it's in Auburn, you have to, it's 6 miles away. Someone
And
can't,
anyone who's ever ridden a bus knows it takes an hour and a half to get to Auburn. It's not easy.
right, so that's those considerations that you would have to look at, is whether it truly is an alternative. And then if we don't have any alternative shelter for the unhoused population, then that affects our ability to, and some of those options, that tool chest of options I mentioned earlier, it restricts what we can and can't do.
So my question really is, if we were to explore this more, and I'm guessing we would use some of the other cities as a basis of like, hey, let's do this. Let's definitely not do what Kent did. Let's do, check on these. But what are, I guess I'm just looking for, what are the odds we wind up in a lawsuit even with it?
I'm not willing to speculate on that because
It's he's an attorney.
I'm not a gambler or an attorney.
I'm an attorney, I'm not a gambler, and unfortunately with this kind of thing, the more restrictions you have in place, it increases the likelihood that there will be challenge.
Okay.
So the more that you're preventing the unhoused population from seeking shelter within your city, increases the likelihood of litigation. But what we would do, or what I would do, is draft any ordinance or any regulations to mitigate and reduce litigation risk in line with council's policy goals.
Okay. And you said before to reflect community needs too.
Right, because this may just be one area of downtown has a camping issue. If you can restrict areas and say, no, you can't do camping in this downtown area because you're not restricting them from seeking shelter in the entire city. Basically saying you have to leave Covington in order to sleep.
Which one?
I don't, yeah, I'm going forward and thinking about the options. I mean, I was under the impression that we could regulate camping in our campground or our campgrounds in our parks or public places now, as long as there was access to shelter. And if they refused it, we could move them, but it sounds like there's question now about what is adequate and accessible. And current court cases, I'll be curious to see what you come up with, because it seems like it'll be very difficult to keep people out of sleeping in public places. You did mention that there is some risk of action, but I'm also wondering what our potential liability is from inaction. There's where if we, through non-action, someone's sleeping in a public right of way, gets injured, are we in essence approving of that because we haven't acted? So I think that I would be interested in your thoughts, but also, yeah, throw that in, because we talked just about like the potholes. Sounds like we're gonna pay either way.
And I wouldn't quite say that, because it's very difficult for municipalities generally won't be found liable for omission in those kind of situations. And there's something called the public duty doctrine, which is if the city owes a duty to everyone, it doesn't owe a duty to anyone specifically. So, and that's 2 hours worth of having a conversation about the maze and the wormhole that is the public duty doctrine, because that's constantly changing as well. But if someone is sleeping in the right of way, well, that's generally banned anyway. And specifically like streets, you can't be obstructing streets. And so there's going to be a comparative fault piece to that as well. But there are ways to go about this, but as Councilmember Harjahausen pointed out, our lack of shelter space, that may be something that we would need to address as a policy priority before moving forward with something that was more restrictive on people's constitutional rights.
Christina?
I'm so loud each time. I can just whisper. I know. It sounds like if they're blocking the public right of way, suddenly we have the right to remove. What if they are a true, I don't want to say danger, but if, like, as far as public safety, many of them have needles on them, and especially if, like, our officers saw that, how does this, I guess, the state look upon that? What if they are a public hazard?
So I think
to-
what you're talking about here is them violating, is the unhoused population violating other laws. These camping ordinances aren't concerned with those specific laws. They're concerned with preventing people from the physical act of sleeping. And so that's what those two cases that I discussed dealt with,
Right.
was criminalizing camping. And so if you're conducting illegal behavior in other ways, then that's
No,
just something that the police deal with on a regular.
But what I'm coming at is, what if we came at it from a different angle, as far as like the person could possibly be sleeping, who just took got heroin, shot up with heroin, and then there's needles by this person or on this person, and suddenly they are a hazard to the public.
We currently have regulations in place that discuss all of that. in
Okay,
our
so this
criminal
is,
This is specifically about sleeping and camping. All
Yeah.
the other related behaviors, we
I'm
have
just-
laws in place, and Adam can speak to those better than I can, but we have laws in place
Okay.
that cover illegal behavior, and this is just a kind of regulation that
So
has
this is
made
very-
a certain kind of behavior illegal.
Okay.
Sleeping in public places, and the boundaries and restrictions that are on cities, and trying to regulate and control and walk that tightrope between providing services and access to your population versus regulating and preventing potential public harms from those kinds of situations.
I just find that they often go hand in hand when someone
Yes.
is trying to camp out, so I'm just curious if we could find a different approach to that.
Both Jeff and Beth want to go, so whichever one wants to go.
So in that scenario where sometimes Auburn has an open bed, do our officers actually take that step, or Darren, or somebody with Darren, to drive them down there to place them in that shelter? I mean, were you trying to actually get them there, not just say, hey, here's an address?
Yeah, we would take them there.
You would take them there, so,
We
okay.
don't want to leave people out
Yeah,
unsheltered like that.
Yeah.
That's really just not okay.
sure.
Kind of answer your other question about, so currently, if somebody is sleeping and they're not blocking the entire sidewalk, let's just say they're blocking part of it, and you can still get a wheelchair through there, we can't do anything about it. We have to just, hey, you all right? And that's kind of the best we can do. And unless we observe some other crime, we just leave them be, or there was something, the ticket, which there usually isn't for that case, you would just leave it be. So I think the issue is trying to address something like that, because we don't have a specific statute for someone who maybe pitches a tent that blocks part of the sidewalk and is in the beauty bark of something that the city owns. We can't do anything about that if it's not blocking enough of the sidewalk to where we can force them to. Does that help?
I think so.
Okay, I don't want to make it worse.
So what the ordinances do is if there is an issue with someone camping on public property, let's just say in any one of our Jenkins Creek Park. This gives the ability of the city to, when you pass something like this, to say you can't sleep in the park. But in order to do that, we would evaluate all of the current circumstances, what Covington can, how much we could say that. Because if we took away every alternative and a court found that Auburn's center didn't qualify as alternative shelter, then someone could bring a lawsuit and not only invalidate our code, but potentially bring damages claims against the city. But that goes back to Sean's point earlier that, you know, we're always trying to evaluate where the harms are going to be. So it's not even necessarily about what the litigation risk is to the city from not doing something. It's also what is the potential public harm for the citizens and trying to strike that balance between our unhoused population and property owners.
I'm good with bringing this back, after you research it and bring us options. Because if we don't do something and other cities are, I don't want to see a bigger problem here in the city.
And that has become an issue throughout the entire country, is that one city will pass very draconian measures and take certain actions. Maybe they don't get sued. Maybe there's no one that has the desire to do that. But then the unhoused population, it's plays whack-a-mole and it just goes.
Well, it takes years for these lawsuits, so.
Right.
I'm not saying I want a lawsuit, but I know you
Yes.
and I know how you craft things. So I know that we're in good hands. So that's why I'd like to see something come back. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know what the rest of the council feels. Dude, like,
Getting the
something-
impression most people feel that way, but I wanted to ask that. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
but this is
everyone's
something
saying
that's easy to explore, and Adam and I can work on this together as well, because we'll be making this a needs-based ordinance, not a hypothetical. Because what we ultimately want to do is be able to, if there's a problem, we want to be able to combat it, or a foreseeable problem. If we're just speculating that something like this, there's a boogeyman out there, we would be less likely to want to regulate something like that, because it'd be it would be, again, answering a question that's not being asked, or solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Thank you.
Okay. You got the green light to proceed.
I will proceed. I'll work with Regan on priority and when this would be something that.
Okay.
Now I have my next item. I also do not have a PowerPoint presentation for this. No slide deck here.
But you had it in the packet though, so if people had a chance to look at the packet, they've got a heads up on. what
So
you're about to bring up.
unlike the past couple of years where I proposed sweeping changes to our council rules for remote participation and virtual and all the things that we've had to do in the past couple of years, I'm not doing any of that this year. The only reason why I even brought up this specific issue is because of executive sessions and the way that they are typically called. So under council rules, it says the council goes into an executive session. And at different points in different jurisdictions in this one, oftentimes staff puts an executive session on the agenda. The mayor could put something to the executive session on the agenda. But I was thinking about, and to clarify for council, who actually has the authority to go into an executive session. And it's not staff, and it's not an individual council member that gets to make that decision. It's the council as a whole. So the council is the one that gets to decide that it goes into an executive session, usually in consultation with me based upon whether it's an appropriate topic. But what you don't want to have happen is one person wants an executive session and can control the rest of council. And in practice, this is never a problem because it's generally by consensus. We have it on the agenda. The mayor says we're going into executive session and the council retires. Now, if there were four council members that said, I don't want to do an executive session about this, the council would not have the ability to meet outside of the public purview, and council would then choose to either have that discussion in public or not have it at all. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that the city council as a whole, as a body, is responsible for determining when to go into executive session. And again, not a practical problem. This is just more of this was on my mind, and rather than making any changes to the code or changes to the rules, just giving you a little bit of helpful information for your last presentation of the day. So I apologize.
So you don't need to tweak any of the language? I'm
No,
trying to
there's
remember
nothing
what I
that's
read.
tweaked right now. It was just a little unclear, and the language was actually clear, but I just think in practice, we had never really discussed it before, and I wanted to make sure the council knew how these things work.
So with what you just said, if we as a council don't want to go into executive session because you put something on there, we don't have to?
No.
Great.
You-
I think we're done.
You are technically correct. Most of the time. when I-
Regan, I'm sorry, he just opened it up. Yep, we're done.
No for me.
As on a practical level, though, when we're calling for an executive session, it really is one of those things that's protecting the public purse, protecting the treasury, because there are things that would be damaging to the city liability wise that are supposed to be discussed outside of public scrutiny. And while no decisions are made in executive session, this is just, it's one of the tools that cities have to make sure that that's properly observed. So.
John?
The question on that would be our rests with the council. When we get to that part of the agenda, would we have a vote to say we want to go into executive session? And then two, how would we know whether, normally it just says an issue, let's say, an issue related to the performance and review of a public citizen or public employee. Yes, it is public employee.
Like that.
But we don't get any of the background on it. So really,
In a confidential.
oh, okay.
So
All right, so that's
generally,
yeah.
either if it was a litigation issue, I likely would have briefed you via email already under an attorney-client privilege issue. Or potentially, I would have called the mayor or the council if it was something that I wasn't sending an email about, or Regan would talk about what the subject matter was during your pre-council meeting calls. Like if it was a land acquisition issue, saying, hey, Ethan wants to be buying more parkland and we're going to be bringing something with you about that. Ethan buys a lot of parkland.
Yeah.
But this is really just clarifying that council, it's your meeting. These are council meetings and so are the executive session.
So we don't have a vote, but basically you said we don't want to go into a session.
Then the council member could raise that at the time.
Just
If
say,
the mayor
object.
said, we're going into executive session, someone could say, hey, I don't want to. And I move that we do not go into executive session. So
You just opened up a whole new can.
Yeah, no, I
Right,
just
so
wanted
we
to know
don't
what
go
the
to
procedure
executive
was
session.
in case I don't want to go on executive session, so.
Thanks, Mark.
yeah, I'm only here to help
Right.
and make
Yes.
it more difficult for council.
Regan, yeah, okay.
And that's all I have. It's just
Thank you.
more of a briefing than any actual changes. Thank you.
Okay. And then I would like to just add the one topic to the agenda, not more than 3 minutes or so, just as we had done before, but left it off this year's agenda. Are there just any issues you want to simply identify for the staff and your colleagues that you think are things that are on the horizon that maybe we'll be talking about at next year's summit? So not to be debated, just to be simply listed, and I will put them in the retreat notes. Beth?
No, I was gonna go back to the other thing we were talking about.
Over with.
Let it simmer.
Never mind.
Okay. Any issues then for the future that you want to just list?
No, go ahead, Beth. One.
Oh, I thought you were serious.
No, I think sometimes though, maybe this would be a really good opportunity is that when it comes to an executive session, sometimes on the agenda, it just says if needed. And we know that it's coming because we've gotten the heads up and no one's really gonna say no, right? Because you need our help. But would it be, I know sometimes it'll say executive session to discuss the performance of an employee or pursuant to the RCW, so that everybody around knows going into it that we're approving an agenda and we are approving going into executive session so that sometimes it gets to that point in the agenda and you say, yes, we are going in, or no, we're not. And the audience may not know for sure. We do, but they don't.
No, I believe whenever there's an executive session that we are planning for, it's always listed.
Well,
Okay,
if
here
it's
it
not
says for
listed,
public.
but if it's not listed during approval of the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, Mark or Regan will state that we're going. to
Okay,
do
because
that.
I was gonna say
So there's always notice.
at the beginning of it.
For
Okay.
example, if
I just might add, Beth, that what you're describing is really the exception, and I think happens not very often. Usually we
Mhm.
know about them and they're on the agenda.
Yeah, I was just looking at the September 13th one from last year and it wasn't 100% clear on the agenda that went out. We knew it, but the public may not have,
But
but I think
yeah,
you're right, if they talk about it
At the beginning of the meeting of approval of agenda, we make the change.
Right, to put, just to give an example and use of our land baron Parks
Mhm.
Director
Yeah.
here as an example. If a piece of property came available after the agenda had been published and it was like, we have 1 day to act on
Mhm.
this, then that's why it wouldn't be placed on the agenda, and Regan or myself would say, council, may we please put something on
Yeah, okay,
the agenda in order to have this discussion for real estate acquisition.
that's great. Yeah, thanks for reminding.
So do you want to identify any issues for the future that we will just list in the summary of today's summit?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Good
Okay.
day today.
Okay.
There will be some,
Yeah.
however.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we
Parks.
taking away from today's meeting? Any and all of you are welcome to answer, council and leadership team, including you, Regan. We haven't heard from you lately. Just now we see you larger than life.
Well, I'll start. My takeaway is the same takeaway I get each time working with this group, that this really is just an all-star team, and I couldn't be more grateful for the staff that we have here and just their dedication and commitment, and then just a wonderful council that leads out. And Jim, 17 years, bravo. That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I can't leave without thanking Krista. The behind the scenes work she does to make these things go off flawlessly is awesome. So please thank her as well.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? What are you taking away?
After this lengthy conversation, I actually take hope away. I love that there's hope on the horizon for our roads. There's hope on the horizon for, our public safety to get funded. And I always appreciate how we work together and find a common ground. And we have the reputation of being respectful, and I hope we keep that for many years, assuming we're all here. But really it's the hope, and that there's like finally a light at the end of the tunnel of some sort. And also, I don't think I have realized that Krista's IT, she's the cook, she's a setter upper, she's like, I actually thought about that too earlier today. I was like, she's really good at that. So kudos to you, hats off to you, Krista, we couldn't do it without you.
I would just like to say I'm really excited that we made very tough decisions regarding public safety and funding. I would say traffic improvements, but pavement is what I'm thinking, honestly, paying for our roads. That's something that we have really been stewing on and thinking about for a long time, and that has a huge impact to our residents. So I'm proud of us for finally ripping the Band-Aid off today and doing it.
I believe that we found defendable solutions to them as well. And as hard as those decisions were to make, that money has to come from somewhere. And I believe that we made the best choices given what we had to work with, and believe that we can defend them. So thank you, Jeff, for being the person to finally speak up and say we need to take a stand.
I would agree with what Debbie and Jennifer said about the funding sources, and it was a really hard decision, but I'm really appreciative of the staff. I think in general, we do a really good job of managing our finances. And I know the decision today to actually look at like user fees is not an easy one as well. And I appreciate that we're looking at all revenue sources, so that we're spreading out that revenue need across different sources. And so I really appreciate the fact that we continually try to evaluate what we're doing, what we could be doing better, what we should continue doing that's working, what we need to stop doing. And I think that's how that continuous improvement will help us in the future. Appreciate that.
I'm going to take away just the amount of crap that was given to me for opening certain things under in my hoodie so I could have. No, I'm kidding. One person will be a hard time about opening candies. So it wouldn't be.
Who are you? Did it up and back and forth all the time?
No, I'm gonna take away the way we worked well together. We may have disagreed on certain aspects of things, but we are able to come back together after our disagreements and agree to other things and figure out how best to serve our community. I think that's just one of the best things that we as a council do, and that staff helps direct us in that way at times as they keep us on track, and I'm appreciative of all of that.
He put his hat on.
I was gonna say, he looks like he's asleep for a second.
I'm not asleep.
You look like it.
Anybody else?
Anyone else? Carla?
One thing I'm taking away is that you council members are gonna be very busy this year doing outreach, so be prepared for that. But since I have your attention, I was just gonna let you know that we're gonna start a council member highlight kind of series to highlight each of you this year. And if you remember a year ago, some of you filled out a survey that I had sent out in preparation for the state of the city. So I've recruited Kia to help with these highlights, and so her or I will be getting in touch with you. We'll start with those surveys for those of you that did fill it out, and if Deborah, you're new, so I don't think you ever got a chance to see that. And then a couple of people didn't. So we'll start with the surveys, but then we're gonna fill in the blanks by contacting you and getting more information to do those highlights. So just keep an eye out for me or Kia to contact you.
Mark?
I say this more often than I probably should, but I've been in many different jurisdictions, and it's a breath of fresh air to see a council that understands when financial issues are on the horizon and addressing those, rather than waiting for the problem to happen and trying to clean it up after the fact. So it's forward thinking, and you are making the hard decisions that are keeping this city in financial shape in order to continue serving the citizens. And I think that's my takeaway here, is that this council is committed to making those kinds of decisions when they have to, and really looking after the city.
Mark said exactly what I was going to say pretty much.
Nice.
Thank you for making my job harder. It will be harder, but I'm so hopeful, and this just makes my job in the long run easier, just working through these forecasts and having some sustainable revenue sources. I really appreciate it. Normally we're talking about how to spend money. I just made a lot of money during this meeting. I'm very thankful. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Just want to thank each and every one of you for spending your day here away from your families and to work with us. But I think that this annual planning that we have, and the great discussions that we've had today will go a long ways for our city. And it's proud to sit up here and work with each and every one of you. So thank you. Thank you all for being here today.
Okay, the 2023 Summit of the City Council is now history. But before it's completely put to bed, I will put together the summary. I always get that to Regan first, so that any mistakes that I have made can be hidden or corrected by him, so hidden from the rest of you. But then the leadership team is always great at looking at it first. So probably get to the council in 10 days or 2 weeks, but we will start working on it right away. Have that, and then you end up adopting it too. So anyway, so thank you all very much for being here. And we
Thank you,
are
sir.
adjourning, what? 35 minutes early, so.